Hey, my name is King, or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Titanic. There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific time or 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude. Call me what you want. It's Saturday night. It's all right for fighting. And it's a great show that we're going to have for you tonight. I have my lovely cohort partner in crime, the one who has been doing some great shows, including a great show about Planet of the Apes you can find on this channel. She'll tell you about this new show. You know her. You love her. She's How are you?
I'm great, Robert. It's so wonderful to be here doing Midnight Musings.
Very good to have you. Very good to have you.
And I always love getting together to talk about entertainment with you. There's been so much going on, Robert. It's always a good night when we can do this. And let's talk about what's been going on, Robert.
Okay, first of all, I did a little reel for YouTube, a little 90-second reel, basically talking about in response to some things that people have been saying to me. I've been a big champion of the upcoming Picard Season 3 that starts Thursday night, the 16th. But a lot of people have been coming at me. I've been the most, such a hater of modern Star Trek. And here I come out and say, you know what? Here is a wonderful season of Star Trek, and everybody's coming after me, and which is fine. God bless the internet. But it's so strange to me that I never thought that I would be the keeper of the modern Star Trek flame, but here we are. And so I made this video, and it's the title you suggested. Why not make it the title of tonight's show? And of course, I was like, that's a great idea. So the title of tonight's show is Don't Let Naked Space Vampires Take the Things You Love. And that is, of course, a reference to the lovely Matilda May in Tobe Hooper's 1985 wacky sci-fi horror film that's very Hammer-esque, like Quatermass or something, Life Force. And of course, if you get the Shout Factory Blu-ray, I did some special features for that, and also it has the international version that's almost 30 minutes longer of goodness. So my God, get that while you can. And you know what else you get while you can? You know him, you love him. He's one of the smoothest cats on the internet. He's Lael Rockwell.
Yo.
Hey,
How y'all
Lael.
doing, man? How is everyone? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you sound good.
I sound all right. All right. You
Yeah,
can see
dude,
me real
I'm
good
getting
with this?
flutters in my bloodstream.
Okay.
If you know what I'm
Hey,
saying.
what's up, man? How y'all doing, man?
Things are good. Hey, you know what I got?
What's up?
Got a little Eddie Murphy. Little
Yo, and you know what? I'm glad you pulled that out, bro, because that sounded real fucking funny. I'm glad you pulled the figure out, bro.
we haven't
because
even gotten to that part of the show yet.
I know, right? I know that was real
The head
crazy.
sculpt's only okay. It looks good at some angles. I mean, it's a tough.
But no, the reason why I'm glad you pulled it out, bro, because if you get the Prince and you get some Jordans for Prince, you could have them playing basketball together, bro.
Oh well, he has a lot of great accessories, by the way.
Yeah,
His figure has,
bro.
and it's by the way, he's on sale at Toys Wonderland for like $130.
Oh,
And
for real?
He comes with 2 head sculpts, the Detroit Lions. He's
Nice.
got the Mumford shirt.
Nice.
know?
Nice.
And he comes with a gun and handcuffs. He comes with his badge, his little badge,
Nice.
and stickers for the jacket. So I want to show that. So I was just saying, Lael, that I did this YouTube reel about how don't let people be space vampires like Matilda May in the movie Life Force, and love what you love. Love it unapologetically. And when people try and harsh your mellow and they yuck on your yum, here's the thing. I like a lot of things. I love a lot of things that are demonstrably not good.
Yeah.
You know, and just because I rail for Star Trek and I talk about how much I want great Star Trek, that opinion is not negated by the trashy stuff that I love.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
and I think that when people come along, like if you love something, don't let anybody else tell you you shouldn't love
Nope.
it, because you're not
Nope.
gonna not love it. You're always gonna love it. Like Voyage of the Rock Aliens. If you haven't seen the movie Voyage of the Rock Aliens, I would suggest none of you ever do that. I love that movie. It is a car crash of a movie. Now, interestingly enough, we've been getting some letters now. You know, we're penetrating the fan community when we get letters, and I did get a letter that I want to start the show off with. Then we'll get to the letter that we'll talk about. But this letter comes to me from Gerald Preston Thompson, and in the subject heading, it says complaint. Oh boy. Dear Mr. Burnett, I am writing to express my disappointment and frustration with your recent behavior as a film director and YouTuber. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for identifying me as a director first and a YouTuber second. That's very nice of you. I've observed that you have become a gatekeeper of the Star Trek franchise, constantly insisting on your narrow and rigid views of what the franchise should be, and disregarding the opinions of others. Anyway, additionally, I believe your behavior has been intolerant and out of touch. You often come across as a old man yelling at clouds. Wow, I've never heard that before. Unwilling to listen to the perspectives of younger generations or those with differing opinions. This kind of attitude is unacceptable in today's society, where diversity and inclusivity are valued. Well, you know, my anti-diversity establishment statement or whatever is always in graphically illustrated in whatever I do. I understand that you have a strong passion for Star Trek, but it is not productive or respectful to dismiss or belittle others because they have different ideas or perspectives. Your actions are not representative of the Star Trek community, which is known for its passion, positivity, and open-mindedness. I hope that you will take this feedback into consideration and work towards being a more inclusive and understanding of your future content and interactions with others. Now, I gotta say, does he not watch my channel? Has he not seen that I am out there fighting the good fight for Star Trek Picard Season 3 for the last 6 months? I have to say this was very perplexing because I don't know, honestly, I don't know what he's referring to. I don't go after other fans. I'm always the one going, just try it. You know, I mean, when have I ever said, like, look, my feelings about modern Star Trek are well known. But in terms of, I'm the one going, hey, I have hated all of modern Star Trek since 2009. But here is new Star Trek coming out from the same production company that I adore. So everything that he's saying that I'm not doing, I'm actually doing exactly the opposite. But I leave it up again. I present this for you to decide. You meaning the audience. And as always, we have a great audience, and I want to encourage people. If you have a problem with me or whatever, we will address it on this show. But you know, I just think it's. I mean, it was a nice, respectful letter. I just am perplexed by he gave me no examples of what it was he said. He said all these things that I was doing, but there's no examples of when or how I was doing this. So I don't know if he heard this secondhand, because there's a lot of people that do hear things secondhand, because I get notes and DMs and emails all the time from people that think I said something that I didn't say, or that I've done something that I didn't do. And there is a lot of people that dislike me because of my stance on Discovery or Strange New Worlds or whatever, but I'm not going after other fans. As a matter of fact, I've always said there are people that come to the Star Trek franchise for the first time through Prodigy, through Lower Decks, through Discovery, through Strange New Worlds, and through Picard. And that's going to be the first Star Trek they've ever seen. So I don't begrudge anybody for liking anything. And that's what this show is. I mean, I would ask you guys, I mean, the way fandom is I think very wacky right now. There's a lot of people that are telling you what you should and shouldn't like, how you should like things, and it's getting to the point where I feel like, why is anybody in a fan community telling people what to be fans of? I mean, I could say, you people haven't seen half of what I've seen. You don't know movies before 1990. Why are you telling me what I should and shouldn't like? But I don't. So tonight I wanted to celebrate what we love, because there's a lot of it. We got Star Trek Picard is dropping on Thursday night. Quantum Mania opens on Friday. And by all accounts, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's a lot of fun. We're having toys dropped, figures dropped, things dropping.
Yes,
So I would ask the two of you. I mean, I guess start with you. I mean, you wanted this title change of the show. You wanted to make it, don't let space vampires take the things you love. There's more space vampires than ever. But how do you think that we should move forward?
Well, one of the things that I think is really important is that it's impossible to ignore the fact that there are, unfortunately, people who are doing wrong things by pretty much trying to peer pressure or harass or threaten people into or feeling guilty or pushing them away from things that they love. And, you know, I think that this is a behavior that we're witnessing, and this is a day and age where everything's recorded, so we can see it happening right in front of our eyes, oftentimes at some very unexpected moments when there should be overall support. And I don't personally think that, let's say in the Star Trek community, that any one individual cares whether someone likes a particular show or not. That's not that important to us. What is important to us is what we love about each show, or whether we don't care for something in a show. And, you know, our personal feelings don't have any effect, nor should they, over what other people enjoy as well. So I'm happy, just like I'm sure the both of you are, when you hear someone love something and it's enjoyable to them. And a lot of times I like to hear, I'm like, well, tell me what is it you like?
Yeah.
You know, I want to know. I'm much more interested in finding out what they like versus, you know, why they think my opinion shouldn't have any influence over what someone else's you know, likes or doesn't like. I have very unusual taste, at least I believe I do. And with how many billions of people on this planet, you're never going to find another person who's going to agree
with
everything
everything.
you say. It's impossible. So you naturally, I think, you know, should expect some difference of opinion, and go ahead and welcome the difference, and listen to one another, support one another in that regard. There's nothing to be gained by telling someone else that if they like something, they're wrong. This is just really a desire to control everything around you in a world where we don't have that much control. over other people's likes. We just don't have that. Now, I think that if you are a creator and you're creating a world and you have an IP and you are successful in that IP creation and what you are preserving in your IP, depending upon how you want to run it, has made you a successful person. Certainly that is your business. You own it. It's your personal information. And just I think it's a live and let live situation. But no, you should also not feel guilty if you don't like it. But I think that treating others with kindness and respect for their opinions and views does include not verbally harassing someone,
Yeah.
Right.
not making, derogatory remarks towards them solely for the fact that they're expressing love for something that they are perfectly within their rights to enjoy. So I think that this is another time to remind many people, it's like I always used to use the email situation, right? You remember when email first came out and you would send emails and you say, oh, I didn't really mean to say that in that email, or that one doesn't come off right. It doesn't
Right.
sound right. So now you write the email and you hold it, especially if you're very, excited about it, you hold it, and then you might say, you know what, I'm going to remove that part. There's nothing wrong with editing what you're going to say.
Yeah.
And you certainly don't really want to insult anyone. I think that that's not constructive. Take the approach of, before I send this, what context am I sending it in? Is it, I think it's great that you enjoy it. I personally did not. Here's why. And now it's a different situation because we understand why you may not care for something, because it's natural to like and have likes and dislikes. It is
Mhm.
100% natural to go into something thinking you're going to love it and
Mhm.
then not love it. And I'm sure both of you, this has happened to you. You go into a film, you're like, I don't really know what's going to happen here. And then you
Mhm.
come out of that film and you're like, wow, that was amazing. But also, another element that I want to talk about, or at least think about, is that people can change their minds about things.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's not wrong. I think that sometimes you may absolutely think something is, that's not for me. And years later, you might come back to that and say, you know what? I really like this now. Things have changed for me. I have a different perspective on it. I'm
Mhm.
looking at this from a different way. And I think we're seeing people in the community who do have different thoughts and opinions, and they might express themselves. And I think the idea of being able to, not that anybody I've seen here has this problem, but of forgiving somebody if they do make a comment that might be rushed or forced, or they've had a bad day and they come back to you and say, I shouldn't have said that. It's like, let's go ahead and forgive each other. Sometimes we do say things that we didn't mean to say. And this is a point where if somebody did do something like that, it's time to go ahead and say, yeah, you're right. We had a difference of opinion. I'm sorry we had that, but let's go on, still be friends and enjoy the conversation. That's what we're here for. And I want to hear what, everybody in the community loves, and knowing very well that it's not going to match everything. God knows there's probably nobody in the galaxy who likes or has my mindset of what I enjoy exactly. And that's fine, because that's what makes me the person I am. So I certainly am expecting to hear differences. And I relish that. And I want to learn from other people too when I hear what they love and why. Honestly, I'm more interested in what you love and why, and
Mhm.
to see that excitement over the things we love. That's what makes life exciting and enjoyable. Focusing on that, for me, that's what I like to do. I think that the three of us do that. And I also think that it's okay to say, that wasn't for me, and, go on with your day. We can still enjoy our lives, and just kind of enjoy being alive at a time where we can share all this stuff,
Oh
where we're
yeah.
getting all these different shows, where we're getting all these different events to go to. This is a great time to be alive, guys. And let's focus on the positive. And don't find yourself in a situation, if you do have to kind of step away from something, it's okay to step away. If it becomes overwhelming, the community is always going to be here for you all, no matter what.
Yeah. No, Lael, I would ask you,
Yep.
okay, like as a Star Wars fan, You know, the quality of Star Wars movies is up and down, you know. But I think if you like Star Wars, like for instance, this is what I've always done in my mind. Like I love James Bond movies. I would say about half the James Bond movies are good. The other half are not so good. But even the James Bond movies that I don't like, that I don't think are very good, like if they made a cool action figure from one of those movies, I would buy it. Because in my mind, and I think where I was going with this is like action figures, for instance. And I was thinking about Rise of Skywalker. I can't stand that movie. I think it's terrible. However, when Hot Toys makes a good Kylo Ren figure or a good Rey figure from Rise of Skywalker, I can get those figures and enjoy them outside of the film. You know, I can go, these are great figures. And the character of Rey exists before and after that movie. So if I don't like that movie, and I can say, well, I don't like that movie, but the character of Rey endures beyond the film that she was in. And if I want to buy a figure that I think is a great figure, because I think that Rey figure from Rise of Skywalker is a great figure. You get that figure. Can you love it and like it outside? Can you like something part way? I mean, I don't think fans are... It's weird because I'm feeling more, maybe it's the competitive nature of fans. Why do you think nowadays, I mean, obviously we can yell at each other on social media, but why is it now that there's such acrimony in all of these communities that is essentially about luxury items that we love? Video games, movies, action figures. There's people fighting a war for their very lives in Ukraine. We don't have to do that, so we can buy action figures. And I don't mean to be glib about people dying. I don't. But it's like we live in a very luxurious world here in the United States. And yet fan communities we're screaming bloody murder at each other all the time. Why?
Well, the thing is, I always keep this in mind, is that this type of behavior within the community it's not something that just started. This has been in existence since the cinematic experience, since we've been collecting, since it's just a simple fact that now we have a platform. We have social media. We have YouTube where you can be more vocal in chats and stuff like that. You can do these things, whereas opposed to back way back when we didn't have technology the way we have it now. So people are more vocal, more passionate about these things. Look, I'm very as passionate about the Star Wars community as anybody else. It's about as I'm really passionate with the Star Wars IP. I've grown up with it. I've loved the film since the beginning of time, since basically 1977. I've followed it for so many years. It's become a part of me. With the sequels, I did not like Rise of Skywalker. I did not like The Last Jedi. But there's certain aspects of those films that I take on board and I say, you know what? I appreciate this attempt. A lot of people come at me because I say I loved the Rey arc. I love the potential in her arc as a character.
It wasn't well done, but I love
it. Wasn't well done, but I love the potential of where that character could go if done right. I always basically thought that Kylo Ren's character should not have taken his helmet off into the last film. That was just my opinion, because it would have made it more enticing. The mystery was there. We know your voice, but you don't have to remove your helmet. The treatment of Luke Skywalker that we've gotten with those films, I hated. The simple fact that we didn't get a chance to see the trio, we didn't really get a chance to see the Trinity. You know what I mean? The original Trinity, like we should have. There was a missed opportunity there. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm not the writer. I'm not the director. I don't see their vision. They see their vision. My point is, yes, I may not like certain aspects of it. I'm vocal about those things, but I learn to take the good with the bad. I also understand where a lot of people are extremely vocal with it as well. They're extremely passionate about it, and the only way they can vent their frustration is on platforms such as the ones that we present. I see that. My problem is when I look at these things and I see the back and forth and it gets personal. That's the only problem, because the thing is, I can respect your opinion. I definitely respect opinions, and I understand that people are passionate about it. That's why I learned to take the word toxic out of it, and I replaced the word toxic with passionate, because that's basically it's influential at that point.
Yep.
Passionate individuals who are really passionate about the IP. They love these things, and so they want to vent their frustration. It's how you go about it. Now, to the writer who wrote you that letter, very passionate about it. And again, what you wrote, I respect you for writing. And that's the thing, is we have a level of respect. And Rob, I have super, you're the only one that I have seen ever on social media that would do what you just did. Read a letter of discourse, like literally the only person. I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure there's other people, but you're the first person that I've actually seen it, and I commend you for that, because the thing is, we need to see that. We need to see where there's differences of opinion and people are passionate. Now, you may correct that theory, you may correct what a person feels, but you have a level of respect for them. You may be like, well, you're misinformed because I have done it, but you have a level of respect for what they wrote, and I think that is really great. And and I think that we should see more of that, because there's a space where people can have these opinions, they can write these lengthy letters, they can express how they feel about it and how you may have actually handled it. On top of that, even if you know that what you said it should not have been interpreted that way, it at least allows you to think. It allows you to think and be like, okay, well, what did I say? What might have I said to offend this person or make this person feel as whatever? You know what I mean?
First of all, here's the way I look at it. So Gerald Preston Thompson, who wrote this letter, thought about it. Obviously, is looking out for me. The letter is like, fuck you, dig me. He's actually saying, he says it in a very respectful manner.
Yeah,
it's his opinion, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to help. You know, and this is where I think that it's important to learn how to discern when people are coming at you and they're critical of you. It's important, and whenever you make something, like if you make a movie or a documentary and you put it out into the world, you get all kinds of comments back from people. They run the gamut, and if you're privileged enough to make something that is for public consumption and it actually gets made, you open yourself up to all kinds of opinions. And when people have like this letter, as much as I was having a little bit of fun with it, but I respect him for writing it. You know, I respect him for thinking about it and taking the time to write it, because not a lot of people do. And he's got a point. You know, sometimes I can be snarky and that kind of thing, but I don't feel I ever put people down. I mean, I do say that I hate modern Star Trek a lot, and a lot of people take that personally. And I understand, even though... But
you're passionate about it. That's the thing. You have a passion because it's something that you've grown up with, and you've seen the direction it's going. Just like I am with Star Wars. Just like I am with certain Marvel IPs.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You're passionate about it, so it's okay to have your dislike about the where they're going with these things. And the thing is, the beauty of it is that we do have a platform where we can join in on these discussions. We can spearhead these discussions, and just to see what other people's opinions are. On top of that, the reason why I think these things are healthy is because it even allows some of the directors, the writers, and people who are basically promoting these IPs to look at some of these platforms and say, oh, they really don't like what we did. Or, oh, you don't like it, but oh, well, we're just going to, but oh, at least they know. And the thing is, we are learning that a lot of these conversations are pushing that needle forward, where it causes people to think, because honestly, without us buying tickets, without us supporting your product, where do you go from there? So we are entitled, or we are allowed to actually have our opinions, not entitled to basically make you change your mind on your approach. That's your approach. You choose whatever, but we can be opinionated about it, and it's okay. You know what I mean? It's quite okay. It's fine to be that way, because again, opinions are what have built this nation, built this world, and it's the reason why the world continued to grow. Because opinions, if we had a whole bunch of yes MFers on this show, where would it be? Like, where will we go, bro? It doesn't make a conversation interesting. It doesn't. No. I'm jealous of the simple fact that my hair doesn't billow, but you don't think me complaining about it. You know what I mean? I'm not complaining about that shit. I don't got billowing hair. I can't take off this hat and watch my shit billow. I'm pissed at that. But you don't see me complaining
Yeah,
about.
but you look at your beard. Look at that majestic beard, though. Come on now. You know, it's a trade-off. Your hair might not billow, but that majestic beard, sir. Come on. And you got style. No, but I think you're absolutely right. I think that's a great point. And what's so funny is this whole channel, the whole premise of this channel that's evolved since I started it is all about conversation. It's all about conversing. And what I find disconcerting about the modern age and what we're so used to. There's no one around us. You know, I can see you guys right now, but at this point, there's 244 people here right at this moment. Yeah. Can't see them. Think about that. 200. That's an auditorium full of people. Now they're not here. You know, I'm looking around. It's all quiet. I can say whatever the hell I want. There's 244 people listening to us talk. I have no idea of, and those 244 people are for all shapes, size, colors, creeds, sexualities, religious beliefs. They're all welcome here, but they all think different things about what we say. And you know, it's like I was trying to, like the political discourse that we have in this country. It's become everybody hates everybody else, and everybody acts like 12-year-olds, not even 12, 8-year-olds. We're so infantilized by social media that nobody really knows how to interact. And you know, I saw Bill Maher did his new rule this week was about dating and men learning how to talk to women. And he made the point, like, with Valentine's Day coming up, just talk to people, man. Learn the fine art of conversation, and rather than swipe left or right, I don't know which direction is which because I've never been on Tinder. I was, spoken for or whatever, but because man, I would have been a Tinderholic had I been younger. But in my younger days, that was probably for the best. But the idea that we can't converse because we're so used to, you're either talking shit on a video game channel to the people you're playing with, you're screaming Leroy Jenkins while you're playing World of Warcraft or whatever it is the hell you're doing, and people who have lost the ability to just talk to one another. Yeah. And talk to one another and have differing viewpoints, and also the art of talking to somebody is also the art of listening to them and really listening to what they're saying. Don't just wait for your opportunity to speak. Listen to what somebody says and formulate a response after really considering what it is they're saying. Yeah. And so often, go ahead. See, go ahead. You go ahead.
I'm sorry, Robert.
No.
What about the idea of, I think that there's this feeling that if you have a certain opinion, it's right or wrong. And a lot of what we're talking about, especially on the show, is just kind of like things that we would like to see or things that we would like to change. There is no wrong or right answer to a lot of it. And I kind of wonder sometimes if,
I'm sorry, side ops diecast. That's the best. He says, I'm here because I don't know how to talk to women.
Well, you must know how to talk to women somehow.
Don't worry.
But we'll get you on the right track.
We'll get around to the fucking soon.
I have to wonder to myself.
I'll be right back. I did grab some water. My throat's going bad. I'll be right back.
We will be here. Don't worry.
I got you.
I have to wonder.
We won't start without you.
The idea of this feeling that there is a right or wrong answer, Robert. Because in the end, a lot of times, I don't know whether people put weight in, you have this many people agreeing with you or this many people who don't agree with you or a number of people who don't care about the topic whatsoever. I always just thought that this had a more casual feel and that it should be fun to talk about this stuff. And, it's fun to talk about entertainment because sometimes you go and you see a movie and you want to talk to someone about the movie, or maybe you didn't go with a friend that time and there was no one to talk to about the movie. And so then we can come here and talk about it. Or, I can talk to my mother about it to a point where she's literally had it or she doesn't want to hear any more about it. And I'm like, yeah, I can't torture her anymore with this. I've tortured her enough my whole life with my interests. And now it would be nice to speak to someone who might actually want to hear some of those opinions. But I thrive on the feedback because there's a lot of approaches and ideas and concepts that I'm not looking at a perspective. I don't know a man's perspective. I don't. And I'm completely fascinated by men in the IP and their opinions. I feel like I kind of have a better understanding of a woman's perspective because I'm a woman. And I don't know all the details, but the point is that I'm not going to pretend like I know what a man would be thinking. In fact, I'm quite fascinated by a man's point of view on a lot of this stuff. It's absolutely intriguing to me, and it makes me curiouser and curiouser, especially in regards to sex and sexuality in cinema and television. I did a watch party tonight with Lorena Creole and Dante from Film Threat, and we were watching Foxy Brown. And
All
I think,
right.
yeah, I think one of the things that I noticed that I really enjoyed about it was that it was natural to show how men were attracted to Pam Grier. And, you know, she's stunningly beautiful. She's still really, really attractive.
Yeah.
40 something years later, maybe more years than that. And just how what a beautiful woman she was, let's say, in that film, and continues to be. But my point is that I loved that they showed, you know, she kind of walked in a room and a man's looking at her, and it was something that was celebrated. Of course, men are going to look at her, but it's hard to be in a time period where the focus is not on something that's natural, this attraction, you know, that people have for one another. It's not on that. The focus is on other things that are not natural, you know.
Oh,
Sometimes, you know, so this is something that I think is very interesting. I want to hear the views of what men like to see, not necessarily
well,
the
we've
other
been
element.
told nowadays we're told that what we like to see is bad. You know, that we're like, I can't believe, like, I watch a lot of I watch a lot of YouTube. Jump around, and I like seeing the discourse of I like listening to relationship discourse, because I think a lot of story ideas come out of that, especially people. And like, if you go to the Just Pearly Things channel and watch the discussions that she has with people, and it's or Andrew Tate, or, you know, what all this, and what's really interesting, you know, you hear about people's body count. And when I first heard the term body count, you know, I'm like, oh, you mean Ice-T's metal band, or what the body count? And then I realized, oh, it's how many people you slept with. Like, this is a new term, and not new, fairly new. And I'm like, I'm listening to this, and it's kind of like I don't know if I told this story before, but when I was at USC, I went to USC. I transferred in as a senior. I left my college, and I transferred in as a senior, but I went through Rush because my previous college, the Evergreen State College, didn't have fraternities. And I had met a girl on campus whose brother was like the president. I don't even remember which frat it was the president of a fraternity. And they were attracted to the idea that they could let me in because I could buy beer. I was 21. You know, I was like a senior, and there was somebody else who could go get booze. And the way they talked about girls, I mean, it was USC, all these hot Orange County blondies or whatever, California girls. And I asked one of, not him, but I asked the guy, I said, hey, man, I got to ask you a question. Like, if I were to join this fraternity and I'm walking down campus, do you think that the girls would point at me and go, that guy's part of that fraternity, and that fraternity has the best lovers on campus? That would these girls say that we make them come harder than any of the other boys from any of the other fraternities on campus? And this guy's looking at me like I'm out of my mind. And he said to me, he goes, why would you care? And I said, I can't join your fraternity. Because the point is, it's not quantity, man. It's quality. I want to be known as the cunning linguist of this frat house, let me tell you. And Lael's back. Let me bring Lael back into the conversation. I mean, I'm being half facetious, but the point is, I mean, nowadays I feel like no one's even talking about.
I came in and
well,
I'm just cunning linguist. I'll always come in on these fucking moments, bro.
That's exactly right. But I mean, I think that the point I was trying to make was that we're not even talking about how the excitement of being with somebody. You know, we're talking about like the first time you hook up with somebody and you're both really attracted to each other, it's like magical. But it used to be. Like, is it now? In the post-porn internet social media Tinder era? What is it like? Is it all transactional? Does anybody anticipate it anymore? It's on and now we're done and goodbye? Where's like we talk about the eroticism, the romanticism, and to take it back, like my love of Star Wars and Star Trek has a romantic component to it. And when I say that, I don't mean like hooking up with girls, but I mean a romantic component in the sense that if to like Star Wars and Star Trek and all of whatever genre you like, even the most brutal, whether it's Game of Thrones or Conan, you still believe that there's a world out there that we can make better. And all of this genre entertainment that we love is this romantic notion that we can make the world a better place, that through our imaginations, through, I want to be one of these heroes because I could get rid of evil. And we realize we're not going to be that way. And getting the girl meant you were a certain kind of person, that you were trustworthy and stout and you were of good character and you were a warrior. You were a knight of the round table. You had your honor. You had to have all of those things in order to win the day. And that's kind of what genre fiction's all about. It's about we see ourselves in the fiction that we're enjoying, whether it's movies or video games or comics or whatever, and we want to embody all those qualities. But I feel like, is that true anymore?
Well, I do want to make kind of a comment about that a little bit, and it's almost like what's happened in the movie Barbarella, where she wants to make love the way that scientists made love to her, but this other man wants to use those tablets, and it's a bit ironic because the tablets represented this sort of automated sexual activity or whatever it was that was automated.
Well, it was just to get off.
Right. And it became
the orgasmatron.
Yeah.
It's literally the orgasmatron.
Well, the orgasmatron is okay when you're alone. It was the notion of, there's millions of miles between you and someone else in the galaxy.
Right.
So when you do find someone that you want to be intimate with, or share some intimacy, you want to have a special moment. And this product automated everything as if you were on OnlyFans, and it was almost like in a completely absurd manner to be intimate with a man when I know as a woman that there's so much more to being intimate with a man than taking those tablets and kind of just standing there in an augmented reality. But that's what it seemed like. It was something that was completely unnatural. It was forced as soon as they did it. It seemed like it had a certain time to it, and it wasn't quite exactly what I think, anybody would want to have their sexual experience like, but it seems like sexual activity has been going in that direction, away from the more natural, esoteric sexual activity. And that automation, that kind of monetization of sex, we're not even talking about monetization of sex of people in the same room. We're talking about, we're monetizing it, and you even just to look at somebody, you have to pay for this. You realize that how reduced the idea of an intimate activity or an intimate encounter with somebody has become, so unintimate in a way.
It's so weird.
It is
so weird.
And so, you have a situation like this. And I don't believe there's anybody who desires this to be the new reality of what it means to be intimate with someone. And, I kind of think that it's really important to notice it, because I don't know whether they were predicting that future at a time when, right after the sexual revolution in the United States, were they predicting a future like this? Were they saying that's how it was going to be? I think if anybody had said that they would have said, no, that's just science fiction. We'll never have a time where people are kind of doing that. And look at how things have turned out. It's quite different, I think, than what anybody could have imagined. And, it really is, we're missing out on a lot of enjoyment of interactions, normal interactions between people, and enjoying that fun aspect of what it means to be alive and be a human being.
Well, there was, in the early 80s, there was a full-on X-rated porn film called Cafe Flesh. And it was a post-apocalyptic film. And because of radiation, if memory serves, it's been like 40 years, radiation or something, people couldn't touch each other. You would you'd get sick if you touch another human being. So anybody that could actually have sex that could touch each other were put into the service. They were in Cafe Flesh, and they had to put on sex shows for everybody that would come in off the wasteland or whatever, so they could watch. And it's so funny because I always thought to myself, what an absurd future. with all these people, watching. They're not touching each other, and they're watching other people to get off. It was like, what a lonely existence. And now, and I'll tell you something, we have a whole generation of people that OnlyFans has been normalized. And I have no qualms with sex workers, but OnlyFans is, it's college girls making extra money. What is that doing to their psyches? And the men and the women that are logging in, not to denigrate anyone's experience, but what is that lack of intimacy doing because with intimacy comes it's not just we talk about eroticism, but the romanticism of culture is what drives people to create art, to write songs, to learn how to paint. And there's all these, because you want to impress someone of the opposite sex. And now it's like, no, I'll just log on and buy some tokens. Here you go. Masturbate for me. Let me see your ass. Oh, that's great. Awesome. I'm done. Goodbye. And what kind of a civilization's that? And, maybe that's why no one's making erotic thrillers anymore. And I loved those. I think about, like, there's an Al Pacino movie called Sea of Love. And Ellen Barkin's, it's a cop thriller, and Ellen Barkin's in it. And she's so sexy in this movie. She's like, I believe in this. I'm like, I do too, Ellen. I believe in this too. That's what I'm looking for, that snap. But it's like our total civilization is using, like, I was a very social person. I had a great social life. I had a lot of girlfriends. I lived my life. I had a really good time as a youth. But what fueled all of that was my love of all of this, science fiction, fantasy, horror, pushed me to go out into the world. Like Star Trek said, go boldly, boldly go out into the world. So I went and met people and did things and traveled and talked to people. And I had a great time. I mean, I can't complain, but it was because of that romantic spirit that's inherent in the literature of the fantastical, sci-fi, fantasy, horror. Like, if I was a girl, I would want to meet the Beast from Beauty and the Beast. Like, I would want to go out and have a fairy tale is to go out and find adventure. And there is adventure everywhere. You get a passport and travel. And I feel like we're living in our society. The internet has made us so insular. People aren't going out. Even when they do go out, they're on their phones. I've often thought one of my dreams is to open a bar, a really cool bar, and you have to leave your phone at the door. No phones. And call it like bar convo. And to walk in, you have to, and it's funny. I was even thinking, all right, we'd have a girl work at the door, and instead of having like a bouncer, you have to lay your best pickup line on her, and she decides whether you get in or not based on whether or not the line is good enough. You got to chat her up, and when you've successfully got her attention, she lets you into the bar. And people would say, well, why don't you just let everybody in? And I'd be like, because I'd want to be rich enough that I don't care if anybody gets into the bar. I just want to have it be a place that all the people are in there are cool.
You know what?
They're cool.
Go ahead, finish.
They have to talk their way in. That's how they get in.
You know what? It's crazy because me and Toya had went out to a cafe. As a matter of fact, we went to Starbucks. We were just sitting down, had a call, like a tea at Starbucks. And I was telling her that I wanted to open up a cafe. I wanted to open up like a diner or a cafe, whatever. Whereas the tables, so everybody's table is on like this track. And that, like when you go to like amusement parks, they have the teacups that you sit in and it rotates around, whatever. So the idea is that everybody sits at a table. Like there might be 2 at a table, 3 at a table, however many. But when you're in a cafe, again, it's the social cafe, and at the bottom it says no phones allowed. The reason why is because when you're in a cafe, why you order your phone, your tables are on these platforms, these rotating platforms, where occasionally the platform will rotate and you're sitting behind or sitting beside another couple that forces you to conversate with different individuals there. So you're getting to know people. And I was like, well, if you have the dinner delivered on your table, there's little grooves where your bowls stay in so it doesn't fly off the table. But the tables are just pretty much rotating around the entire cafe, whereas you're forcing people to have conversations with individuals that they don't know.
Right.
It's more social. I was like, yo, that would be such an amazing experience, and people would just go because it's just innovative. But at the same time, it's thrusting the art of communication back into the zeitgeist, where people are just more so, able to just openly socialize without just sitting there and just not having things to talk about.
I gotta ask, like, you and Latoya are a striking couple. Like, when you go out, do people stare at you and stuff? Do they come up to you? Do people like
stare at her? Bro, everywhere we go, I swear to God, everywhere we go, they are always telling her, "Oh, you're beautiful. Oh, you look this way. Oh, you dress so. Oh, you're." And I sit there and I'm like, "Yo," I stand back and I watch, but they always say this about her. Like they always say this wherever we go, and I think like to her, before it was like really. Sometimes she would really feel not uncomfortable, but really shy about the whole situation. But now she's used to it. But that's what happens to her all the time. And if she was here, she wouldn't deny it because it happens, especially when we go to Target. Everywhere we go, they say this, bro. And I'm like, damn. Like, yeah, but I'm like, I can expect it all the time. I'm like, yo, y'all can at least say y'all like my sneakers, man.
Well, wait a minute. Don't you think that the ladies are hanging back looking at you? Because if you can get a fine lady like Latoya T, you don't think there's ladies scoping you?
They ain't paying me no mind, man. They ain't paying me no mind.
Do you think that because maybe you're just not noticing because you only have eyes for Latoya, for Coco Tulip?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
One day we're gonna meet. We're gonna like one day we're gonna go to New York. When do you guys go to London, by the way?
April. Yeah, April. So we leave the Tuesday, the first. Yeah, we leave that Tuesday and we come back the following Tuesday. So we'll be there quite some time. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, have you been to London before?
I've been to London before, but I haven't experienced it like this. So this would be my first time. Like my first time experiencing London. The last time I went, I was only there for 2 days, and I was we were there on a resort because we had a conference and we didn't leave.
The London is one of the great cities in the world.
Beautiful, bro. Beautiful, bro. This is fulfillment of a dream, not just to go to Star Wars Celebration, but just it's on my bucket list just to go and experience London. I've always wanted to go since I was little.
You know, it's going to be interesting. I'll bet you because of your online presence and because of 1/6 Scale Man that you're going to meet. There's going to be a lot of people that know who you are.
I don't know.
And they'll, because here's what I love about Europe. You know what I love about Europe that's different than the United States? In Europe, people will go, mate, come on out with us. Come meet us at this cafe at 8:30, and they'll be there. They'll be like waiting for the Americans, and you go there and you show up, and then you're out until 6 a.m. There's nothing better. It's the greatest thing ever.
It's the most beautiful place that I've never been to, the level that I want to, because I literally, bro, it's the most beautiful place. The thing is, I said the same thing about Australia, and when I lived there for 12 years, I was like, I still feel the same way. It is so beautiful. But London was always a place that I've always dreamed of going. Like,
and the history too.
So fascinated with London, bro. Like, and it's just, I mean, one of my favorite singers of all time, who I've actually had a chance to meet and work with, which was rest in peace. Keep fucking forgetting her name. Amy Winehouse.
Oh, right. Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Man.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, really when I lived in Australia, I worked for 301 Studios, and it was her and Tony Bennett that came and performed at the Sydney Opera House. And so when they performed, now we didn't know at the time when we worked there that she was going to be coming through. So if you see like most singers or most entertainers, when they're in different cities, especially if they're performing in a huge opera house, they have to record backing vocals to kind of help bolster their vocals.
Yeah.
And strengthen. So what she did was she came to the studio and she recorded. And you were working
at a studio in Australia?
Yeah, I worked at 301 Studios in Sydney, Australia, in George, and on George Street. Yeah.
Wow, that's great, man.
Yep, that was one of the reasons why I moved over there. I got my degree in music and engineering, and my at the time my mentor was a guy named Paul Stephanitis who worked for. He actually has his own company, Viking Lounge. His Viking Lounge and mastering and engineering. So he was the person who basically persuaded me to go over. He's like, yo, you might just come over here and work. Now, mind you, my degree didn't mean anything over there, but it was word of mouth because he was in the system. And because of him, I got a chance to work for 301 Studios. And then I started going more independent. But yeah, it was me. And at the time, my brother-in-law who worked for 301 Studios. And this little petite woman comes in. She had a suit on. All gray, came in, she had a guitar, and she went in. We didn't know who it was. She goes in a booth, and she had her back turned a little bit. And when she took off her hood, I was like, oh my God. And she, went in, did her vocals and everything. And then she came, because she was a perfectionist, but her knowledge of music is beyond. And she came in and she listened to him. We talked about the industry and stuff like that. About 3 days later, they performed at the Sydney Opera House. 2 weeks later, she died. Oh, man. Crazy. It was crazy. It was insane. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, sounds amazing.
But that's, those kinds of adventures,
Mm-hmm.
I've always told people, like, there's adventure to be had everywhere.
Yeah.
I think I've said this on the show before, but like once a month, wherever you live, wherever you right now, anybody watching this show right now, once a month, take a trip 120 miles away from where you are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, take a map and look someplace that's maybe 110, whatever, it's up to you, but 120 miles, someplace that you can drive in 2 hours.
Yeah.
A place you haven't been, someplace, and that's within striking distance of where you are. It's a 2-hour drive, and get some friends. And wherever it is that you're going to go, research it. Don't go to if it's a small town, that might not be as effective. But go someplace that has a history, that has at least a diner or a bar, someplace where you can go meet people, and just go drive there. And here's what you're going to do: you get up at 6, you leave by 7, so you get there at 9 with your buddies, and you have a plan. You have a plan like, okay, we know there's a diner. And it's like the best diner in the town. We're going to go to that diner, and then we're going to talk to the waitresses. And you're going to, the whole time you're there, you're just going to talk to people. You're just going to meet people, and you're not going to tell them much about you unless they ask. But what you're going to do is ask them about themselves, and just go to this town and see what's up, and hang out there and see what's going on, and drive around and check things out, and get up, and just do that. Like one Saturday a month. And
they always tell you the best thing to do whenever you go to a new city or a new country, or to have that overseas experience is when you go, get lost. Just get lost and find your way back, and you'll experience everything.
Yeah. And if a small town or something has an inn, like an inn or a hotel, go to the hotel and find like the concierge or somebody behind the counter or whoever runs a hotel and go, look, man, we're just passing through, but we're going to be here today. And where do you go? Well, what's up with this town? Tell us about this town. Is there something we're going to, where can we go?
Exactly.
Or go to a local library and ask the librarian, and just, and it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying you're going to get hit by lightning, but look at things and feel things and smell things and wander around and
experience it all.
Experience it all. And just wander around and see what's up. And
and you know what too? What's important is to find a hotel that has a balcony where you can actually go out and just let your hair billow.
Man. Okay, well, let's get back to the topics at hand here. Let's talk about the fucking okay. Let's talk about The View with a great 69.
Oh, Robert, Tom Jr. Jackson sent in a letter to you.
He does, and I have it. And okay, to get back on track, we have a great letter from our friend Undead Sick in Holland. Undead Sick has been a long time viewer of this channel, and here's what Undead Sick has to say. His subject headline is the DC Universe. Hello, Robert, Lael, and Mmmm. So, I finally saw the new DC slate James Gunn revealed, and I hate to say it, but I'm even more upset and confused than before, and this is why. While I am excited for the individual projects, some, not all of them, I think James Gunn makes the same mistake as Kevin Feige does with the multiverse saga in the MCU right now. I still don't see a clear roadmap for this. Exactly what is the end game here, and what do all these projects mean in the big picture? Will we see the League of Assassins and Ra's al Ghul again in The Brave and the Bold? Just more in a supernatural capacity? What kind of show will Waller be? Will it be more of a spy political thriller? How do you reboot Superman without having an origin story? Why not do a more edgy Superman like Red Sun? Will Supergirl even be played by Sasha Calle? And if not, why even have Supergirl at all? And beyond that, if The Flash is going to be a reboot of this universe, then how does Aquaman 2 with Jason Momoa even work? Is Paradise Lost still going to feature characters like Antiope and Hippolyta? And like I said, I'm excited for individual projects like Waller, The Brave and the Bold, The Batman 2, Lanterns, and Paradise Lost, but I just feel like James Gunn left me with more questions than answers, and to be honest, as a fan, I'm kind of frustrated. What are your thoughts on this topic? And greetings from Holland, Undead Sick. What do you think, folks?
Well, I do have a kind of a general statement to make about it. And I think that in regards to how he feels, these are legitimate concerns because we've been seeing an era where a lot of things are announced, and oftentimes a lot of these announcements are not coming to fruition overall. And I don't know whether that was ever the norm per se, because it seemed like when we did have something announced, it would go into production. And, and then they would have some kind of a show or a film and it would get released. So it feels like there is a sense of uncertainty, even with some announcements that are out there, going ahead and putting ahead a full slate. Sometimes it's hard to conceptualize the idea that everything will be made on that slate, whether it's, television or movies or whatever it is. So I think there's been a certain sense of uncertainty added to that with the hiatus, let's say the 2 years where we went through all that craziness. So there is some sense of doubt in a lot of this, the studio systems maybe changing just a bit with all the restrictions and having to deal with changes in approaches to how you're going to make television and film. All of these changes have put in a lot of delays. And, inevitably, one has to wonder how it's all going to come together. And these are very talented showrunners and creators who we're talking about, maybe some of the most talented showrunners and creators in our generation who have been successful in making films and making bank. And some films were more successful than others, but generally speaking, their names are the ones that come up when we think about these genres. So given everything, they still want to produce films. They still want to create. And I think that we still have to really start worrying when one of them says, you know what, I'm done. I'm calling it quits. It was good. It was a great ride, guys, and I'm out of here. Because it's going to be hard to find a replacement for some of these individuals who we know may be very difficult to replace. In fact, some of them might not be replaceable in some regards. So I think that if we get to a point where something happens, and we have seen an interruption where a creator, another very talented creator, had to stop creating because they experienced a tragedy in their personal life. We know these things happen to people. We do know that happens. We hope it's not going to happen again, but it is something to think about going forward. That, you know, let's just hope they can continue to create. And I think that if they can continue to create in what they love doing and what they love doing, we're going to get a lot of things that we may enjoy as well. So that's my response to that letter. And hello, Holland. Hello from New York.
Lael, what do you think?
So that's an interesting letter, because the toughest job, I think one of the biggest jobs or the toughest job that James Gunn and you know, Peter have, is to take an IP such as, you know, the DC universe itself, after what we've gotten from so many years, like for so many years, like, you know, what we've wanted, our desires, where we wanted, because I mean, come on, man, like we wanted DC to be just as successful as Marvel. I mean, that's just it, because we benefit from both. But the toughest job is to take what has been done and refocus it, or not scrap it completely, but try to give it a revision and tell a totally different story. But at the same time, you're trying to create your vision, but to instill or to gain the confidence of those who have been supporting the IP and wanted to see it flourish and succeed. It's very tough when you have to make these decisions. Like literally when you have to make these type of decisions, it is so tough. And I can only imagine how it is for James Gunn and Peter. I can only imagine the constant backlash like we've seen so far, you know, people, you know, trying to start this whole fire James Gunn movement, or, you know, this, that, and the third, which is it's completely absurd. Like,
it's
don't
so
do
fun.
that,
I mean,
man.
the guy who gave us Guardians of the Galaxy has got the Christmas special everyone loved, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 coming out. Here's what I find it so bizarre. I mean, this is what fandom, again, you know, I always say love what you love and don't apologize for it. But what's really weird is this idea that creators that have earned our trust, you know, like James Mangold, who's directed Dial of Destiny. The guy made Logan. You know, he made 3:10 to Yuma. He made Walk the Line. He made Ford v Ferrari. He made Copland with Stallone. He has a great filmography. You know, Spielberg let him take over. And my whole thing is like, I like James Mangold. You know, his films, whether he's doing a Johnny Cash biopic or he's making the last Wolverine movie. I'm like, the guy is a great storyteller. He's a powerhouse director. He knows what he's doing. So until I see what he's made, I trust in him, because while not all of his movies are genius level, they're good to great. He has a very consistent. He made a great Tom Cruise movie in Night and Day, which is a breezy movie. Is it a great movie? I don't think it's a great movie, but it was a lot of fun. You know, and more importantly, it knew what it was, and it was exactly what it was supposed to be. And yet, the fan community is like, "Rah, rah, 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 rah," you know, but hasn't he earned your trust? Like, and that's what I don't understand.
The hard part. That's the hard part, is the simple fact that we know, like, people are. Here's the thing, and I had to talk about this because we do comic book talk with friends every Monday. And the problem is that people have subconsciously married themselves to the actor and not the character that they're portraying. Like, they are so involved with the actor. Like, they want to see that actor portray this particular character because they love the experience that they got with that person.
Are you talking about Henry Cavill?
Yeah, right. So we're talking about this. And the reason why I bring this up is, like, we have to talk about, because we know the future, bro. All three of us right now, we know the future. We don't want to admit it, but we are mutants. We know the future. We can see it. And the thing is,
it's true.
No matter who plays that character, no matter who they get, that are going to need to be filled, because the thing is, the backlash is there's going to be that hashtag not my Superman.
Okay, but okay, let me just say you're absolutely right. But here's what I would say: I love Henry Cavill as Superman. No one loved. I mean, John Campy and I love Man of Steel, but not many people. No other people did. And I really liked Zack Snyder's Justice League. And I think the ultimate version of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, I liked it. But let me tell you something. No one collectively loves those movies. They don't. I mean, and the whole thing about, like, I like those movies as much as I really enjoy, because Zack Snyder's perspective is, I love authorship. And those movies are his movies, his fascination. Visually, they're beautiful and all that. They're not fun. There is no joy. They're moody, but there's no joy in those films. There's no moment where, I'll give you an example. In Richard Donner's Superman, the scene where Superman comes to Lois Lane's roof and they have the conversation. Can you see what color underwear I have on? Well, no, Miss Lane, I can't see through lead. Oh, that's interesting. And then she moves and he's like, pink. What? Pink. You know, it's a funny moment where you realize he sees her underwear now. There is nothing like that. The problem with the Superman movie, the Zack, I call it Zack Snyder's Man of Steel trilogy, really, because it is. The reason that they can't bring that back is because Henry Cavill didn't ever get to have fun as Superman. Being Superman is fun. But in his movies, the guy, he might as well have been the Crow. Because it's there's no, I mean, you got Man of Steel.
There felt like there was no hope.
There's no, and everything is apocalyptic. I mean, Metropolis is destroyed. Tens of thousands of people are dead. Batman v Superman, he literally gets killed by Doomsday. You know, and there's all, and in that movie, Lex Luthor delivers a glass of piss to Holly Hunter at a congressional hearing, and everyone gets blown up. I mean, that movie is so oppressively mean-spirited. Apocalypse is bringing the anti-life equation to Earth, and Darkseid's out there somewhere turning Earth into Apocalypse. And you got the nightmare scene. All that stuff is badass, but it's badass for about 0.5% of the population. And I wish people understood this, because I really enjoy what those movies are. But I recognize, as somebody who's worked in the entertainment field, you can't do that again. What you have to do is you've got to bring All-Star Superman or a Superman for all seasons. Superman for all seasons, you don't have to tell that story per se, but you have to bring that feel. That Norman Rockwell soaring, take your breath away Superman feel. And what James Gunn, here's what I think's going on with Gods and Monsters. It was really interesting because I pulled out my absolute versions of The Authority and read them. I think that what James Gunn's DC universe is all about is, with Creature Commandos, with The Authority, with Swamp Thing, the universe, the Earth, is a dark, immoral place. And what we're going to see is it is run by gods or monsters. There is no traditional hope, because the Authority is pretty amoral. They do what they want. They've got crazy technology. And if you read the first issue of The Authority, or the first absolute version, you know, you have London blowing up, Moscow blowing up. There's a guy taking vengeance and killing tens of thousands of people, and the Authority shows up to find out what's going on. It's very big. It's very epic. But they're their own moral authority. And I think and I'm sure Bruce Wayne is relegated to Gotham. You know, people don't know much about him, and Superman's going to come and be a cub reporter at either the Daily Planet News Network or whatever it is. And I really think that the gods and monsters rule the world, but human beings are beholden to them. And what we're going to see is the emergence of the Age of Heroes. That's where I think that he's going with all of that. Because because even his Supergirl, the Tom King Supergirl, is dark, man. That's some badass shit. She's forged out of that whole story is about a crucible. I mean, Supergirl is not a nice person. She doesn't come from a nice place.
The thing is, and then like if I'm referring and I was like listening to the letter and stuff like that, I sort of I understand in a sense, because I was like, sometimes, Marvel's been guilty of this, is like you said, is that's why I really, when you're unveiling a slate of films, you're looking at a 10-year plan. I understand that. But like, my thought has always been, do you? Like, there is a risk factor when you do something like that. Because when you unveil a 10-year plan, as we have seen with Marvel, things change. We've seen that with Blade. How basically the direction of where Blade was going, and Blade fell into that, but then they had to restructure and push Blade out because they didn't like the script. They thought that things were awful at that point, and they had to kind of change it. So you run the risk of, when you reveal that slate and then things change, you got to kind of manipulate and change things around. And my only thing with, like, I always felt as though, like, even, with the Justice League and what we actually got, I always felt that, Superman's character didn't get a chance to instill hope. We went from Man of Steel to BVS. Whereas then you basically already had, you already had a Metropolis that didn't trust him. You already had basically, they didn't trust him for who he was at that particular time. So where you already had that, and then you go into BVS where you instill even more trust, and then you go to Justice League after you've killed him off on BVS to instill that hope. Even the transitional period in between that, like, where did we actually see people develop this like for Superman between BVS and the Justice League?
There wasn't any.
There wasn't. So we didn't, but all of a sudden we were actually supposed to see that there was hope. My feeling on that was that we should have always had the Man of Steel, right? We should have had a single Batman film. We should have had a single Wonder Woman film. And then after you've developed these characters, then bring in a Justice League. That's I've always felt as though that it should go down that path instead of doing it the way they did. And I think they shot themselves in the foot when they did that. But at the same time, I knew they were trying to play catch up. Now, what he's delivered now, and the thing is, like, I've already retired the notion of seeing a Henry Cavill back as Superman. I'm like, look, it is what it is. All I want is whatever actor coming in, portray and tell a good story, and portray that character to the best of your ability. There is no doubt in my mind that the man is writing the script and he's announced that he's directing it. There's no doubt in my mind, 100% that he's going to actually do that.
And they're casting.
And
they've been looking. Having worked on Superman Returns, they looked for Superman for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because somewhere I have all the audition tapes, and Henry Cavill even auditioned for Superman Returns. And there's so many people you'd be surprised at who had auditioned. The kid from Roswell, the original Roswell, was one of the. And what was interesting is that the auditions were all the J.J. Abrams script flyby.
Yeah.
And it was all Tizor, the Kryptonian Tizor, and it was really interesting what everybody did. And it's really, really hard to cast Superman.
Yeah. I believe it is. I believe it is, because the thing is, you got to look at not only just the physique, the personality. Does this person really give you that if they instill the human condition and the mannerisms that Superman would actually give you, is this person believable? Can you look at them and say, yeah, that's actual Superman? Just like I'm pretty sure in your position when Rob, when you auditioned for Jarrell, you had to make them basically really.
No, man, all I had to come up with, all they wanted me to say, was, can you say the word guilty? And I said, but that's not even in the script. Jarrell doesn't say guilty. All the people that are watching him say guilty, and I never understood what they meant. And then they just said, well, can you say this is no act of seditious treason? I'm like, was that good? And that's how I got the part. But no, I love that seditious treason, and
it's the thing is.
By the way, can I just say, Lael, I just want to remind everyone, I do have a Marlon Brando hot toy as Jor-El.
Yeah, right.
I'm
right.
just saying,
You right.
know, hey, you might have one too, but oh wait, do you?
No, I don't.
You don't have a Jor-El hot toy. Mhm.
No, I don't. No, I don't have one.
Probably don't.
That's not dope. But no, honestly, like I understand it's look, he is sitting in a very tough position right now. Like literally, and he has and I don't even think that he should feel the need to answer everybody's question. I think he should just be like, what, it is what it is. This is what I have to do. Just wait and see how we produce and we execute. And then hopefully they give us something. And the thing is, I might have my skepticism about certain things, but I'm very open to see what he does, because the thing is, he has pulled off some magnificent things and introduced us to characters that we never thought we would ever see on screen.
He's a monster comic book geek.
Yeah.
Monster. Yeah. And if you look at, like, he tweeted out the things that he was tweeting out the covers of things he was inspired by. Yeah. And they were all the right things. I mean, he's going back to those comics and they're all the right things. I think that,
yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Well, I think that a lot of people they're not allowing him. Look, of all of us, James Gunn, I mean, he's a creator that knows more than we do. Mm-hmm. Sure, there's comic book nerds that know more, but James Gunn has access to everything. He's read everything. I have full confidence in him, and I think that people have to understand. James Gunn himself has his own personal sensibility, but when he's working on a character like Superman, he understands what the character of Superman needs to work. He's not going to make it Peacemaker Superman, or he's not going to make it Guardians of the Galaxy Superman. What he's going to do is he's going to bring that mythic yet boy next door quality that Superman needs. Superman is both best friend and God. And really, and it's funny to say this, but Superman is just a man trying to get by in the world. And yet he can be a god to everyone, and at the same time he wants to be a good father, husband, and man for Lois Lane. And another thing people forget is he takes pride in his work as a reporter. Yeah. Clark Kent is a good reporter. That's his job. And if you watch the 50s Adventures of Superman with George Reeves, he was the baller reporter. Like, he would always scoop everybody. How did you get that story, Clark? Well, you just have to work a little harder. And that was why it was so great. I mean, I grew up with George Reeves, the 50s Superman. I watched that and 66 Batman all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and those are my first example. That was my live action superheroes. That, and then there was the Shazam and ISIS hour. And then I loved, somebody was complaining. I saw someone on Twitter, this made me so angry, put up a poster of the Adventures of Captain Marvel, Shazam, the serial from the 40s, the Republic serial. I loved that serial. It was awesome. And somebody I loved that when I was a little kid. I had it on Laserdisc, and somebody was like, this is just terrible. And I'm like, bro, this was made in the 40s, dude. I mean, it was made in the 1940s. I mean, if you're looking at Shazam! Fury of the Gods and watching the trailer, I get it. It doesn't look like that. But you have to think, most people don't know they made a Shazam multi-part serial in the 40s. They did. Most people would be surprised by it. It's great. It's one of the great serials of the era. And yet you look at it now, people are like, what is this shit? Yeah. It's too bad, but they did.
But you know what I was going to say, because I thought about this when I saw the slate. And first when I saw it, I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then I sat on it and I thought about it all night, and I was like, yo, this is fucking genius. When he actually put on that slate that he's going to do Waller, people don't understand how genius that is.
Oh, and yeah.
What opportunities we have to see things and characters that we've always wanted to see, as villainous characters that we wanted to see, but we've never seen before. It's the perfect opportunity to introduce those characters. And that's what I'm happy about. like I said, and then on top of that, come on, man, one of the greatest actresses of all time. You know, to get a chance to see her again, I'm elated over that. But I think that there's opportunities there to bridge, like even like we're talking about the Authority. She's the
Oh,
perfect
dude.
opportunity to bridge that, to be that key, that entryway, you know, to have a Superman and the Authority, come into contact, or Batman come into contact and stuff like that. There's reasons why, and I think that's a very strategic way to do it. So I'm just interested to see how it's going to all play out. But I think that, again, I harkening back to the letter, I appreciate that letter, because definitely, like I said, he's those are the same sentiments that a lot of people are feeling. Like literally, like it gets too convoluted at time when you look at this. Like, like how are they going to do this? Like, or is this a mistake? You know what I mean? And it's completely understandable. Like it is. It's completely understandable. But I think it's just like right now is just see the execution. Let's see what happens and how he ties this all in together. You know what I mean? And see how that actually works. So
I think Amanda, the Waller series that she's going to, and I don't know whether this is true or not, but do you remember Starsky and Hutch and their boss? They
Oh
had a
yeah.
boss,
yeah.
like that man. She kind of reminds me of him a little bit, but maybe a little bit more polished. And I really enjoyed seeing her every step of the way, whether it was in the TV show with it didn't matter where she appeared. She's
Yeah.
just fantastic. Every time
Yeah.
she gets on there, it's like,
Yeah.
almost like let's get down to business.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I love that about her and how she
Yeah.
takes command. She's in charge. She takes command of the situation no matter what. And it does feel nice to have somebody who feels they have that level of control over what's going on.
Definitely.
I know. I totally agree. And I think the thing with Waller as a series as well, because like she's going to be somebody that she's going to be dealing with people like the Authority, like you were saying, this sort of amoral group of who's going to keep them in their place, and who's going to be, because it's Jenny Sparks in the Authority. She's the one that is like dealing, because the Authority has its own base of operations, but they don't know exactly where they are. And it's going to be really, I'm really excited that they're doing the Authority because of the anti-Justice League, and it's going to be Kingdom Come. The end of it's going to be our new Justice League fighting the Authority. And I'm like, they're setting up a villainous confrontation between the amoral people that already are in charge with the new rise of the Justice League. And that's what I think they're doing. And there's going to be this.
So Rob, let me pose this to you really quick. You know how you and John Campia do over and under.
Yes.
Over and under that the new iteration of the Justice League will be comprised of new and old individuals, like new and old, new portrayals and then old portrayals. Over and under that we'll see.
I see, like Jason Momoa's Aquaman. I think over 40%.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because canonically, so here's the thing. Flashpoint, the Flash movie, they've reshot some of the ending to figure out how they're gonna. That changes the universe. It doesn't mean like when you change the universe, Superman and Batman can change the currents and eddies of time, but if you want to have like Paradise Island, might be outside of those changes of time. So if Gal Gadot is Wonder Woman, they're like, oh, okay, the Atlanteans can be the same thing, and if they say that in the movie and explain it, there you go. I mean, the Themyscira and Atlantis were outside of whatever, or they were changed, but they're the same, but they're also different. So then, you can have them be there if you want, because I think, or they're going to recast everybody. But I do think they could do a mix. I don't know if Ezra Miller, I don't know if they're coming back, but even James Gunn, everything I've heard, the buzz around town, I've heard nothing but great things about the Flash. Nothing but great things, which is surprising to me. But I've heard nothing but that.
Especially when it went through, not even before the whole Ezra Miller thing, but when they went through with, trying to find the right writer, director, when Ezra Miller, got with his team and tried to rewrite it and stuff like that. Even what we heard about that, it, for people to still say that, like, yo, this is still amazing. That's promising, bro.
By the way, we have a lot of super chats.
Yeah.
I'd love to just rifle through these.
Is there anything about billowing?
About what?
Any super chats about billowing in there?
I'll look. I'm sure somebody's talked about billowing.
Okay.
Groovy Don't Play is a new member. Thank you, Groovy. Blunt Philly Reviews. All right, dude. Thank you. You became a member. Al Renshaw. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you. Al Renshaw says, "What's more likely? Lobo gets introduced in a Lantern series, or he gets his own solo project first?" The Lantern series makes sense. First of all, I love the idea that Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan, from two branches of the military, are both Lanterns, and they're teamed up, and on Earth they're trying to solve some mystery. Probably something like the anti-life equation, something. I love this idea. I can't wait. I think that Jason Momoa is excited because he's staying as Aquaman in the new universe, because he's the only DC EU Snyderverse veteran that made $1 billion at the box office.
Yep.
And I think The Lost Kingdom is probably going to make $1 billion too. So, and also Peter Safran produced those movies. So, Al Renshaw says, "I just got a notification that my Ahsoka Tano premium format figure from Sideshow will arrive at their warehouse and ship out on the 14th. I'm so excited."
Woohoo. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's a nice piece too.
Yeah.
Nice piece. Jermaine King says, "Rob, you could just ignore the haters, but it's definitely more fun to educate them and then put a banana in their tailpipe. Long live long and prosperous." That is, by the way, a Beverly Hills Cop reference. And that's a good Beverly Hills Cop reference. I salute you, Jermaine King. Henry Back to Play is a new member. Well, thanks for becoming a new member, Henry. Appreciate that. Checkers the Inventor has a comment about the letter I wrote. Gerald Preston Thompson, "I feel you've always been super inclusive and respectful, Rob. These complaints seem so generic and random. I think you should have a chat with GPT." Well, that's pretty funny. Gerald Preston Thompson, a.k.a. Chat GPT. You know what? I didn't see that, Checkers the Inventor, but that's very interesting. You picked up on something I didn't see. Chat GPT. For those of you who don't know, that's the great AI chat. Chat GPT. Well done, sir. That's I'm glad you saw that. I feel better about myself. Bert says, "When I saw Rob sporting his pseudo bowl cut on Thursday's John Campea show, I attribute it to the stress of being a newly minted paid Star Trek shill." Well, Bert, no, there was just no product left in the house. I had my haircut ready to go to the premiere, and then I went and bought product later. Superhero Displays is here. Hello, man. How are you? Thor has a good home. He's been a member for 14 months. Thank you for that. Parth Trivedi gifted 10 Burnettwork memberships to the chat. Thank you, Parth.
Wow.
I very much appreciate that. By the way, for those of you who don't know, if you're a member of the channel, we have member chats every other week. There is a member chat next Saturday, and how it works is everybody comes in, you put your hand up, and we talk. You get 7 minutes time. If we have less people, more time. And we just chat. The whole chat chats. And it's fun. I get to see everybody. It's great.
Yeah.
Kevin Rubio, my good friend Kevin Rubio, he and I are working on we have a great project together that he's writing. He says, "I can't respect the opinion of anyone who hides behind a username." That's not a bad point. What do you guys think?
I use a username.
Yeah, but you're a woman. You have to protect yourself from all the crazy fans that'll come after you.
I guess so.
Yes.
I'm
I
sorry,
mean,
Kevin. I used a username, and I'm not going to stop doing that. Sorry.
no, it's okay. I don't think he was taking it personally. I think
Nah,
he wasn't.
I think I think he's talking about like, I don't know. I mean, it's tough because it's okay to have a username, but then it's an iffy situation because there are people who use, you know, usernames, even fake usernames to troll. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that this person did, whatever, but I'm just saying like there are people who use those usernames just to troll. You see it all the time. We see it as content creators completely all the time in the chat. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's it's crazy. Yeah, it happens.
it's true. Our friend, some old guy in Hollywood says, or Hollywood, some old guy in Hawaii. Why did I say Hollywood? I can't get it out of my mind. 120 miles and I'm in the water. Or at Kauai or Molokai. I used to take trips like that when living in the lower 48. Well, some old guy in Hawaii, you are excused because you live in the Hawaiian Islands and every day is a party and a holiday. So, mahalo, Christmas, Mele Kaliki Maka, all that. Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Our friend 200 Watt Studio, who I'm sure we'll see tomorrow at Let's Get Physical Media. Rob, I've been watching Columbo again. Do you have the DVD complete series or the Blu-ray complete series? Tom sent me the DVD complete series. And it's got the whole set and 25 TV movies. Amazing. Bert says, James Gunn will give Superman a 2010 super quality. That's the movie made with Rainn Wilson. I don't think he's going to do that. That's a very dark superhero kind of a film. I don't think he's going to do that. I really don't. Skillmonger says, ready to see Ezra go, but looking forward to that new Flash suit hot toy. They do have the license. They're going to make it. So it's cool. I wonder if it's going to light up. Yeah. I don't know. Itchy Elbows says, hey, Rob, do you prefer TNG or DS9? Well, I think DS9 is my favorite of the modern shows, but TNG was the first of the Berman era, Roddenberry coming back, so I do love TNG. So, yeah. Our friend King Tanic sends in a poop emoji. I don't know what you're saying about that, King Tanic, but it made me laugh, which is great. John Welbacker says, I appreciate calling out the haters because we live in a time where hate discourse can't be ignored. Hate discourse is pervasive on social media algorithms, and it doesn't live in the periphery anymore. No, it's true, but I think hatred is not it's not productive. And yes, I mean, look, if you watch certain documentaries about how algorithms are used, the United States has been systematically dismantled by foreign bad actors. And I really believe that. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory or not. We're easily played. We Americans are an easily played bunch of people. It doesn't take a lot for Chinese hacker farms, Russian hacker farms, Iranian hacker farms, North Korean hacker farms to set us all off and against one another. We've bought right into it, and we fall into those traps on a daily basis. We need to be ever vigilant. And this is not me being a conspiracy theorist. This is just what we've allowed them to do to us. So, at least that's what I think. Stubble McShave says, working on a new short story. What's the timeline? We are going to start the short story competition rather soon. I wanted to start it this month. I think we're definitely starting it up next month. So for those of you who don't know, we are going to have a short story competition, and we are going to publish a book, a slipcased. There's going to be 3 versions: a digital version, a slipcased hardcover, and a paperback. Now we're going to crowdfund the books because we can't afford. It's going to cost. The way I want to print them, it's going to cost a lot of money. But so we're having a short story competition for a book called The Imagination Connoisseurs. It will be a short story anthology, and all stories need to be between 5,000 and 10,000 words. And the premise is, what is an imagination connoisseur? And I leave that up to you to decide, because that's the whole point. The premise is, what is an imagination connoisseur? So you can write a story for imagination connoisseurs. You can write a story about imagination connoisseurs. You can write send us a piece of reporting about a real event that might appeal to imagination connoisseurs. It's very open-ended, but it must be between 5,000 and 10,000 words. And we're going to publish a book, a hardcover book. Hopefully it'll be a hardcover book. And what we'll do is we'll crowdfund the actual book, so that way we have money to print it, because it's expensive to print books and edit and all those things. But yeah, we're going to do it finally. And it's going to be cool. I want the book to come out for the holidays at the end of this year. So the timeline would be probably stories we'd need submitted by June 1st, I would imagine. We'll open up the short story competition March 1st, maybe. And then, well, if not May 1st, then May 15th, which is my birthday. And that's where it will end. And they're all being read by a professional editor. And if your story's picked, you'll work with that editor to refine the story, and we'll print it. So I'm very excited. So there you go. Kevin Rubio says, I mean people who use the names like Balls 66 or Doomcock. Well,
okay.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's, the funny thing is the one thing about Doomcock is that he is playing a part. He is doing a bit. And I think I've always taken him with a grain of salt, and I have enjoyed his content. He's made me laugh. But I think at the end of the day, too, we also, if we see something good, you have to support it. His contention is that we can never support anything that comes out of Secret Hideout, or we're never going to get good Star Trek. And I'm like, that's not true. What we have to do is promote when good producers make something, even with under the auspices of Secret Hideout, support it. So we get more of that from more of those producers, because the numbers and the analytics don't lie. And if people like Picard Season 3, at first they're going to chalk it up to the Next Generation cast coming back together. But without Terry Matalas, it never would have happened. They should give Terry Matalas carte blanche to do a new show. I think he sets it up beautifully in Picard Season 3. They should do that show. And, we'll see. The proof is in the pudding. If nobody watches, we won't get him to come back. But hopefully he will. I don't know. Cash sends in a super chat and says, have any of you seen Knock at the Cabin? Must watch.
I haven't yet.
I read the book. The book was called Cabin at the End of the World. I read the book, and I've heard they changed the ending. But have either you haven't seen it? Neither one of you?
I
Not
haven't,
yet.
no.
I want to, though.
I do too. I mean, I just want to see what they did. It's a really interesting book. Really interesting, and I want to see what he did with the movie. Itchy Elbows says, I love how you guys have never lost that childlike curiosity and imagination. Keep on keeping on. That's like one of the greatest compliments we could get.
That, man. Heck yeah. I appreciate that.
Let me
bro.
ask you this. I'll start with you. Why do you think that is?
Oh, why we haven't lost our childlike imagination?
Yeah.
Well, I think that there is, for me, it's a fascination of being able to translate what it means to be a child into television or cinema. And there's a film called, I think it's called Cat People. And in the film, the artist tries to recreate the splendor of what it's like to be a child. And there's certain scenes in the story. And it might be Cat People Part 2, but it's a film from the 1940s or the 50s.
Yeah. If you're talking about the original Cat People, there's Cat People and then Curse of the Cat People.
It might be Curse of the Cat People.
Curse of the Cat People was directed by Robert Wise, who directed West Side Story and Star Trek: The Motion Picture and Sound of Music, and edited Citizen Kane.
And in the film, it is a different idea. It's certainly for that time period to make a film like this. And in one of the Cat People films, there's a scene where there's a young girl and she's kind of looking out into a field, and they're trying to he tried to put in a cinematic view what it's like for a child to explore and have an imagination and to just be a child. And for me, I thought, for the time period that we're talking about, It was no easy thing to do. And I just was fascinated by how another artist might try and perceive that or create it for the viewer. And I think a lot of people, when they watch the scene, they're trying to figure out, well, what's going on here? Why is this child kind of looking out into this field? What exactly is happening here? And, he felt it was important to do that as a creator. And ever since I saw that scene, I've become somewhat fascinated by the idea of making that come to life. And I think that we're kind of seeing something like that in one of the games that I'm playing, Hogwarts Legacy, because you have to imagine this idea of what is it like that a child might enjoy while playing a game like this. What are the types of things that a person could enjoy? And I think part of what makes it so appealing, and even just that whole IP is appealing, is that Rowling has captured what that is, that imagination, that thing that you can enjoy as an adult, but especially for children. And it is appealing to adults. It's true, sometimes we want more adult content, but I think it can be appealing and maybe kind of the center at entertainment in a sense, because that's when a lot of times you can kind of, as a creator, build the core fan base when they're young. And then if you can do that, let's say Rowling wants to make more mature films at this point. She might want to do something like that. I don't know what she wants to do, but let's say if she wanted to create a new IP, something more mature, her fans would watch this because they've already had such a great experience with what she's created. So I think it is very interesting, the idea of someone being able to capture the imagination of that childlike wonder in a lot of what we see initially. And that inspires us to look at other things as well, coming back to maybe the same directors, maybe the same storylines or the types of stories we enjoy doing that. So for me, I'm incredibly fascinated by the process that a person can go ahead and say, I know exactly what would be entertaining to this demographic. I think it's certainly an incredible challenge, but if they can get it right, it's wonderful to see the joy and wonder in children. And we can get pleasure from that and see how children are kind of having a wonderful experience from that too. So it is very interesting to me. That keeps me always interested in that. I knew that Hogwarts Legacy was going to capture that because I'd played the other games, which are not nearly as good as Legacy, but have also wanted to capture that joy and wonder that you experience when you watch, the Wizarding World, anything from the Wizarding World. So that's my answer.
What about you, Lael? What do you think? How come you've managed to? How come you have a basement of action figure delights?
Oh man, because I'm a Toys R Us kid, bro. I don't want to grow up.
I love
Good.
it.
Okay, I walked into that.
Plain and simple, bro.
Into that.
But that's the truth. I'm just being completely honest. I don't want to grow up. Like I literally, this keeps me in tune with my
So
youth.
you're a kidult.
I'm a kidult. That's basically what it is. Like that's just
Kidult.
the shortest answer that I can possibly give you is that I'm a Toys R Us kid. I love collecting figures. I love watching IPs and things that I haven't seen that I've only dreamed about when I was a child. I couldn't get my hands on. It wasn't tangible then. Now I'm a grown up where I can purchase things that I want. I can be in a realm that I feel as though I belong, and I can feel proud of that. And I don't have to feel ashamed. I'm always going to be a kid at heart. I'm always going to enjoy science fiction, fantasy. I'm always going to enjoy action films. I'm always going to collect. That's just it. I'm going to always be in touch with my youth, and I inspire that. And that also, it's inspiring my children to see that their dad can be a cool dad who believes in the things that I believe in, and I show them how to basically grow and flourish and just believe in who they are, never be apologetic. And we just love these things, bro. We grow with these things. We love it. We have an attachment to it. And again, I love that about myself, and I love that about everybody else in the chat. That's why they watch us, because they feel connected, and we give them that. So yeah.
And we're also really the first generation of adults that have grown up that actually had these things.
Yeah,
like licensed properties and having something like Star Wars that was so ingrained. Kids, you had kids had Major Matt Mason in the 60s, and you had Bond, but not like what we have now. and it has grown with us, like getting those 3 3/4 inch. I mean, I had the early bird set. I sent away for those first figures. So, and I played with 12-inch GI Joes, and so we're the first aging generation that's gotten into this whole thing, and the iconography. We didn't have it when we were kids, but we still love it. Like Eagle Transporters from Space 1999, there was a great toy of them, but now we can get camera accurate or film accurate versions of everything, and they're making the best versions of all of it.
Yeah.
And
you know what I want so bad? What I want so bad, and I'm going to keep saying this until I speak it into existence. I want me a 1/6 scale Buck Rogers, Wilma, and Buck. I need that.
Okay, bro.
I need that.
Okay.
I need that. And Twiggy, bro. I need that.
Wait, you know they made those.
But I want it now. Updated 2.0.
Oh, well, yeah,
I want it right now.
But Mego
That's what I
did.
want.
They're not great, you know, but they did make those figures, the 12-inch or the 6 scale.
I want that. I want Battlestar Galactica. I want the A-Team. I want Knight Rider and Kid. I want Michael Knight and Kid. I want all that. I even want, I'm telling you, bro, I want one off. I want Automan. I know that show only had one season,
No. I'm out.
I want no. Listen, hold on. Wait. Listen to me. I want Tron, but I want all the things that I was exposed to back then. Like literally all the things that I didn't really get a chance. Like seriously, like those one-off shows.
Yes.
I want the Last Starfighter. I want figures from that.
I want to tell you, I want my channel. One of the things that I want this channel to be is I want to produce high-end action figures.
Yeah.
And I would I'd only be able to get licenses that no other toy companies want.
Yeah, bro.
You know, like Logan's Run. I want a Logan, a Francis, a Jessica, and a Box. Roscoe Lee Brown is Box. No one's gonna want those but me. But my dream is I like publishing a book has been my dream. Writing a book has been my dream. Publishing anthology. These are dreams that I want to make happen. I want to produce like a licensed toys. I either want to like Logan's Run, something I really love that no one's ever made a 12-inch figure because no one knows what those are. Bro. Or I want to make a giant Zardoz head, like a light up Zardoz head. It can't be 6 scale, but just a big, huge one. Like I've got stuff I bought on Etsy, but
I want. What I basically want is the Night Stalker.
What you want? What you really want?
Figure.
A Carl Kolchak figure. That's
I want a Night Stalker figure.
A Darren McGavin. Yes.
Darren McGavin, bro, I need that. That's what I'm saying. I want the things that are one-off that we basically, okay, good. It's okay to have superhero IPs. It's okay to have Star Wars, but give us some of those one-offs, man.
But that's the kind of third-party figure. The key to making a Carl Kolchak figure is this head sculpt. You got to pay, and you know they all the great Hong Kong head sculptors, they all work. They all know each other. You can get them.
Yeah,
you just have to pay them.
You just got to pay him. You got to pay him.
And what is? I mean, he's got that sort of rumpled blue suit, you know, and his hat. You know, that would be, dude. I'm all in. I'm surprised, like Sideshow hasn't made a Carl Kolchak figure.
Bro.
You know, like why not do that in 6 scale? I mean, did you see? Speaking of Zack Snyder's Justice League, did you see the Bruce Wayne in the overcoat from the beginning of Zack when he goes to meet Aquaman? That third party.
Yeah. I saw that.
That's great. I gotta get that figure.
Is it still out though?
Yeah, it just came out. Justin reviewed it recently.
But I'm saying, is it available? Like you can actually pick it up right now?
Probably somebody's got to have it.
Somebody has to have it. Yeah. I definitely want to get that, bro. But that's what I'm saying. Like, do you see the beauty of us having these conversations? Like, you know, somebody even said Star Blazers. Do you understand if I got the art?
Do you know what I'm building right now?
What are you building, bro?
I'm building a 4.5-foot model of the space battleship Andromeda.
With
the dual ways.
Right, Robert?
What's that?
You are like filming yourself building it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done the whole. It's right now. I'm in the middle, so I've
because I know you had started doing it. You were up in like till like what 2 in the morning, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Dude, it's insane. It is huge. huge. I mean, it's so gigantic. And so here's the funny thing, and Elizabeth doesn't even understand this. There's actually 3 of these models. There's 3 space battleship Yamato models. The Andromeda is the biggest at 4.5 feet. The Yamato itself, she's about 3.5 feet. I have that,
Bro.
but it's so the Andromeda is 60. So they're part work. So there's 60 part works. The Yamato's 120 part works.
Bro.
And I she doesn't even know I have it, because I have all these part work things. And so I also have been getting the new carrier, the Haguya, and I have the second model. She doesn't understand they're 2 different models, and I'm like, yeah, baby, yeah, these things. And she's like, when is this? When is this going off? It's so huge, it's so big. It's like I've never. It's insane. It's so
I
insane.
believe
The
it.
fiber optics and the light
Take
up.
some photos or something, Robert.
Bro, you
Yeah, no,
definitely
I
gotta take some photos.
1 or
bro.
2.
Oh, I've
maybe.
got them. I can put them in the chat. Now listen, Lael, I know you had to go soon.
Yeah, I got to get up early in the morning, but I think I made a new best friend out there too. I think I did. His name is Brian O'Neill Singleton. He said, "Does anybody remember Misfits of Science?"
Of course, come on.
Oh my God!
Don't tell me
bro.
you want Misfits of Science action figures.
Hell yeah, I do. I want everything for the shows that I used to watch back then. Give them to me, man. I want all the things that people hated. Give them to me, man. I will take that all day. Yes, I want it.
Hey, man, I want Fantastic Journey action figures. No one remembers that show.
I do.
Or Jonathan Banks in Otherworld. And there's
Come on,
Otherworld episodes on YouTube. That was CBS.
Come on, man.
But now, okay. But now, Itchy Elbows, he likes the fact that but it's funny, like you said, because I think we were the first generation that our pop culture, it's almost like a wave. It's if you're a surfer, the waves keep coming in, and they've been pushing us into adulthood. The real question is, I put this on Twitter. I got it. This is the second time I got it. I got an email from a company about cremation. You need to start thinking about the end of your life. And I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, we all want to believe that we're going to live forever, but I'm like, I'm trying to finish my space battleship Andromeda from Starblaze. I can't think about cremation yet. I got to get this 4.5 foot monster finished, bro. What are you talking about cremation for? Jesus. Cremation? Look at Bert says, we're off to outer space to save the human race. So good.
You, bro. Definitely, man. Definitely, bro.
We are Star. It's great. By the way, can I just tell you something? Speaking of Star Blazers, so Star Blazers was originally called Space Battleship Yamato, and it debuted in Japan in 1973-74. And it came to America. The first 2 seasons came to America in the late 70s, and then they actually did the 3rd season, but nobody ever saw the Bowler Wars. And in Japan, it was like as big as Star Wars. So then they made movies like New Voyage and Be Forever Yamato. And in 1985 was Final Yamato, where the Yamato was destroyed. It sinks into the planet Aquarius. I was going to school with this Japanese girl named Kei Marita. She was really cute. And but I was trying to be respectful. I never went there. But I thought about it. But she was really cute. But she got her sister, who still lived in Japan, to tape Final Yamato off Japanese television. It was all in Japanese. I didn't care. I watched it. But for those of you who want to watch some great modern anime, in 2012, they started remaking Space Battleship Yamato as Space Battleship Yamato 2199. And now the Andromeda models from 2202 and the Haguya models from 2205. The remake is incredible. It's incredible. It's so good. Well, Lael, you have to take your daughter to the airport.
Yeah, I got to get up in the morning and take her. Her and some friends are basically flying out to Florida. They'll be out there for
Spring break?
a good. Well, no, not spring break. Well, she's going up because, like I said, she's part of a program. So, she's going to be out there for like a few weeks for this program.
Oh,
So
that's nice.
So.
Cool. Well, your dadly duties call. It's good to see you. We'll be back next week.
Yes,
And
yes, yes.
Lael,
Can't
before
wait.
you leave, where can people find you?
People can find me at the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. And yeah, basically I'll be tomorrow. Tomorrow around 12, I'll basically be doing the Collectors Lounge International. I'm going to have Kiko and Nick on. We're going to actually be talking about figure photography. You know, the best way to basically create works of art using, you know, just certain tricks with your camera. Comic book talk with friends on Monday, of course. Say what Wednesday. I think we got Uncivilized Scoundrels this week on Mario's channel, I believe. I'm not really sure. And then Figure Flex Friday.
I like that,
Back here
Mario.
with you. Yeah, definitely, man. Back here with you on either Friday, Saturday, whichever day, and you know the ship just keeps rolling. You can find me on OnlyFans at Feet Forever. I'm just playing.
No, you're not. I've seen your channel.
No.
I've been out there tipping, seeing your feet. I was like, nice,
No, I'm just playing.
nice Manny Petty, buddy. Well done.
I'm just playing. No, definitely, man. But yeah, you can find me there, man. But yeah, excited, bro. It's exciting. So thank you for having me as always. I can't wait for next week. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you have. Subscribe to everybody here. Subscribe to the Burnettwork. It is a great space to be in and just keep it rolling. Come on, let's go.
That's right. All right, dude. Peace out to you. Have a good week.
I'll see you, and may the billowing be with you all.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
Eagles or Chiefs?
Eagles, man. I'm going with the Eagles all
You're
day,
out.
bro.
Goodbye. He's out. Okay, it's just you and I. Let's see what we got. We got John Way. I want to say, you know what? John corrected me on his name, and I don't think I've ever got it right. I think it's actually Waybacker. John Waybacker. I hope I got it right. I don't know if I did, but you know what? And I'll remember. I think it's Waybacker. But I love the name. I love how, you know, he told me I mispronounced it for like a year. He told me how to pronounce it, and now I've been mispronouncing it again. But I think it's Waybacker. John Waybacker says, you mentioned the psyche of youth today regarding QF. What is OF? OnlyFans. But what about the psyche of digital pundits who inhabit the guise of supervillains and the effect it has on their audience and discourse in general? Well, here's the thing. I mean, I actually think that Doomcock is a smart guy. He's a very smart guy, and he's a character. He's playing a character. And I have to say, I enjoy his character, and he knows a lot about, he loves Star Trek and knows what's up. He does. I understand the character he plays is never going to capitulate. He's never going to be like, you're right, man. I mean, Star Trek Picard is pretty good. He's never going to do that. And I get that. However, what I see myself as, in my own little way, working in the entertainment business. And there are ways to go about affecting change. And when someone like a Terry Matalas comes along and creates a season of Star Trek, there's so much love. And the Next Generation cast has never been better. And if you look at what's actually going on, if you look at the character interaction, it's terrific. And there's a lot of interesting stuff. And a lot of people, oh, Rob, it's just your standard villain revenge plot. There's a lot more to it than even the trailers suggest. And when the antagonist's motivations are revealed, it's pretty heartbreaking. And people talk about, like, that fucking bullshit review that I read earlier, really annoying. Because that person, again, feeding into a narrative, not trying to understand what is actually going on, and claiming that there's nothing about Star Trek Picard Season 3 that has anything to do with the real world here, our world here. That's what Star Trek is. It's allegorical fiction wrapped in a science fiction action-adventure context. Picard Season 3 is terrific, and it has a whole hell of a lot to say about all of us. And in the best Trek tradition, you will recognize that. And there's some devastating moments. And there's a moment at the end of Season 2 where two characters who haven't seen each other in a long time.
No, don't tell me. I don't want to. Don't say it.
Well, I'm not going to say what I won't say. I'm just going to say in a moment, a wordless moment of exchange.
Okay.
They say everything, and
Okay.
at the premiere, people were emotionally affected. I mean, there were people that had tears in their eyes, and no one said a word. There was no conversation. It was just two characters exchanging glances, understanding something, and it was devastating. And it's earned. Great stuff. Great stuff.
I do want to say something that's kind of interesting about Doomcock, and I don't usually comment on other people's opinions because it's their opinions, and they have thoughts, and that's their thing. I think we both feel the same way. I enjoy Doomcock when he sings, and he puts on this show. At least he used to on Friday nights, where he just sings, and it's kind of fun, like a sing along. And I've always enjoyed the sing along, and it's true that I have watched his videos.
I do too. I've been watching Doomcock for years.
Yeah, I do as well. But I respect that, he has his opinions, and
100%.
I think that it's this thing. I do also love Harvey. I think one of these days that Cthulhu is going to be released, and do whatever he wants to do. But he made it kind of fun, and it's this fun kind of. He's like the Mystery Science Theater 2000 of YouTube, if you will.
You know what? I'll say that. I do too. I've always liked Doomcock. What I did not appreciate is this attitude like, look, I want good Star Trek. And the fact is, you're not going to get rid of... I work in the entertainment business. I have for 33 years professionally. I've made films, I've worked for studios, I've worked for talent agencies, I've done a lot of different things. Now, you have to understand how to affect change within the entertainment system. Rightly or wrongly, Secret Hideout they have a contract. You're not going to get them replaced unless they're looking at the analytics. It's amazing to me because Paramount Plus, they're all about Taylor Sheridan. They're all about, and I said this earlier on a stream, I said that it's interesting that Gene Roddenberry pitched Star Trek as a wagon train to the stars. And now in 2023, the most successful shows on the Paramount Network are Taylor Sheridan's Westerns. Star Trek has been, unfortunately, stuck with the wrong creative entity. Bob Orci of Kurtzman and Orci, who wrote Star Trek 09, it was Bob Orci who knew more about Star Trek. Unfortunately, and I don't begrudge anybody for making a living. So Kurtzman, Star Trek, and everything they're doing, I think if their Star Trek was better than it is, they would make more money. There is a reason. Star Trek was always a niche show. But Star Trek should... I mean, if you had a creator like Craig Mazin working on a Star Trek show, like what he's done with The Last of Us and Chernobyl, you'll get that kind of talk. Terry Matalas is as close as we've ever come to modern Star Trek since 2009 Star Trek, to have a creator who carefully curated so much of that show. And if you know your Star Trek, there's a lot, and if you understand what Star Trek characterization is, there is a lot to love in Star Trek Picard. And while a lot of modern audiences and modern critics, especially younger critics, might not get it because Star Trek's 57 years old. And for the first 20 years of its existence, until 1987 and the Next Generation, Star Trek was only the original series. So for me, growing up, I mean, I saw all these different iterations of Star Trek, and the modern iterations, I think, just don't work. They're copies of what they're trying to make Star Trek, but nobody who's making it really knows what Star Trek is. And the problem is, Star Trek is about the people that are the best of the best. It's not about marginalized people. It's about a civilization that has gone out into the stars, and the best of not just humanity, of everybody. of all the races that they've found, all the alien civilizations, people marry aliens in Star Trek. So when you're doing a show where people are having intermarriages when they're marrying a different species of humanoid,
Yeah.
I mean, talk about sexuality. So it's all allegorical. And when you see a father and son have a problem in an episode like the second season TOS episode, Journey to Babel, you know, Sarek is a dignitary, Spock is his wayward son because he wanted to join Starfleet. Everybody understood that. Everybody who had a riff with their folks understood what was going on, even though they were both Vulcans. You know, we got it. The problem with modern Star Trek is the writing is really basic, and everybody brings their agendas into it, and I feel that it's very disingenuous. Well, the thing about Star Trek Picard Season 3 is Patrick Stewart is not going, you know, I had a very abusive household. My mom was abused by my father. I want to do a story. And so the reason I object to modern Star Trek is because in Picard Season 2, Picard's mother hangs herself. As if in the 23rd century, people couldn't get the mental health help that they needed. They did that. They covered that ground in the original series. And to turn Star Trek into this, there's not even allegory. It's just, let me talk about my mother. She was in terrible distress and she ended up killing herself. That is not Star Trek. Star Trek is the fact that in the future, in the 23rd century, people in that kind of mental distress are helped. That's the whole point, is that in the future, we will help those people. But modern Star Trek has forgotten that. They're bringing the present day into the future, and they're not creating a future we can believe in when they do it. And that's the real problem. Star Trek is inherently aspirational. And when you turn it into something that is not aspirational, it's no longer Star Trek. And now it's all about marginalized people that are they're saying you could be on the Enterprise or the Discovery. And the thing is, no, you can't. You have to be the best of the best. The whole point of Star Trek is to inspire everybody to be the best part of themselves, to be the best person they can be. And now it's like, no, you don't have to be that way. If you're true to yourself and you're stout of heart, you can be a Starfleet officer. No. And the message is, not everyone is special. As a matter of fact, 99% of us aren't. What we aspire to be is the 1% that should be on a Starfleet vessel. And that's what Star Trek said to me when I was a kid, and I was okay with it. What it made me want to do was aspire to maybe one day have a 10th of what my heroes had in them. I wanted to boldly go. And now it's like, no. You know, we want to make sure every kid knows they're special. I mean, you know what Star Trek taught me? You have to work your ass off. And not everyone is special, and that's okay.
Another thing that I think is really interesting about Star Trek is that it's the realization of the sacrifice that the officers have to make in order to have these experiences. And oftentimes, not all, but oftentimes they're away from their family, and they work long hours, from what it appears to be long hours. And they put themselves in danger that most people wouldn't want to be in danger of, which is their choice. They're not forced into this. They applied to the academy. They got in. This is the life they chose. But I think it's very interesting, the notion of the best thing that I could equate it to, although it's not an exact match, would be our military members who defend the United States, who we are very proud of their service and happy. Thank you for all of you out there for what you're doing. You know, I think if anything, that kind of plays a homage to that a little bit, of striving for excellence, striving for having things done a certain way, a certain expectation of care and protection, which is the other elements of let's say the Star Trek universe, and being in service as a Starfleet officer, and what that responsibility holds. That even with their own personal feelings, they have to sometimes put that aside and follow what the rules are, which I also think is very interesting, and is kind of kept in place, so that when you wake up in the morning and you're on the ship, you know exactly what to expect. You know exactly where everybody is supposed to be, and it's because you need to have that level of organization to achieve this high level of performance.
Oh yeah.
And so I think it's also another very interesting thing in that regard. If the let's say in at this time, if we could get to that level where our military could get to that level, which I think they could do, I think it could happen. And I would be, so enthralled with the ability of people who have chosen to serve. It's a choice in a world where, material possessions are not the most important thing. All those things that might be more important in our society have shifted, and society has grown to have different values where, certain things where they can kind of end certain problems socially. It's inspiring. But those officers who sacrifice their time, sacrifice being with their families, sacrifice being in the places they want to be, because they find themselves at great distances away from a lot of things that people find familiar and desire to be near. I think it is quite admirable what they're doing, and yet they can still find joy in when faced, when the final outcome happens in an episode, in difficult situations. So, and also they present different options. They show both sides, different options, Robert. There are multiple options and answers sometimes to a problem.
Of course. By the way, John Waybacker is mad. He says Gene Roddenberry wasn't saying it's about the 1%. Okay, let me rephrase perhaps. What Gene Roddenberry was saying was he was talking about humanity being excellent. You had to be, look, that didn't mean we were perfect. There were bigots on the bridge, but bigotry was shown as being like, maybe Romulans were offshoots of Vulcans or something. It was all allegorical. But the people that we saw were really good at their jobs. They were not without flaws, but they were really great at their jobs. And, he says here, Star Trek is a post-scarcity utopia dream of a future where the only things that drive humanity is knowledge, discovery, and following your personal North Star. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true, because it was also about the Federation. It was about the fact that your personal North Star meant nothing without you had to have the people that went with you. I mean, the whole idea of the id, the ego, and the superego, which is what built the triumvirate between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. On one hand, Spock was logic, McCoy was emotion, and Kirk was somewhere between the two. Kirk, he couldn't have been the commander he was without his two consigliaries, with Spock and McCoy. And it was the three of them. They needed one another. These disparate individuals were better than the sum of their parts by working together. And indeed, the three of them couldn't work without the support of the rest of the crew. So what it was about was a community. And all that post-scarcity business is great, but the fact is, you had to have a community of the best that humanity had to offer, because no one else could be out on a starship on the final frontier. And I think that's what was so inspiring to me about Star Trek. And what I don't like now is when I watch Discovery, I'm like, did any of these people serve in the military or any kind of, what are the ranks? I don't even think the actors know. Who's in, what is the chain of command on the Discovery? Does anyone know? Is there a chain of command? And, the whole thing about it is I think we live in a world now where human excellence, people that are really good, are shunned, which is bizarre to me. Like, I loved all the smartest people in the world, or in my classes. I love the kids that were smarter than me. I remember, I don't know whatever happened to her, but when I was in elementary school, there was a girl named Lisa Schultz. And, I kind of had a crush on her. Like, in fourth grade, when Roots came out, the miniseries Roots that LeVar Burton was in, she was the girl that read the book. She was 10, and she read Roots. I love to read, but even I was like, I can't even. That book's like I couldn't, I bought it. I owned Roots, but I never read it. I read it in high school, but it was just because it was one of the books I had in my room, and I finally went and read it. It's actually really good. But we had to write genealogies. When Roots was on, it was a big deal. 10 years old, Mrs. Walton's fourth grade class. But Lisa Schultz, she vexed me. And then she left public school and went to a private school. I think she went to Bush. I don't even know what happened to Lisa Schultz. But I remember her because she was the smartest girl in the class. She knew everything. She was so damn smart, and I admired her. And she was actually pretty cute too, but I was never going to be her. I was never going to be as smart as Lisa Schultz because I knew she actually did read Roots, and she understood it, and it wasn't a boast, or it wasn't. She just like she brought it in. She said, "Yeah, I've read Roots because I knew the miniseries was coming out." I'm like, she was 10, and I'm like, God damn it. Lisa Schultz, I don't know where you are. You'd be 55. I hope you're out there somewhere. I hope you're happy. I hope you became an extraordinary human being. But I remember you from elementary school, and I admired your excellence. And I still remember to this day, hey, man, I was 10. That was a long time ago. So, yeah. And now we're on to King Tanic, who says, I just thought the poo emoji was funny.
Oh.
Which is good. And Claudius, our old friend Claudius, who I love to death, Claudius and his wife. Claudius says, what I think the Burnettwork needs is more X-Men talk. Have you seen my desk on the John Campea show? Name the writer and artist of this quote. Hear me, X-Men. No longer am I the woman you knew. I am fire and life incarnate. I am Phoenix. I don't know who drew that, but Chris Claremont wrote it. Now I forgot the now and forever. Okay. Now and forever I am Phoenix. Hey, I closed my eyes and was doing the rest out of my memory. So there you go. I'm sorry. Yes, I missed out. I missed out the now and forever. But that's Claremont, man. That's Claremont. I don't know who actually drew that. I mean, is it Dave Cockrum? Is it John Byrne? I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's Phoenix Saga, so I want to say it's Byrne. I think. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to go look. But that was fun to say. Although I missed the now and forever. See, we can't know everything. Al Renshaw says, by the way, I hope you and the wife and Spencer are doing well. And all's good there. Al Renshaw says that I saw that Vin Diesel compared Fast and Furious lore to Lord of the Rings. That has got to be one of the most blasphemous things I've ever heard. Well, clearly he was referring to Mordor. Because in Mordor, they would be constantly dissing on Professor Tolkien's work and trying to make you believe that the Fast and the Furious franchise was like Tolkien's lore. Because that's what Mordor does. What a dumb thing to say. Claudia says, Hogwarts. Have you guys done 16 personalities, Myers-Briggs, and compared them to your favorite Hogwarts house? I feel so Ravenclaw, but I tested ENFP. You know what? Somebody told me what that acronym is. I know the Myers-Briggs thing. What is ENFP? Something personality. I don't know.
Yeah,
what it is.
it is the personality.
It's something I don't know. Campaigner, which aligns to Gryffindor. What is ENFP? Chat. What's ENFP? Does somebody know?
Well, I can tell you that I'm in Slytherin, and I love being in Slytherin, and shall remain in Slytherin. House Slytherin all the way.
According to Brian Hepburn, by the way, it was Chris Claremont and John Byrne. See, I thought it was Dave Cockrum or John Byrne, but if it's Phoenix Saga, it had to be John Byrne. So I was right. I don't know ENFP. I got to know what that is. Bert says, we're off to outer space dun, 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 to save the human race. That's Star Blazers, of course. King Tanic is back. It was also great to speak to during the watch party today. I look forward to chatting with y'all more. Let me call on Rob. Laugh out loud. Let me on the call, Rob. Laugh out. You know, I can let you on the call. Should I let King Tanic on the call?
Sure. I'm going to be here for another 30 minutes. But
yeah,
yes,
okay.
I think it's great for him to come on. We had a great watch party earlier. I did
Well, he is
interview him.
part of the channel, so
Yes, he is. And I did get to interview him for 30 minutes before the watch party right here on the channel. And it was a great interview. And then we watched the film together and spoke about the film in detail. I think it was a fantastic watch party. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it was a wonderful experience, Robert. I think we're going to do more things together. We had such a great time tonight.
we'll have to do a Free Enterprise watch party.
Yes, I would love to do that, Robert.
King Titanic, I put it on. I DM'd you on Twitter. So there you go. Dun, 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 dun. John Waybacker says, "Oh, it's Wallbacker. It is Wallbacker. Okay, it's not Waybacker. It's not Way because WEI. It is Wallbacker. All right, John." John goes on to say, John Wallbacker goes on to say, "I have a problem with digital creators who inhabit a character but engage in real discourse in a way that only invokes the character or the concept of satire in defense. It's what Alex Jones does." I think that's a very astute observation. Let me read that one more time.
Yeah.
"I have a problem with digital creators who inhabit a character but engage in real discourse in a way that only invokes the character or the concept of satire in defense. It's what Alex Jones does." So, meaning the character goes after things in the real world and makes incendiary points, but and then when called upon it, no, I'm just doing satire. It's just fun. It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. I think it's a very astute observation. And I mean, look, here's the thing. I when I had my little beef with Doomcock, I got mad because he was literally calling fans names. He was literally calling me names. You know, that, and ultimately the names, whether it was shill or whatever, ended in moron. And I'm like, man, I've spent my life in service of the Star Trek franchise. I wouldn't say that. And he knows a lot about Star Trek, but I know more than he does.
It was a little surprising because he has always spoken so highly of you, Robert, in the past. So I'm not quite sure. Perhaps he wanted to discuss the matter with you further. And
well, I look, to me, it was a little tongue-in-cheek, too. Because I thought, like, when we had beef, I'm like, I call you out. I tried to call him out in the context of his guys as Doomcock. And I thought it'd be kind of fun to do, like, he comes on full regalia and I interview him.
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
I mean, we can still do that. And I think that, though, that, look, a lot of these people, and everyone's always asking me, like, you know, why are you friends with... Look, while, like, I really like Gary. I really like Nerdrotic. Now, do I take his approach? No. But Gary, especially when it comes to all things Professor Tolkien and comic book characters, and he's a huge fan. And I bond, and I've always thought he's a San Francisco punk. Meaning punk, like punk music guy. He's a true counterculture revolutionary from San Francisco, which is the hub of counterculture revolutionaries. I wish I was one in the 60s. My mom was a
former comic book shop owner as well, Robert.
Yeah.
A huge collector. And he has some legitimate comments when he talks about how he feels. I think
he's very smart.
I think he does Discord correctly. I think it's Discord done right. And he supports a lot of what he says with legitimate comments as well. So there is that. That's how I feel about Gary. I think he's a very nice person, and meeting him last year was really a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of his, and you know, can I give you an exclusive about Gary? So I know he has the first 6 episodes of Picard.
Oh, wow.
And I know he's watched at least one.
Mm-hmm.
Because he told me. And he said, I didn't hate it. And I was like, All right. And, I consider that a victory because the thing about Gary is he tells the truth. He's not trying to curry favor with anybody. He tells the truth. And, I respect that.
And Israel is here, Robert.
Yisrael is here. Let me just hang on. I'm putting him in the chat. I'm going to bring our own King Titanic onto the show. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome the host of the Otaku Experience, King Titanic, to the program. Israel, welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Hello.
I gotta give you mad props for your new show. I love it. I love your. For those of you who don't know, I mean, the Otaku Experience, beautifully produced, by the way. Well done. Your second episode was better than the first, and it's really, really good. I think you're a very engaging YouTube personality, and I feel very proud to host the show on this channel. So thank you. I think what you've done is really tremendous, great piece of work, and I think it's gonna, once we figure out ways to get people to know that it's there, I think we'll get the audience to really expand. And what I'm gonna do about that is probably take out some ads, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, so people can find it, because it's just because people. The whole secret to YouTube success is people that are interested in what you're doing, interested in anime, knows your show is there. And right now, my audience, we don't have an anime-heavy audience in our crowd. We just have to make sure people know where you are and bring them to the channel. Right. So it's great.
The second episode, I mean, I don't know where it is now, but it was like it seemed like it was like doubling in like the progress that the first one was in terms of.
Oh no, it absolutely is. It is, and we're gonna get more. I mean, it's everyone expects like I'm gonna get 100,000 views. You have to build. People have to find your show. It takes a while to catch on. The analytics have to pick you up, and the fact that you gave me timestamps and all that goes out onto Google, and people find that stuff. And there's going to be some big changes coming to the channel soon, and I'm happy you're a part of that, and it's all good. So my question to you is, I've got a big question for you, and you know what that question is. You had an experience. Your favorite movie in the world is Titanic. And you, for the very first time, but why don't you tell the folks, for those of you who don't know, this weekend marks the 25th anniversary, well, it's the 25th anniversary of the release of Titanic. They re-released it in 3D IMAX for Valentine's Day. And this gentleman, it's his favorite movie, but you'd never seen it in a movie theater.
No, I never have, because I was too young. Obviously, I wasn't born for when it originally came out. And then I think they re-released it a few years ago for the 20th anniversary. And I missed that as well.
Okay, dude, tell us the tale. Tell us the story. Tell us about your day.
I cried. Not when you would think I would cry. Like, it wasn't like I mean, can I spoil the movie? I mean,
yeah, you can.
Yeah,
the boat sinks.
It's history, so go ahead.
But like when Jack dies or something like that, I didn't cry at that part. I mean, I was emotional, but I knew it was coming.
Sure.
The point that I cried was towards the beginning of the film. It was when Jack and Fabrizio go to the front of the ship and they're looking down. They see the dolphins. And then Fabrizio's like, I see the Statue of Liberty. It's very small. And then like they stand on the thing, and Jack does I'm the king of the world. And then the music swelled, and they panned across the ship. And I realized I wasn't even thinking about it, but then I realized there were tears coming down my face. Aww. And I was like, I realized I had never truly seen Titanic before the other night.
Now, isn't it astonishing seeing it on a big screen? Because it's an amazing. You know what's amazing in that movie? When Rose looks up for the first time, when you see her face with the hat, and she looks up and you see her. Dude, I gotta tell you, I mean, Kate Winslet's my girl, and that is one of my favorite character reveals in all of cinema history.
Dude, let me tell you something. I fall more in love with Rose every time I watch that movie. Like I'm like the more I watch it, I'm like, yeah, she's like the perfect girl, like out there. Like she's great.
She is. I mean,
But
that's the thing. Her character, you can't. She's like the perfect woman you want to find. She's
I
like
know.
Grace Kelly in Rear Window, another character I love. And the thing is, it's they do, we were talking earlier about OnlyFans because she would never. And then you look at Rose, you're like, wow, that's a long way from OnlyFans. No, but she's in that movie. It's so funny because James Cameron has Way of Water and Titanic in theaters at the same time.
dude, I went to a movie today, and I came out of the movie, and I walked out, and it has two big screens. It's a Cinemark, so it had two XD theaters, and they're on the two corners of the theater. I went out and I looked to my right, and it was the Avatar, and then I walked out to leave the theater because I just finished my movie, and on the other one I saw they were playing Titanic. And I was like, James Cameron has two movies playing on the two biggest screens in this theaters at the same time. Dude.
And they're battling it out for their position in box office history.
Didn't the headline just come out that Avatar just topped it?
Oh, I'm sure it did.
And then now we'll see what happens this weekend.
I mean, the thing is, so you're looking at Avatar, you're looking at Endgame, then Way of Water and Titanic. I mean,
dude. Oh, what I think. Look, I mean, we can talk about other directors that maybe have made better films consistently. Like Kubrick or Spielberg maybe, but I think James Cameron has to be in the conversation for the GOAT director.
Well, I think here's the problem. Here's the problem with the problem that James Cameron has always had. James Cameron is making meat and potatoes movies that appeal to the everyman.
Mm-hmm.
That's his genius. Whereas, Kubrick is my favorite director, and he's a complete intellect. He's dealing with his movies. Kubrick, as much as I love Kubrick, could never make a James Cameron movie. James Cameron, and I say this with love, he is a blue-collar filmmaker. He's making films that every person can get. That's
the perfect description, actually.
Yeah, and here's the thing. His filmmaking, like Spielberg is a virtuoso with the camera, so is James Cameron, but in a little bit of a different way. He's an editor as well. James Cameron has an innate understanding, perhaps the best understanding, of how one shot works with another shot to create a moment that works for everybody. You don't have to have gone to college. You don't have to have a master's degree in college to feel the emotional wallop that James Cameron delivers. I mean, at the end of the day, look at The Abyss. When really The Abyss with the aliens and all of it, it's about a dude who just loves his wife, even though he thinks he hates her. And even though aliens are launching giant tidal waves against the Earth, at the end of the day, James Cameron is a man that all of his movies, Terminator, romance, aliens, kind of romantic about a mom. Kyle Reese gives way to Hicks, and the motherhood impulse, Newt. You literally have two mothers squaring off. The Abyss, a strange couple gets back together because of aliens. Terminator 2, Judgment Day, a mother and a son again. I mean, it's basic, primal, True Lies. Husband and wife don't quite get each other, but they love each other. And they have a great daughter. And at the end, what happens? They get back together. Titanic. Two men are fighting over the same girl. I mean, one of my favorite dumb lines in a movie ever is,
I know what you're about to say.
I know you're melancholy. I don't presume to know why.
Dude, when I saw that in theaters, I busted out laughing. I was like, that's his favorite line.
It's just because I don't believe Billy Zane would say it. But what is Titanic? Titanic is a romance. And then he goes to make Avatar. Again, A man who has no romantic bones in his body becomes a hopeless romantic about a culture and a people and a girl. What happens in Avatar: Way of Water 13 years later? That couple has a family. I mean, the man is going after the very basic impulses in all of us. I mean, and we all get it. You could probably show you if you took Avatar back in time 200 years, 300 years and showed it to any indigenous group of people, they wouldn't quite know what they were seeing, but they would get it. Because that's James Cameron's genius. He's not some highfalutin intellectual director. He's making movies that cut to the core of what it means to be a human being. And his technique is flawless. And I think you're right. I think the problem is he'll never get the credit he is due, because his movies are pop culture fantasies and romances, and they don't have that sheen of respectability.
I mean, I think the one exception to that would be Titanic, considering that it 11 Oscars.
Yeah, no,
but that's the one spot in his career that does that.
But that's the thing. But the only reason he got away with that is because it was about two real people that weren't being chased by machines or had aliens or were spies or his James Bond riff. And you can't deny. And by the way, everyone said that movie was going to fail. You know, and the funny thing about that movie is if you watch it, I defy even the most jaded alternative punk rock, whatever, your anarchist, even Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, could probably watch Titanic and be like, okay, I like that. Because it's one of the great cinematic romances. And at the same time, it also has the cynical, in a way, that the failure of the greatest technological achievement in history, which was that boat, and it failed. So it also has that little bit of human hubris in it. You know, God smited us for not believing. Mm-hmm. We thought we were too mighty.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, I feel like if you didn't know that the story of the Titanic was real, you might think that it was just a story someone made up because of how insane it is. Like the fact that all of that happened, and with so many things that had to play out in a specific way that led to this one giant catastrophe. And it's such a tragedy, but it's so weird the way it played out too. And the fact that he was able to do it in such a respectable way to the true story and the people that had actually died, and shown the horror of it. Like that movie made me afraid of the ocean. I don't like the ocean. But I'm afraid I'll drown. But
no, you won't.
And it's terrifying. But I mean, you're exactly right. He goes directly for the primal instinct in all of us. He goes for the ape man instinct in all of us.
That's exactly. And he's a genius at doing so. He understands inherently, because he was a truck driver before he became a filmmaker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and him and his brother, they were like, those guys were the ultimate dude bros.
They're the everyman.
They're the uber everyman. Like, they're the everyman who is interested in everything. Like James Cameron's an artist. He can draw. Mm-hmm. He can build things. You know, he did special effects on Battle Beyond the Stars and Escape from New York. The man's a genius on every level, but he's a genius at the meat and potatoes level. He was never a guy that's like, I'm going to go to Oxford. I'm going to wear a tweed suit. He wasn't that dude. He never was that dude.
I mean, but I mean, you look at like interviews and things with, and fun fact, by the way, you mentioned he's an artist. If you guys didn't know, in Titanic, when Jack is drawing Rose, that's actually James Cameron's hands. You see,
yes, it is,
and he's the one who drew that drawing.
Yep.
Except she actually wore a bathing suit when he drew her, but then she took off her clothes for filming, obviously. But
yeah,
but
wait, what,
dude?
Wait, what?
In 3D, bro?
Oh.
Whoa! I was like, whoa, those are. Anyways, but no, you're exactly right. But you look in interviews, and I don't think he has an interest of doing those types of stories, though. I think the stories he makes are the stories that appeal to him.
Oh, yeah.
He loves seeing those themes, which is why he constantly goes back to them over and over. And
Well, and you know what people mistake, they always mistake, like, oh, Avatar's Fern Gully or whatever. No, they're classical stories that have been repeated over and over and over again in various cultures that have been with us for thousands of years. He's tapping into those classical tales. Did I ever tell you the story of when I met him?
No, I didn't know you met. Congratulations.
Okay, no, dude, wait. So, back in the early 90s, I've told this story many times, but I'll tell it again. I was the director of special events for the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror Films. And now, James Cameron was a big supporter of a guy named Dr. Donald Reed, who started this academy. And here in LA, they would have screenings every Sunday at the USC Norris Theater, this beautiful 500-seat standalone theater on the USC campus. And they would usually show 3 movies. And famously, James Cameron brought the print of Terminator down to show it. And I had heard when the director's cut of The Abyss was being finished, we didn't know if it was going to be finished on tape or they're going to finish it on film. Would they have a print to show? And they did. So I said to Dr. Reed, I said, James Cameron's a friend of the Academy. We should have a screening of the director's cut of The Abyss here. You should call him up. And then I get a phone call, and Dr. Reed was a character. He kind of talked like this. I've seen 365 movies. So he calls me up and goes, Robert, James Cameron has agreed to come down and show The Abyss, and you're going to interview him on stage at Norris. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't want to interview James Cameron. I didn't have any. Now I've done it. So I spent like 3 weeks. I read every Cinefex article. I read anything I could about James Cameron. I was prepared. Mm-hmm. And so I go out there, and you have to imagine there's 500 seats. It's all the film students. People are sitting in the aisles. It's packed. And I'm numbnuts I am. I walk out, looking at this crowd, and I'm like, welcome to the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror Films. And I get my introductory remarks were something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing my own remarks, but I said, back in 1984, I think all of us in this room found ourselves at the theater, breathless after seeing the Terminator. 100 minutes later, we were breathless, and we were all wondering, who is this James Cameron, and what is he going to do next? And please give a USC rousing round of applause to James Cameron, because he's here to tell us. And he walks out on stage. Now, keep in mind, there's got to be 600 people in here, and I'm nervous as hell. James Cameron looks at me and he goes, if you left the Terminator after 100 minutes, you missed the end of the movie, because it's actually 108 minutes long. And the entire audience erupts, and I feel about this big. Now, here's the thing. It was funny. And you know what? I get it. It was not an exacting number. Then I had to sit down with him, me and him, on stage face to face. And I had to gain my composure, not feel embarrassed because everyone laughed at me. We had an incredible conversation. We went to the question and answer. The audience came in, chimed in, and I moderated. And when it was over, James Cameron looked at me with a smile on his face, and he put his hand out to shake my hand. And he said, I very much appreciate how prepared you were for this interview. And I was like, fuck, I impressed James Cameron. It was a test. It was a test. He wanted to see, he shook me at the beginning, and he wanted to see because he can do everything. He didn't need me there. He didn't need me to be interviewing him. He could have got up and spoke and said whatever. But he wanted to see if I had the stones to do it. And you know what? I actually walked up to him. I met him a second time at the after party at the world premiere of The Last Action Hero. And it was in Westwood. And they were having this huge, and I walked up to him and I said, Mr. Cameron, and he goes, you're the kid from USC. And I said, yes, sir. He goes, you did a great job interviewing me. And he shook my hand again. And I'm like, Mr. Cameron, I Great to see you again. Thank you so much, sir. And I got the hell out of Dodge. That's the only time I've met James Cameron. Those 2 times. And
You gotta meet him before he's done with Avatar. You gotta talk to him about Avatar.
You know, it's funny because I think he's mellowed out a lot. You know, a lot of people. The thing about James Cameron is he can do everyone's job better than they can. But he can't do everyone's job because he would never be able to finish what he works on. And he's just a very intimidating guy because he's that smart. And he is so smart, and he is exacting. Have you ever watched a documentary called Under Pressure, Making the Abyss?
No.
Okay. The Abyss has never been released on anything other than DVD. One of the greatest making of documentaries of all time is that documentary, and it's probably on YouTube. They would never allow that documentary to get made because it doesn't necessarily paint everyone in the most flattering light, especially Ed Harris and James Cameron, what happened on making that movie. But I would watch it because you'll have incredible respect for James Cameron and his vision and his abilities. So it's called Under Pressure, Making the Abyss, and it's one of the greatest. It was a DVD special feature documentary. It's one of the best documentaries ever made. So check it out. It's probably on YouTube somewhere. So anyway, we are.
Found it. Yep.
Did you find it?
I think so. At least maybe a segment of
it's
it.
Like an hour long.
I see one that's 59 minutes and 39
That's
seconds.
That's it.
Is that the documentary where while they're filming, there's that conversation with Ed Harris, and he talks about the difficulty and the challenges of filming, and also the actors talk about how impressed they are with the technology used to make those incredible water effects. Those What do they call them? Lenticular effect or
Yeah,
or
I mean, it was a pseudopod sequence that ILM did, but yeah, they had to figure out how. So if you have a creature that's made of water, and how does it reflect? Because it would reflect the environment. It was one of the great. It's funny, we talked about this on the John Campea show this week. What is one of the great effects breakthroughs ever? And that pseudopod sequence, and that's another thing. Another thing that James Cameron does for the entertainment business that people don't really, they tend to forget, is that he's done all the research and development on all the effects technology to push film forward. And so everything that he conceives of and works on ends up becoming the industry standard. Now, there have been other times, like the software Massive, that could make artificially AI characters, like in Lord of the Rings for the big battle sequences. He didn't work on that. But what they did, although he used some of that technology, early Massive stuff was used in Titanic because they had people in the ship shots walking on the decks. Mm-hmm. So they used some of that technology. So I guess he did push that. He did have a hand in that. But
I could be remembering this wrong, but didn't he wasn't there something to do with the breakthrough of Jar Jar Binks leading to him realizing that Avatar would be like actually possible to do?
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, whether you like Jar Jar Binks or not, that was a huge breakthrough. And it was also Gollum. That's why he's worked with Weta. You know, Weta has been integral to the success of both of those Avatar movies. And, you know, I was able to I worked down in New Zealand, and we were covering as a documentarian. I spent days covering everybody that made Gollum. And one of the things that I learned about was how they had to create a software. Skin is translucent. It's not opaque. So there's something called subsurface scattering. And what subsurface scattering is when light hits skin. How does, like, if you're trying to recreate digitally what skin on a living being would look like, you have to take into account that it's not a surface. You have to see it in a way three-dimensionally. So how do you, they had to write programs that would account for what they called subsurface scattering, which is how light scatters as you look. You can see the green in your veins and all the way. They didn't know how to do it. They had to figure that shit out. And when they were able to do that, what Gollum did was convince James Cameron that, okay, virtual characters like the Na'vi are possible. And, you know, the entire team, like when I was working on Two Towers, I think I interviewed 40 different people that worked on the Gollum team. And all the people, the only person I didn't interview was, I met him, but I didn't interview him, was Andy Serkis, not Randy Cooper, Andy Serkis, because Michael interviewed him, Michael Pellerin, my boss. But it was incredible, and all that technology that Cameron pushed along, that Weta was able to use, is what allowed him to do Avatar. So. Man. Incredible.
And then that led to the ability to do like Thanos. And then that led to And then look at Avatar 2 now.
Yep. Dude. And Thanos, I mean, if you look at Thanos is an incredible, I mean, how close you can get to an incredible.
The pores? Oh my god.
No, Thanos is I think the Na'vi are different than Thanos, but as a singular character, Thanos is an incredibly impressive. If you Gollum is his grandfather, but man, does Thanos work in Infinity War and Endgame.
It is 3 a.m., Robert.
Do you have to go?
Yes.
All right. I will let you go. Israel, you want to stick around?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I will switch you guys. Well, everybody, where can people find you?
Well, guys, you can find me on my channel, Positive Fandom, where I do all the parlay and the fandom, on my Sunday brunch shows at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which I'll be doing tomorrow morning. But you can also find me right here on the network here, doing my Ladies of the PGS show on Mondays at 6 p.m., along with my PGS Moving Image show and the watch party that I just did with Israel here tonight, or earlier last night, if you will, for his movie Voices of Central. Certainly do check that out, where I have an interview with you, Israel, for about 30 minutes, where we talk about your film, but we also have the pleasure of having you there while we did this watch party for Voices of Central, and it was absolutely spectacular watching that with you. Such a wonderful experience. And you can also find me on the 1/6 scale and network, sometimes on Say What or Uncivilized Scoundrels, and streaming with Lorena Creole on her channel for our show on Thursdays, Toxic Male Appreciation. Guys, I do have a lot of shows coming up, a lot of events. And of course, this week is one of the biggest events, because it's going to be Picard Season 3 live watch party right here on the network. I still don't know. Is it at 12 o'clock your time, Pacific time, that it debuts, Robert, or is it 12 o'clock Eastern time? Do we know?
I think it's 12 o'clock our time.
Okay.
So, and it's on the 16th. So is that Wednesday night? It's Wednesday night. Today's so it's the 12th. I think so. And the first episode's called, I think it's The Next Generation is the name of the episode.
Yeah, the 16th is a Thursday, so I guess it would be late Wednesday night going into Thursday, early Thursday morning. Is that it?
Yeah.
So it would be at 3 a.m. my time and 12 a.m. your time. Julian Mushkin, a member of the PGS, will be reviewing the show with me, and we'll be watching it right here on the network. Robert's going to be amazing, everybody. And I am on my own channel playing Hogwarts Legacy. So if you want to see somebody doing live gameplay, certainly do check out Positive Fandom for that, as well as other things that I have coming up, including my live The Last of Us watch parties. Guys, I know in the chat you wanted me to talk about the last episode.
Did you watch episode 5?
Yes, I did. It was fantastic. I enjoyed that episode so much. I hope it continues down this path and the level of intensity for the episodes. I think we're getting such a treat.
We only get 4 more.
I know. But guys, if you want to watch it along with us, you can watch. I'm doing it on Positive Fandom, a live watch party, not this Sunday because it's the Super Bowl, but it'll be on the next live watch party will be on the 20th, not on the 19th, because on the 19th, I am going to be live streaming an award ceremony. As you all know, I am doing all the, major award ceremonies on Positive Fandom, as well as a watch party. So I just want to thank everybody, especially Tom Jr. Jackson. We are all good people, and any of the other moderators in the chat. I don't know who else is there, Tom, but please.
Brian Hepburn's there. Tom Jr. Jackson's here.
Thank you so much, Brian Hepburn, for moderating, and I so appreciate it, and the support in the chat. Thank you, everyone. It's such a pleasure, Robert, to always be here for midnight.
Well, it's a very much a privilege to do the shows with you, and it's so much fun. And as I said, there's a lot of interesting things percolating on this channel that are going to be made public soon, but it's going to be big. And the Post-Geek Singularity is here to stay. And in a big way. We're going to make it.
2023 is the year that this channel is. We're just, so many wonderful things are happening. I think it is such a great thing for the community to have everyone come together like this, Robert. I'm so excited, and I couldn't be more proud of how the channel is growing now.
Oh my God. Well, the stuff that you've been doing on your show, and then having Israel's Otaku Experience show, the ladies of the PGS, what you and Leonard, Miss Creole is doing is great. And I love having you guys. And I really liked your Planet of the Apes analysis. I thought that was really cool.
Thank you very much.
Can't wait to see more of that. I mean, it's so funny to have shows on my own channel that I don't know what they are. And I can sit down and watch them and go like, oh, this is very interesting. So, you know, I feel I need to give my Space Battleship Andromeda build video to King Tanic to put on his channel. Because, man, I mean, it's too old school anime for him, though, so he wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know if there's, well, maybe not for me, but I don't know if there's like an audience that even knows what that is.
They wouldn't. What are you talking about? Everyone knows. We're
You're
off
right.
to outer space. No, I'm just kidding.
So you at least have to show us one photo, Robert, just one, so we can see.
Oh, here you want. Oh, I've got
about.
many. Okay, so hang on. I've got to send myself a photo and put it up. So for those of you who don't know, there is something called Partworks, and Partworks there are companies that make Partworks. They are kits. They are model kits, and the way they work is they release the parts with a magazine once a week. Now, and then you have to buy them all. You have to get all the parts. So there is a company called Hachette. It's a French company, but there's a Japanese contingent of it. So Hachette usually does Partworks about real-world vehicles, racing cars, trains, fire engines, and that kind of thing. And here, I'm sending myself some pictures. And so they decided to do anime subjects. And so they did Mazinger, the great Mazinger, which is a super robot from the 70s, very famous. Mazinger's like, what would he be? He's like iconic. There's no superhero like, but he's like a robot. It's hard to say. He's a very iconic. I don't want to say he's Mickey Mouse, but he's a gigantic robot that's incredibly famous in Japan. So there's a Partworks of him. It's huge. It's gigantic. They did a Valkyrie from Macross, Roy Fokker's Valkyrie, if you're a Robotech fan. They did that. And for me, what they did, I didn't even know this existed, but I love Space Battleship Yamato. And that started in 73, 74, and then they remade it, Space Battleship Yamato 2199 in 2012, and then they did 2202 and then 2205. But one of my very favorite fictional spaceships, top 5, is the Space Battleship Andromeda. And the Space Battleship Andromeda, they made a Partworks kit of it. It's 60 volumes, and it was released during the pandemic. I had to find a Japanese buyer in Japan to get me these, to go out like every week and purchase the things. And they're Japanese buyers. And then they stopped selling it because so it was never finished. And I had to wait another year to get all the parts. So I finally got all the parts. And this is a 4.5 foot. You know what? Let me send this.
Yeah, I just want to see just one photo before I go, Robert, because the suspense is killing me here.
Well,
I just got to get a sense of the size of what you're talking about.
Okay, I think I've got to find a picture that, okay. All right, so this model. It has hundreds of fiber optics, and you have to string them all and make them all work. And they're incredible. But there are videos online where you can see other people who have made these videos. And so here I am sending them to me from my phone. But here's the thing for me, as a spaceship modeler since I was a little kid, I have built the Andromeda before. And I love this model. And so when they made one that's 4.5 feet long, it became like, I was like a coke fiend. I'm like, I have to have this model. Like I couldn't believe, because I built many different versions of it. And I'm like, how could I get it? And I talked to Tim Eldridge, who has We Are Star Blazers, which is the best Star Blazers website in the world. Mm-hmm. So I go to that website, and I saw that, and Tim, I'm like, I contacted him. I'm like, how do I get it? And he goes, well, I have a Japanese shopper. I'm like, what does that mean? He goes, well, I have a guy in Japan who shops for me. Shops for like what? For robots stuff and anime toys. And I'm like, wait, there's guys in Japan? He goes, yeah, because, and then if I want to do an eBay auction, he'll do it for me. And I'm like, and he only charges 8% markup. So if you spend $20, he wants 8% more than $20. But then he has to collect all 60 parts over a year for you. Right. And I'm like, really? So he hooks me up with this dude. And I got it.
This is a much bigger model than what the previous ones you've built, correct?
Oh yeah, the 1/1000 scale. The previous models I built are, well, you can't see, but they're this. It's hard because I'll show you these pictures, but I'm wondering if, I don't know if they're gonna do justice to what it is now. It's insane when you see the parts. So here but I don't know if this is gonna do because if you don't know the ship, so hang on, let me see if I can get the ship.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No. I know. I just feel bad that everyone's like, well, just get to it. I'm trying.
So curious.
I'm trying to figure out how to. Okay, here it is. So if you want to buy this, like you want to buy all the parts. Oh, this one's like assembled. Oh, it's really well assembled. This one you can get on eBay for $2,000. So this is really well built. So it's die cast. Now, this model here, let me get this picture so you guys can see what it is. People would be like, oh, okay, I remember that. So this model, whoever built this, man, if I had seen this, I could have just bought this, the finished one. Because building this makes me want to kill myself, to be honest. It really does. So this is the space battleship Andromeda. Now, this is, if you can imagine, this is 4.5 feet long. Now, if you look at see all these lights, all the lights, you have to build those. Now, this is an expertly built version of this model, because if you look at all the shading, like this model, I have been panel lining if you're a Gunpla person. But so this is what it looks like. And it has sound effects and lights, and it comes with a remote control. So this is what it looks like. Now, if you can imagine, this is 4.5 feet long. And it's huge. And all those lights, every one of those lights have to be wired and put in to the model. And it is a nightmare. And I've been building it for weeks in my spare time. And Elizabeth is pissed that I haven't finished it. So what I'm going to show you is, and this will give you a sense of how big this model actually is. I love that I'm doing this, because people are going to be like, so I'm a grown man doing this in my spare time. And Elizabeth is so mad because it's spread out over
her side of the bed.
No, it's in the kitchen, and she can't. She's so not happy with me.
It's on your like kitchen countertop.
Kind of. Yeah. So okay, I'm going to show you this before. Now I want you to look at the top, the conning tower, the thing with the two. You see the lights, the like the bridge. That's the bridge. Okay. Now look at that model. Focus on the bridge. Here is the bridge in my hand. So that is the bridge in my hand. And you can see there's fiber optics coming out of it, but you can see how big. That's just the bridge. So if you can imagine, go back to this, you can see where the bridge is. Now imagine if you look at the bridge in my hand, it gives you a sense of, now what's really interesting is this is the bare model, but whoever made this, if you look at all the panel lines, if you see like how it's shaded on how you see all that shading, that is expertly built. This is an expertly built version. I don't have the talent. That's all airbrush work, and it's amazing. And it's on YouTube right now, or it's on eBay right now. You can buy it. I should have bought it, but you can see this is pretty bare. So what I'm going to do is what's called a wash, where you take a diluted paint and you brush it on, and then what the paint does is it settles in all the panel lines to accentuate the disc and to accentuate all the detail, and then you go over it with paint thinner, and you take the wash away from all the rest of the kit, and it just leaves black panel lines and gives you a little bit more detail. But yes, this is what I've been building, and it's, dude, it is so. Half of that is die-cast metal.
Oh
it
my
is
gosh.
you could work out and lift it. It's so first of all, I don't know where I gained that, because it's so big and so cumbersome to work on. Even Elizabeth was like, I didn't know. Like I had all these parts. She goes, well, what are these, like 10,000 little models? I go, no, it's one big one. She goes, where are you going to put this? Like, where's it going to go? And there's this great thing in our kitchen. We have underneath a thing, and I'm like, you know, it could fit. She's like, my mom told me that's exactly where you were going to try and get away with putting it, right there. So it's right by a plug. You could light it up, and it has a remote control, so you can play the sound effects and the lights. Mm-hmm. Fucking awesome.
Well, Robert, thank you for
on that note,
showing me that. I just needed to know and to wrap my head around what you were building, and it's exciting to see that. And maybe in 6 months, maybe by the end of the year, you would have completely.
Well, here's the best part.
There are a lot of wires. Am I right?
Oh my God, you have no idea. You have no idea how many. You have all these little fiber optics. You saw how many lights are in there, and they're all whole. It's insane. It's like building the circulatory system of a human being. It's. Look, I want to either kill.
You're enjoying it, right? This is.
No.
Oh.
No, I know I'm enjoying it. It's so much fun to put together, because when you get something, it's monster. And I couldn't build the Yamato because I have the Yamato too. Mm-hmm. I couldn't build the Yamato because it was too. I had to build this first. So.
Well, Robert,
I don't think there's anybody watching this stream anymore, to be honest. We haven't even finished the super chats. So, but anyway, there you go.
Robert, thank you so much for showing me that. You knew I wanted to see it, and I forced you, kind of put you on the spot to show me. I wanted to see this thing.
And now you're going to go to bed going, that fucking guy, what the hell? The hell, what is he going to do, get buried with that like an Egyptian pharaoh? No, put my Andromeda with me. It's almost as long as I am.
Well, thank you for such a wonderful evening. You too, Israel, since I've spent quite a few hours with you earlier, as well, to both of you and for everybody in the chat. And thank you so much for everything and the support. And it's such a pleasure, guys, to be part of the community. Thank you for everything.
Well, it's been great. And we will see you next week, but your shows are all next week.
Yes, they are.
All right, get some sleep. Say hi to your mom for me.
I will. Good night, Israel.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, now it's just the two of us, buddy.
Oh, now it gets dark.
Yeah, no, it won't get dark. We're gonna do good. We've still got 293 people here, so
I think I said 293 super chats. I was about to.
Oh no, that would be bad.
Good luck.
So let me. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one for you, Israel.
Okay.
Itchy Elbows asks, would you rather be a Jedi or a Starship captain?
A Jedi.
Of course you would.
All right. What would you rather be?
Come on, man. I want to be James Tiberius Kirk, captain of the Starship
Oh,
Enterprise.
this is a Star Trek question.
Well, I don't know. It's a Jedi. I wouldn't say it's Star Wars or Star Trek. I would say that in terms of heroic characters, I mean, to me, they're very different in the sense that a Jedi is, you have to believe. You know, a Jedi is an acolyte of the Force. Both and what people forget is the Jedi have to know everything about the dark side as well as the light side because they have to make that choice. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, I think one of the things I've always thought is interesting about the Jedi is they're believers. You know, and you have to have that element of belief to be a great Jedi.
I mean, as much as and I think as much as it's warranted, the criticism on Obi-Wan Kenobi, I think that an interesting pitch for that show was about Obi-Wan's loss of faith and trying to regain it. I think that, I mean, we can talk about how the execution went, but I think the concept is there.
Look, I agree. And, you know, while I am not a religious person, I am a huge fan of stories about religious people. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I was talking today earlier and about, we had a question on the John Campea show about faith-based movies and why they're so bad. And a lot of them are bad. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about the Left Behind movies. And I think that what's really interesting to me about it's the people that make them. They don't understand that you can make a great faith-based movie. And I said it wasn't facetious. I said, John, possibly the greatest faith-based movie ever made is The Exorcist. And everyone laughs at me when I say that because they remember the horror aspects, the over-the-top, the swearing, all the horrible, profane stuff that happens in it. I said, but The Exorcist, the story is about a Catholic priest whose mother died alone, and he loses his faith in God, and he's questioning his faith, and it's tragic, and it's terrible, and at the same time, while Satan is corrupting the soul of this innocent, this priest who just wants to leave and go away and deal with his grief over the death of his mother has to find his faith again, and in confronting the devil, this manifestation of Satan, he finds his faith, and he finds his faith in God, and in confronting Satan, it proves to him that God is there, and he says at the end of The Exorcist, spoiler alert, you know, come into me, and he's able to get the devil out of the soul of that innocent girl and into himself. And he sacrifices himself and saves the day because he finds his faith again. And to me, what's so great about it is Friedkin approaches it. He uses a documentary style. He when you're watching it, you don't realize that it's a faith-based movie because William Peter Blatty, who wrote The Exorcist, was a Jesuit at Georgetown. He was he truly was a religious, he was trained, and that's why I think that movie's so great, and that's why. But other people, there's this idea that we're making a faith-based movie, so we're gonna lean into the faith of it all, and the movie can be a little goofy, and but it's getting better. There's a lot of I worked on a faith-based movie called Dandelion Dust. I was the assistant editor on Barry Pepper was in it, Mira Sorvino was in it, and it was based on a Christian writer's book, and it's a really great. I think it's a great movie about a family that adopts a son, a child, and because of this other family that had the kid, the father goes to jail, and the mother couldn't afford to keep him, and then the mother gives the child up for adoption to this great family, and then the father comes out of jail and wants his son back. And it was I thought it was a great film. I really do.
I mean, I think we're phrasing the question wrong, because we talked about it last week on Midnight Musings, where we got a lot into religion. But one of the things is and this is just something we all have to agree on, is that in Western culture, every one of our stories is based in the Bible stories. And I think that,
look, you're absolutely right. I think we talked about it last week. To me, if you want to write movies, you have to know scripture. You have to. You have to know both the Old and New Testament.
I mean, even if like you don't believe the text,
Yeah.
It is so fascinating how like scholars can pick up on like themes that carry through, or like foreshadowing that pays off. It is a masterwork in storytelling. Even if like, if you don't believe it, just go in thinking of it as like a work of fiction, as a myth.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Look, I've always said, like, one of my dreams, I want to do, I always talk about this, but I want to do the Book of Job.
Mm-hmm.
That I love the Book of Job, and C.S. Lewis, the Screw Tape Letters, or Clive Barker's riff on that, the Yattering and Jack. There's so much great stuff, and it's interesting because there was so many great. I loved biblical epics like The Robe, and Ben-Hur and all those growing up, and they don't do that anymore.
I mean, but I think there's an argument to be made, since so many of our stories are based off of that almost every movie is faith-based. I mean, I think there's an argument that from a certain perspective, Obi-Wan Kenobi, from a certain point of view, that every piece of storytelling is in some way faith-based. I think The Last of Us, we're witnessing it right now, a man's fall out of faith, and he's learning to trust in other people again, and trust in. I mean,
100%. And what's really interesting is the cordyceps virus in The Last of Us is naturally occurring. It was a mutation of the natural world, and they added the idea of global warming added to the outbreak, and I loved all that. I thought that was all great. I thought it was great.
I mean, I saw an argument that because I was watching this. Do you know who Inspiring Philosophy is?
Yeah.
Have you seen his videos? Oh,
yeah.
I love his videos. And he did a stream the other week, and it was literally called "Why Christian Movies Are So Bad and How to Fix Them." And he made an argument that his favorite movie of all time, The Lord of the Rings. He said he was like, you could argue that the greatest trilogy of all time is a Christian trilogy.
Catholic. It's a Catholic trilogy.
Well, but yeah, I mean, but that falls under the umbrella.
Yeah, but it totally is. I mean, C.S. Lewis and Tolkien were contemporaries, like at Oxford, and yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's a total. And here's what I find unfortunate. In this day and age, to be alive, to be a human being, to be sentient, and to understand life is to immediately question what is it all about? Like, when you think and I think therefore I am, and you're self-aware and all these things, you can't help but wonder, what is my purpose? Because I feel that I should have one, and we all lead lives of quiet desperation in the way that, and we're looking for that purpose, and it's sort of built into our DNA that we're looking for this, and maybe the answer is we're never supposed to know what our purpose is, because if we did, then we'd stop seeking. And I mean, I don't know, and I think that what's amazing is the infinitude of the cosmos. I mean, I say this all the time, but I think that our job, let's just assume for a minute that God created the earth and the heavens, but Scripture does never go into how vast the universe is. And when you start seeing how vast the universe is, maybe our purpose is the universe can't know itself. that our job is to ultimately, assuming that we don't weed ourselves out, and the great built-in fail-safe of if we don't do good, we're never going to be able to go out into the universe. And maybe 10 million years from now, whatever we evolve into is supposed to somehow recognize that creation is here. I don't know. But listen, we have another super chat. That was the answer to, will you rather be a Jedi or Starship captain?
Yeah, and we can keep going on about this rabbit hole, but yeah, let's get to another.
It's true.
Chat.
John Wallbacher says, it's not just your opinion if you're projecting it into public discourse as a way to earn money off the attention it generates. You're responsible for the reach of your voice and the audience you build. I totally agree with that. I mean, look, here's the thing. I have always loved being alive. I grew up in a time where whatever it was, the things that I was interested in, 5 years old, the Twilight Zone and Star Trek and all that, I have been given a steady diet of imagination connoisseur. I was lucky to live in this time. I would have hated to live in like the Dark Ages when I wouldn't have any of this. Maybe I would have found something else. But we live in a great time, and I think that as fans, I think it's true. When we put out, especially in social media, if you're projecting a persona or projecting a certain attitude, you have to own it. You can't say that, well, you know, it's just my opinion. If it's just your opinion, don't go online. Don't do a show. And if you're going to have somebody an opinion about someone else's work, there was a guy named, I want to say Ted Sullivan. I think it was Ted Sullivan, who was a writer on the first season of Discovery, and we got into it on Twitter, and I was like, fuck this shit. I hate this show. And he and I was talking about how Hollywood directors at the A-list level, it was all a meritocracy, and we went back and forth, and we got in huge fights. And when I met him at Comic-Con, I saw him at a party at Comic-Con, I went up to him. And I said, hey, man, I'm Rob Burnett. He was like, he didn't know what I was going to do. I was like, listen, I'm not mad or anything. I just want to come up and apologize. I said I want to apologize for being a dick. And I had a really nice conversation with him. Really nice guy, you know, talked about his growing up loving Star Trek. And I realized, like the Romulan commander said at the end of Balance of Terror, in another life, I could have called you friend. But it was great. And I admit it because I was a dick. But here's the thing. I don't have any, I know I'm a dick when I'm talking about certain things. I know that I'm provocative or whatever. I know that. And, you know, I own it. And I have no problem walking up to somebody that I've gotten into some beef with on social media. As Dave Chappelle says, Twitter doesn't count because it's not even a real place. But if I get mad at somebody or we get in a fight, I'll walk right up to somebody. I have the courage of my convictions and be like, hey, man, I was a dick. I'm sorry.
That guy thought when you went up, hey, I'm Rob Burnett. Bah! He thought that's what was about to happen.
Oh, can I tell you guys a great story that I heard? Okay, this is a great story. I heard this at the premiere of Star Trek Picard. And I won't use his name because I just met him.
Season 3, or was this another season?
No, this was at the world premiere of Star Trek Picard on Thursday night at the Egyptian. So I met somebody who's a very high-ranking marketing person who now works for Paramount. And he goes, oh, I know all about you. He says this to me. And he goes, I almost had your YouTube channel taken off YouTube. And I'm like, what? And he goes, oh, yeah. He goes, I used to work for Legendary Pictures in marketing and publicity and all that. And I go, oh, my God. The only time this channel ever got a copyright strike. So if you get a copyright strike on YouTube, you can get 3 of them. And if you get a copyright strike, it means that you have violated someone's copyright and they own the copyright and they go after you and they strike your channel. It means that you might never be able to live stream for 90 days. It can be very devastating. I've only ever had one. And the copyrights,
like 2 of them.
Have you really?
Yeah, anime studios, there's no fair use in Japan. So anime studios can sometimes freak out if you use too much footage.
Oh
it is a scary place to be an AniTuber, because there are times when anime YouTubers they'll just disappear off the internet. It's crazy.
Oh, I have to make sure that don't do that to my channel.
That's why I don't do footage. I only show stills.
Oh, okay, that's good. Okay, good. So I reviewed the Dune script, the script for Denis Villeneuve's Dune.
Mm-hmm.
And I figured it's based on a book I read in the 60s. I mean, it came out in the 60s. I read it, when I was like 12. And apparently, when my YouTube stream dropped, all the people at Legendary were having a meeting, and someone ran upstairs and said, "This guy on the internet is reviewing the Dune script," and they didn't know whether it was going to make money or be successful or win Oscars or anything. And there I was reviewing their script. And I figured when I was reviewing it, I mean, it's like, there's no spoilers here. I'm not. And I loved the script. Loved it. And I said as much. And I guess that's why. But he told me, he goes, "I was the guy that struck your channel."
Mm.
And then he thanked me for all the shilling I've been doing for Picard season 3. He's like, "We don't have to pay you for it either." I said, "No, dude, I genuinely love it."
Was this like super early in like Dune pre-production, or was the film about to come out?
No. I think it was it was during filming. It was during.
Oh, yeah. They probably knew how old the book was and knew that no one alive today had read it.
No,
they wanted to keep it
read
under
Dune.
wrap.
Yeah,
I haven't read Dune.
It was bad. Well, you're young. One day you'll read it. But it was bad, and he told me that story, and I, for me, I've done a few things on this channel that was bad. And I know it was bad. Just like seeing Picard season 3 was bad. But you know what? I loved it so much. 3 times. I've now seen the first 2 episodes 4 times, and I will see episode 1 a 5th time on Thursday.
You're a bad boy, Rob. What does did anyone ever get in trouble with Lucasfilm? Because I didn't see. I don't know the in and outs of it, but when Colin Trevorrow's Duel of the Fate script, did that leak?
Wait, do you know who's the first person to review that?
You.
Me.
Yeah, I know that, but I how did that? Can you walk me through that? And did Lucasfilm email you or anything like that? Did you get a call from Kathleen being like, "Yo, Rob, what's up?"
I was contacted, and somebody asked me if I would be interested in doing it. And I was like, "Really?" And it was, and then what was interesting was I was the first, but I wasn't the only one. And I got to it first. I did it first. And I really like that script, and I think it's a great tragedy it didn't get made, to be honest. I think if that movie had gotten made, I think Star Wars would be in a much better place than it is now. But yeah, so I reviewed it, and they didn't come after it. Because here's the thing. I think that they couldn't, because it wasn't ever getting made. So it was, if they came after you, it would have been a tacit admission that it was real. And look, all the production artwork. I got so much production artwork as well that I couldn't show.
I've seen the artwork that has leaked.
Yeah, it all came out.
Dude.
It was all leaked, and I'm like, what a shame.
One of the biggest, most obvious choices that was made in that script was that Rey had a double-sided lightsaber. And then when I watched Rise of Skywalker, it baffled me that Rian Johnson purposefully breaks this kyber crystal in half, and then J.J. Abrams is like, she put it back together, the same lightsaber.
What?
That's
the rise of the Duel of the Fates. First of all, Duel of the Fates. What a great title for a Star Wars movie. The end of the
full circle.
I mean, it was that everybody had a great part. I mean, what Finn and Rose Tico did, the whole rebellion on the streets of Coruscant, that was the greatest shit ever.
It would have been like maybe like
it was like Les Miserables. It was incredible.
It would have been the darkest Star Wars dude. The concept art and the plot points, especially for that third act. Dude, I wish we would have. I want to go to whatever parallel universe just to see what could have been. Oh man, but here we are.
I know. Eric Skelton says, Rob, is Terry Matalas' promotion to showrunner a tacit acknowledgement by big money bosses that they have been making garbage except for Strange New Worlds. No, that's garbage too. And are changing course. Do they get it now? Okay. You have to understand something. No one who's working in Hollywood thinks they're making garbage, unless, you know, they're working at low budget, like the Asylum, I guess. But even they think what they're making is good. The people that are making Star Trek think it's great. They think it's great. They think Discovery's great. They think Strange New Worlds is great. Picard's great. So what happened with Picard was Alex Kurtzman went off to make his sequel to The Man Who Fell to Earth with Chiwetel Ejiofor. Akiva Goldsman went on to start Strange New Worlds. Michael Chabon left. So they had to make a third season of Picard, and there was no one there left to do it. And Terry Matalas had written on a few episodes of season 2. Terry Matalas had been a showrunner on 12 Monkeys, which is an excellent series. It's an adaptation of Terry Gilliam's film, which is itself an adaptation of Chris Marker's short La Jetée. So he took it over. And they basically said, go ahead and do what you want. He got rid of most of the cast, not because they were bad actors or anything, but he wanted to get the next generation cast and do what he wanted to do from the beginning. You know, what they should have done, I think, from the beginning. So it was... I don't even think they even know what they have yet, and they're going to wait and see. But Terry has no connection. He's not working. He just went and did the pilot for Escape to Witch Mountain, or whatever it's called, the Witch Mountain TV series for Disney Plus. They did a pilot that he co-created. So he doesn't even know. I mean, I would. What's so funny is they don't want to do it. Give Terry actually tease up a new series. They should just go do that. Let him go do it. Why not? He wants to do it. They should let him do it. Hunter Becknell says, Rob, remember when Nog wanted to join Starfleet? Sisko put him to the test and made him explain why he wanted to serve. You don't see that type of mentality on Discovery. It's just a wine fest. Hunter, couldn't agree more. Here's the problem. Star Trek was created by people and it was worked on by people that fought in World War II. You know, the military and Korea and the military it loomed large, and Roddenberry based a lot of it on Horatio Hornblower and all that. This idea, none of the people that are writing on Discovery, I mean, Kirsten Beyer, who's a Star Trek novelist and great, but she's marginalized because she doesn't come from the TV world. So they look at her as a crazy person. And she's not crazy, but she's not a TV veteran. And that's the problem. Star Trek Discovery is being written and made by people that don't know science fiction and don't know science. And it's all crazy wackiness. And that's true of Strange New Worlds, too. And unfortunately, that's why I don't believe it. I just want to be able to suspend my belief and believe in the universe, but we don't. But you're right. I mean, the idea of military discipline, I don't, again, do you know what the ranks are of the bridge crew of Discovery, other than who's second, third, fourth, and fifth in command? I don't know. I have no idea. And I don't believe... Look, one of the great things about that show that shows how wrong-headed and stupid it really is when they show the internal makeup of the Discovery, and they show a turbo lift, and you see this elevator going on a track system that looks like a ride at Disneyland, with all of this empty space inside. I'm like, clearly the people making the show have no understanding of what a spaceship is, or how anything is distributed. I mean, it's the dumbest stuff ever. And what's so maddening about it is you have 50 years of Star Trek that and blueprints and cutaways and everything you need to know about starships will show you that there is no empty space. There's no gigantic, cavernous, empty space in a starship. But they don't get that. They're like, well, the Death Star does and all this. And you watch that and I'm like, these people are all fraudulent creators. None of them understand what they're doing. And when they show you that, I can't believe in it. And no one else can either. And they wonder why people don't like their show. A lot of people don't care about those things. They don't look at those things and think, well, what does it matter? Well, it matters because I don't believe, and the people who are making the show, when they do stupid shit like that, it shows they don't believe either. And if they don't understand their own Starship, how am I supposed to believe the story they're telling me? That's why I hate modern Star Trek.
Rob, let me ask you a question about that.
Go right ahead.
So I'm gonna make a comparison to Andor with Tony Gilroy, and say that it might not be a one-to-one, but I wouldn't say he's the biggest Star Wars fan. But I think the thing he did do was he knew that he needed to associate himself with a team of people who did know Star Wars, and that's why you can pick out little references and things throughout, because even though he doesn't know that, he made sure that he had people who did know. Do you think that if those writers did that for Star Trek, it would be better?
100%. So, but here's what Tony Gilroy knows. First of all, he's an Academy Award-winning screenwriter and a great director. What he says, okay, what is Star Wars? Star Wars is about a rebellion against an empire. We have all of human history has various rebellions against empires. So what he does is he looks into that and goes, okay, what can I focus on? What happens with freedom fighters? And so he makes a show where everything is drawn from human history and put into a science fiction context. Because once you've squared away the story you're telling, you can add the Star Wars-ness of it all over. What you need is the very human story, or alien story, call it what you want, the story of what does a freedom fighter do? So you take an amalgamation of your favorite freedom fighters, and you can find real world things that happen to them, and base your stories on that. And then how do you translate that into the Star Wars universe? One of the things that I've always has always disappointed me about Star Wars, like, I'll tell you this, Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back changed my life. I mean, it's hard to explain to people how Star Wars hit pop culture. There was nothing like that existed. And when I was a kid and saw it for the first time, the first weekend it opened, it was so mind expanding about what you can see, the used lived in world, the whole, there was nothing in Hollywood history like Star Wars. Nothing. And I was even at 10, I was a fanatical sci-fi fantasy horror fan. I had picture books on the history of science fiction movies. I had seen everything I could see that showed on local TV. I mean, and seeing Star Wars was a realization of what literally my dreams were. And it was so different and shocking compared to what had come out. It changed the world. It changed how people imagined what a science fiction universe could be on screen. There's nothing even close. I mean, you had all the dystopian science fiction of the 70s that had come out, whether it was Silent Running, Clockwork Orange, Soylent Green, Rollerball, No Blade of Grass, The Final Program. There were so many dystopian sci-fi movies that had come out in the 70s. And then you had this space fantasy that was fun. It changed the world. It really did. And Star Wars was amazing, and then Empire was even more amazing, because as I grew up, I went from 10 to 13. I'm now a teenager. I saw Empire Strikes Back right after my bar mitzvah, because I'm Jewish. You know, I spent years learning Hebrew and going to Sunday school, and seeing a movie like Empire, which was an extension of Star Wars, and then, you know, right after, literally the same week as my bar mitzvah, it was mind-blowing. The whole thing about Yoda training Luke, and I felt, oh my God, this is my cantor and my Rebbe, and everything I've been learning religiously. I'm not a religious person, but at 13, whatever, you got to do that. You have to. And it was all part of it. It felt all of a piece. It was mind-blowing. It really, and that's why Return of the Jedi was such a disappointment, because it felt like, okay, George Lucas is now making kids movies. And I was 16, so I went from 10 to 13 to 16 when I saw Star Wars, and I had every model kit and every action figure and the Ralph McQuarrie portfolio and the sketchbook. I mean, puzzling over, I've got right over there my Art of Star Wars hardcover I got from the Sci-Fi Book Club in like 81. I mean, I have all of that stuff, and it was mind-blowing. And then of course, then we got in the wake of Star Wars, everybody started doing it. You know, you got Alien, and Superman the movie was already in production, but Alien at Fox was definitely something that all the movies that could get made in the wake of Star Wars the next 10 years, you know, 77 to 87, you had some of the most vibrant fantasy filmmaking of all time. And it was all because of that.
Yeah, and you saw Empire, what was it, 26 times, right?
26 times in the theater.
Wow.
I sat in the same seat every time in Seattle's UA 150.
Did you
8-seat left side front row balcony.
Did you count it? Were you like, this is my...
Oh yeah. Oh, it was a big
kept all the tickets.
Yeah, it wasn't just me, because it was my friends. I didn't just go by myself. It was a big deal. It was like every weekend we went to stand in line and go see Empire. And it was fun because it would usually, there weren't early shows. It was like a noon show. So we get on the bus at like 6 a.m., go take the bus down from Mercer Island down to downtown Seattle. And then when the stores open, the big department stores or the Pike Place Market, because there was a comic book store there, and there was a candy store that had Jelly Bellies and gummy bears from Germany. And so we would have these teams. Okay, we're going out first. We go to the comic book store, and then we'd come back to the theater, because it was quite a walk. And it was a whole thing. I spent the entire summer of 1980. We went every weekend.
Wow. Because movies played that long in theaters too. You couldn't even do that today if you wanted to.
I want to say,
realistically,
The Empire Strikes Back, I think, played longer first run at the UA 150 theater. That Lucasfilm took out an ad and said, because it played for like 600 and something days.
Wow.
Yeah, in the same theater.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is in.
As a matter of fact, here, let me see if I can find it. But yeah, so it was a whole different. Man, I keep looking at this picture.
Yeah. While you're finding that, I mean, I would like to say one of the best pieces of advice I ever took as a movie fan was to rewatch the original Star Wars in the mindset of what it would be like in 1977, where take out all of my knowledge of films that have come out after that with the advancements in technology that we've seen, and I watched it and I was like, this is mind-blowing. This is it's revolutionary. It's insane what was able to be done there. And then Empire, somehow they did it better, and I was like, how did they do this?
Oh,
it's crazy.
Okay, you're gonna love this. So I mean, you know, I talk about this stuff. I don't want to say that, you know, oh, look at me, but it's hard to explain to people what it was like growing up in Seattle, because there was such a huge contingent. This was the ad that Lucasfilm took out when Empire had played for a year. So this is the actual ad. This is my theater that I saw Empire Strikes Back in 26 times. Happy birthday. The Empire Strikes Back is 1 year old at the UA 150. Thank you, Seattle. Now, there was an article, and they didn't use what I sent in a memory, and they didn't use it. But there was an article that was in our local paper in, what was it, 1980? So when was this? In 2020? Was it 2020? I think it might have been 2020. And what I want to do is I'll show you this article. So this was the article that was in it was in the Seattle paper. So here's the article. This is from the Seattle Times, and The Empire Strikes Back played for a record-setting 61 weeks at Seattle's UA 150. So it wasn't 600 days. It was 61 weeks. 40 years ago. Were you there? And here was, it's too bad because this picture to the left. Okay, this is really interesting. So behind what you're looking at of this picture right now, behind it, across the street, and you can see in the bottom left corner, the King Cinema was right there. This is the corner of 6th and Blanchard. You can't see the dome. You can see the very edge of the dome to the right of the marquee. In 1977, the King Cinema was playing Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and Empire Strikes Back Star Wars was playing. So if you see where the line is, imagine going to the right down the street. there were lines blocks long to see Close Encounters and Star Wars, even though it had been playing for 6 months at the same theater. So Close Encounters was at the King, and Star Wars was at the UA 150. So it was incredible. So this article came out May 12th, 2020. This is during the pandemic. And it talks about, there's a Lucasfilm thing, and oh, this is the ad for it. And they did an article, and I wrote a very impassioned memory, but they didn't pick me. I was not picked. They didn't take my stories, but I wrote an article. But that was the UA 150, and it was a big deal. I mean, Star Wars at the time also had the largest Star Trek fan organization. It was called the PSST, the Puget Sound Star Trekkers, because Seattle's on Puget Sound, which is an inlet to the Pacific Ocean. And we had NorwestCon, which was a literary sci-fi convention. And they used to have a sci-fi expo at the Seattle Center. So growing up there, man, it was
wow.
It was a great place to grow up.
And I know the original Star Wars was nominated for Best Picture. Was Empire as well?
I think so. I'm not sure. That's a good question. I don't remember.
Because I would think that that's the more deserving of the two. I mean, I love both, and I think that of the year. But if it was like one of these two gets the Best Picture, I would choose Empire.
Yeah.
Personally.
Well, what was interesting is Star Wars lost to Woody Allen's Annie Hall, which is a great movie, and I love Annie Hall. I'm a big Woody Allen fan, but I mean, as a kid, I remember that was when I was most disillusioned. I'm like, the establishment sucks. How did Star Wars lose? Captain Robert April
Special Achievement Award.
Yes, it did. For effects. Captain Robert April says, if we keep shooting down UFOs, we'll be at war with Altair 4 by the end of the year. For those of you who don't know, not only did we shoot down a Chinese surveillance balloon, a mysterious UAP, Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, they were tracking an unidentified object, and they asked American jets to shoot it down. They don't know what it is. And at least they didn't when we went on the air. So who knows? Maybe we're shooting down aliens. Ron C. says, hello, Rob and I'm a fan of RKO black and white films. Citizen Kane. Today on Robservations, you mentioned younger adults would have a hard time watching a black and white film. Why? It's an old movie. Reason, technology. I agree. I mean, here's the thing. Israel, this is a good question to ask you. Do you watch black and white movies? You're 20.
Mm-hmm.
You're 20 years old.
I have no problem doing so.
So now, do you remember what the first black and white movie you ever saw was?
Does Wizard of Oz count?
It could, because the beginning is black and white. But here's what we were talking about earlier. I mean, you have to be trained. I think a lot of people that I've met that are younger won't watch black and white movies because they won't watch them because they know that they're old.
That's my little brother.
And yeah, and the thing about it is I don't necessarily disagree, because black and white films, the way they're made, the cutting, the cadence, the way the movies work, they're very, very slow to modern audiences. They're very literary. They're totally dialogue based, and there's not a lot of the language of cinema. Like now you can have a whole montage sequence and everybody understands that, and images are moving very fast. The speed at which a lot of black and white movies is unfortunately inherently difficult to watch for modern audiences because of how slow they are.
I love them. I think they're fascinating. I wish they would go back to that.
Well, yes. I mean, but you're unique amongst your generation.
Yeah. I mean, but I've also seen black and white TV shows like Leave It to Beaver is great.
Yep.
I'm blanking, but I know I've seen a few, and I have no problem going back and watching old movies. My little brother won't even watch the original Star Wars. We try to show him Empire or the original Star Wars. He's 12, and he can't do it because
it's too slow.
It's too old.
Yeah, it's too old. And it's really interesting. I don't know. You know, I was saying this earlier. When I grew up, we watched everything, you know, black and white, because we knew, like, there was never an idea that when I was a kid in the 70s and was watching, realizing that I could watch movies and could follow them. I knew what Universal Monsters were because my parents had got, it wasn't the encyclopedia. It was like this, I could find the book, but it was a black book with a purple cover, and it had Dracula on the cover, and it was like a history of the horror film or something. And it was a black and white book, but it was a coffee table book. And I'm like, I have to see every one of these movies. And whenever they would come on TV, the fact that they were black and white, in my mind, I understood that they were made in the 30s. There was no color film yet. So there was no way they would, there wasn't, in my mind, I knew that there was no way they could have ever been in color. So, and watching things like Leave It to Beaver, the original Twilight Zone, they just were in black and white. That's what they were. TV was traditionally in black and white at the time. They didn't have color TVs yet. So that's why Twilight Zone was shot in black and white. And that's why Leave It to Beaver is black and white, because there was no color yet. And so I love the Twilight Zone. And I love the fact that it was black and white. I would not watch it. Mm-hmm. But because that's how it was. Like I would never be like, well, that's old, I'm not going to watch it. Like, I knew as a kid from the 70s, I'm going to go back and watch monster movies from the 30s. And they were awesome. But nowadays there isn't that attitude. Like, it's funny to me, fandom especially has no interest in looking back. And I get it. And I was saying this earlier today, if you grew up in a world where there is Jurassic Park, you're not going to go back and watch some quaint stop motion animation Jason and the Argonauts because it looks ridiculous. Because if you didn't grow up with it and you try and go back and see it, it looks goofy. And you're never you're a unique person, but it's very difficult to get somebody now, unless you did it when they were little kids and they couldn't tell the difference. So I had my friend David Starzyk, who's been in a million different TV shows. He's an actor. His oldest son, Liam. This is back when Liam was like 8. And David had shown him James Bond movies. And Goldfinger was playing at the ArcLight, which is a big theater in Hollywood that closed down during the pandemic and hasn't opened. And we took him to see his first James Bond movie in a theater was Goldfinger from 1964. 8-year-old kid. And, you know, mind-blowing, even though the pace was different, but he was younger, so he hadn't developed this 8-year-old kid watching this film from 1964 was the greatest. Sitting next to him, he was practically jumping out of his seat. And I'll never forget when the lights come up, we're like, well, did you like it? And he says, he turns to me and he goes, James Bond wore a hat. Because even in the opening gun barrel, because in the 60s Bond, he's wearing a hat. He turns and, the gun barrel thing at the beginning. And that was the thing that struck him. That was the first thing. He just loved the fact that James Bond was wearing a hat. Because he hadn't seen any of the early Bond films. And I thought, that was a very astute judgment, because it was him acknowledging that the history was, wow, how neat was that? Like, most kids today would be like, why is he wearing a hat? But this 8-year-old kid was like, James Bond wears a hat. He loved that. And I could have been prouder of him. It was fantastic.
It also has to do with, I think, the structure of movies today. I think a great example of this is you look at the sequel trilogy versus the original trilogy. Regardless of the quality of the movies, you just look at the structures of them. And one is very apparently more slower and one is very fast. And they feel, without the name Star Wars on them or the same characters, they don't even feel like they're in the same franchise. They feel so different from each other. And that might just be because one has had George Lucas involved and one didn't. But I also think the pacing and the structure of the sequel trilogies is fundamentally a current age film structure rather than that.
But they don't, I think what's the problem with the sequel trilogy, none of it hangs together. I don't think any of it makes sense. Like, for instance, okay, in The Force Awakens, you don't understand. One of the brilliant things about Star Wars is when you cut to the Death Star for the first time, you have the Imperial briefing room, and you meet the admirals, and Vader and Tarkin walk in. Until this battle station is fully operational, we are vulnerable. The Rebel Alliance is too well equipped. Dangerous to your Starfleet commander, not to this battle station. You've got these bickering. We all understand officious functionaries. We get this. They're different factions of the military. They're backbiting each other. You totally understand. Then Tarkin walks in. The Imperial Senate will no longer be, how will without the regional governors or whatever, how are we going to keep control? How will and there's this whole conversation, and in this little scene, and then it's like, don't be so proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force, and all that. You understand all of this in this little scene, all of this exposition. You understand the Empire. You understand how it works. You understand Vader's position, Tarkin's position, all these generals that are trying to get one up on each other. You get everything you need to know about all of the Empire. Now, what's interesting, this is the highest level of the Empire. What Andor did so brilliantly is it showed what's the day-to-day operations like when you're not on the fucking Death Star. What are you going to do? How does the Empire work? How does the rebellion work? And Andor answered fundamental questions about Star Wars, which was, what does the rebellion look like? What is it? Where did it come from? And why did it arise? And what was why rebel against an empire? And you answered both of those questions. Those fundamental questions about Star Wars were dealt with in Andor. What does the Empire look like? Because the Empire is us. It's normal people. It's not admirals on the Death Star. It's everyone else that works all across the galaxy. And that's why the rebellion started, because those people are dicks. I mean, essentially, they're jackbooted thugs that come to your planet, and everyone who knows, living under a dictatorship all around the world, knows exactly why partisans rise up against their government. And Andor did such a good job of doing that. Unfortunately, the problem that I have with both the prequel trilogies was Lucas using all this technology and dehumanizing it all. But The Force Awakens was written by Lawrence Kasdan, the man who wrote Empire and wrote Raiders of the Lost Ark, co-wrote Force Awakens with J.J. Abrams. But J.J. Abrams, a kid who grew up in the Hollywood scene, is from L.A., knew people when he was 16. He was taking Spielberg's home movies and cataloging them. This kid has never gone without in his life. And he's writing a Star Wars movie about rebels and all this, and it was like, what do you? There's not one shred of authenticity in Force Awakens, and it's got cool stuff in it, but you're like, who is Laura? Why do you have Max von Sydow at the beginning of your movie, one of the great actors of all time? Who is this guy? Who is he? And you're going there for what? Why does R2-D2 have a tarp on him? He's the hero of 6 previous movies. He's sitting in the corner with a tarp on him, so you can sell R5 or BB-8s. It's just fraudulent.
I mean, with Andor, everything you said is true about that. I've been on an Andor kick lately. I keep looking up like different analyses, whatever, of it, and it's always interesting to see different people's perspectives. And then I love that main theme of the show. It's so good.
Yeah.
And then, have you listened to the track where they layered all of the intros on top of each other?
Oh my God, it's
epic.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. The thought that went into that. Like, we're going to have the Andor logo that shows where the Rebel Alliance logo came from, and we're going to slowly build. I mean, here's what I love about that is how much creativity and thought, even with the opening logo. Like, we're not even going to tell anybody we're doing that. If you figure it out, well, good for you. That's why I think it's so great. Now, it's different than what people want, but it was great, and everybody wants their pulp fix. And I think one of the things, like, that's why it's inspiring to me that you love Titanic. Because I think that intelligent entertainment leads to intelligent people later on in life. Because if you're challenged, if your beliefs are challenged and your intellect is challenged, even in your entertainment, you're going to step up. People will step up. They'll always surprise you. They'll step up and they'll be like, why is this way? And what is this all about? Let me consult. Now we've got Google. I don't understand. There's so many people that ask me questions. I'm like, and I always think they're putting me on. I'm like, just type it into Google. You'll get 25 articles and you go through them all and figure it all. And they're like, well, how can I find this? I'm like, but we have the greatest communications technology known to man. You can find out anything. You can go to cities and find out where their live cameras are and log in to cameras around the great cities in the world, and you'll get great vistas. I don't know if a lot of people even know that even exists.
Like, I found out about that in Missing, the movie that just came out the other month, because she did that in that movie. Is that a spoiler?
No, I don't know. I haven't seen that. But yeah, I mean, there are cities that want you to, they have cameras that are just, here we are on this great street corner in Paris or something. You can log in and look. And that's like all over the world. You can get anything you want. It's so amazing that we live in this amazing world, and it truly is amazing. And most people are like, oh, really? I didn't know that. Like, we live in an amazing planet, an amazing place. But it's so I think that I have hope. I think this year is full of great entertainment. There's Quantumania. I mean, Picard season 3 and Quantumania, it's the 1-2 punch. And really they open on the same night. Look at that.
Dude, tomorrow Rob, we're going to have to do an impromptu Transformers Super Bowl spot analysis stream tomorrow.
That's fine with me.
We're going to have, dude, Rise of the Beasts. Oh my gosh. It's my time. Enough Star Trek. Let's talk about Transformers. But
the floor is yours, my friend.
But I think we're just gonna argue about Age of Extinction again. And did you see that clip I posted on Twitter of you coming back to the call?
Yes.
And then you were like, "What? No, it's not," because I said it was a great movie. I love that clip so much. But going back to Andor, I found this out, an interesting piece of trivia the other day, that the Andor theme isn't original to the Andor show, that it's actually taken from Rogue One, and it plays. I forget what the planet is, but they go to that planet where they're assigned to kill Jyn Erso's father. And it's raining, and he points the gun at him. And for like 2 seconds, you hear the two notes. You hear the da da da, and then it cuts, and it goes back into another piece. And the composer of Andor took those 3 notes and created an entire score out of it.
Wow,
it's amazing. That's
very cool. I didn't know that.
When I saw that, I was like, when they said it was in Rogue One, I was like, I don't believe you. I would have heard it, but then they showed me, and I was like, oh my gosh.
But the thought, to me, what we want is that kind of thought put into everything. And, what's interesting is I think one of the problems of the time, there's so many people that are angry about the stuff that we're getting. And the reason people are angry is because there was a renaissance in the wake of Star Wars where we got years of great programming. And it was all great. And the difference is, and I hate to say it, like, as much as, look, I think the way a lot of my fellow YouTubers go about saying things, the way they word it, can be a little crass. And me being friends with them, people yell at me and go, those people are fascist, racist. And I'm like, okay, first of all, no. Because I understand why, look, all of our great franchises are now owned by corporations. Good storytelling is the opposite of what a corporation wants, because great storytelling is critical of corporations and critical of the establishment and all of that. Star Wars is a series about rebels that destroy the status quo, that blow up the formidable, blow up the corporations. So it's ironic
The
that
villain of Star Wars is America. That's the
uh,
allegory.
yeah, I mean it's very problematic, and so I mean I get it, I do, I understand, but nowadays we're getting all of our entertainment on. Now you can only make these grand, giant tentpole properties that are owned by corporations that have to appeal to the biggest common denominator, and they have all of these agendas. They have to hit this demographic, this demographic, this demographic, this demographic. They don't want to piss off the people that don't want you to buy Harry Potter games. I mean, which is so bizarre, because now people who have certain games, people are going to come after you and out you or whatever. It's so weird. At the end of the day, when really all anybody wants is tell me a great story I haven't heard before. That's all we want. And the reason people turn to manga and anime is they don't have that agenda, because they're not crazy, and they're not, the Japanese are not nuts. They want to tell, look, you can get manga about anything, any walk of life. And it's just weird here. We're in a very weird place in the United States.
I mean, I was watching, I'm sure you've heard of Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, of course.
But
you posted
have you
a
checked
picture
it out
today.
Have you
Yeah,
checked
it's
it out?
insane.
Dude, it's so good. But yeah, it's I would not recommend it to someone as their first anime, because I think it's so anime that they could get turned off.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's but I love it. And if they made that here, somebody would get pissed. You can't show kids this. What is this?
Mm-hmm. And what surprised me the most was in the show that they don't like make it a super big deal in the plot line of the show, but they make remarks, and they throw little jabs about hot button issues on things like gun control or like police and things like that. And I'm like, they really just snuck that in there and are gonna move on about it. And I'm just surprised that anime is, and especially like Chainsaw Man is tackling things like that in subtle ways.
Well, anime has always been very smart. I mean, even in the 80s, when Viz Communications first started bringing over manga in comic book form, and like they did like Kamui, and they did Area 88 that I was collecting, and Mai the Psychic Girl. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mai the Psychic Girl. Mai the Psychic Girl was awesome. M-A-I, Mai the Psychic Girl. And it was an incredible comic. And again, these were what I was reading in the 80s. They were so good. And there was a band called Sparks that recently had a documentary made about them. And they had got the rights to Mai the Psychic Girl, and they were going to make a movie, and Sparks was going to do this soundtrack. And it was going to be great, because Mai the Psychic Girl is badass.
Dude, she looks cute.
Oh yeah, Mai the Psychic Girl rules. And again, even manga has sort of changed a little bit, because there's so much of it now, and there's the stuff I like was had a serious bent to it. It wasn't Dragon Ball Z. It was much more serious than that. But it's not saying it's bad.
Yeah,
By the way, Glenn Mark sends in a super chat and says, I think Job would be an epic faith-based movie. I agree.
I'm telling that's a best picture contender. I'm telling you, if you do it right, dude, and you tackle the issues of like the struggle of like that entire book is about the human condition, which is exactly what the Oscars are looking for.
Oh, I know. I mean, if you could, I just don't. Robert Heinlein, the science fiction writer, wrote a book called Job, A Comedy of Justice. It's different. It's a sci-fi version of that, but I just love that story of Job. A man, despite all the ridiculous hardships he suffers, all the loss, of his family, everything that happens to him, and he always had faith, unwavering, unshaking faith. And then he was finally rewarded for his faith. He was truly a believer that never gave up in the face of a horrible tragedy. And how many people would do that? But he knew.
Not many.
He knew in his heart. He never wavered. And I think that's pretty amazing.
But I think you were talking about how you just mentioned like how he gets rewarded for his faith at the end, and I think that's an interesting interpretation, because to me it seems like it wasn't
Well, he's lost everyone that's near and dear to him.
But with the case that God makes with Job about like when he takes him throughout the cosmos and he shows him different creatures and how the universe runs, it seems to me like he shows Job how vast everything is and how kind of insignificant his life is in the grand scheme of things. And so
yes, but his belief matters.
well, hang on. Let me finish. But I think it shows that Job never gets an answer for why the things happen to him, right? But then I think in the same way, God never gives him a reason for why he returns things, like tenfold at the end of the story. It seems to me that like it was almost like a gift instead of a reward. Like it was like,
oh no,
Job didn't deserve it, but he still did it.
Yeah, well, I think the thing about Job is what I love about the story is that he was unwavering in his belief, and his belief was so strong that I think people who walk. My sister is a born again Christian. She walks with the Lord, and I think that she's not looking for anything. She didn't do it to get a reward, and I don't think Job did either. It was just that Job knew that when these things started to happen to him, these horrible things, when losing his family and people who died and all, everything he had, whatever. In his mind, at least the way I see it, is that it was like these things happen, and they're happening to me, not necessarily because I deserve it or for anything other than they just happen. That's the world. Mm-hmm. It's like Andy Dufresne talking about in Shawshank Redemption. Sometimes you get caught in a storm, and he just didn't believe the storm would go on as long as it did. I think Job was just like, well, this sucks multiple times, but he had his belief, and it wasn't. He wasn't looking for a reward, but his faith was what he more than he ever bargained for. And he was just doing what he was doing. And I like the fact that he didn't step up and put on a cape. He didn't say, here I am, I'm standing up for God, my belief. He didn't do that. He was just a guy who had faith and persevered. And to me, I always see it as a metaphor for anybody who's lived through horrible hardship and doesn't give up.
I mean, there's something in the Bible that's referred to as the wisdom literature, and it's like a trilogy of books. You have Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and then Job to finish out the trilogy. Mm-hmm. And Proverbs is like, hey,
so you sound like you're pitching to a movie studio exec. We've got the three. We got the three books. We got the trilogy. The moral. What is it called? What do you call it?
It's called the wisdom literature.
The wisdom literature. I'm telling you, it's big.
No one would watch that.
A lot of people have read it. Well, it depends how you tell the story.
They would give me $1 million to make the entire trilogy. They wouldn't give me anything, bro. They'd give me the Blumhouse budget.
Okay, here's the thing. You don't tell them it's the trilogy from the Bible. What you do is you take those stories, you write some great scripts, contemporize it, make it happen today, and you never tell them where it came from, ever.
But I think the cool thing about the wisdom literature is that you start with like Proverbs, and it's like, do good things and good things will happen to you. And then you go to Ecclesiastes, and Ecclesiastes is a fascinating book because it has a lot of things that people don't associate or think would be in the Bible. There's so much wording in Ecclesiastes that's like, life is meaningless. Our life does not matter at all. And it's a very depressing book. And then you go into Job, and it was, or I guess, so Proverbs is like, do good things, good things will happen to you. Ecclesiastes is like, well, sometimes you do the right thing and bad things happen. The world sucks. And then Job is kind of like the fulfillment of both of those two, of like what happens at the end. It was almost like Ecclesiastes wrote that in the middle of his pain, and we see the end of what happens with Job.
Dude, I'm telling you, just write it under different names. Nobody will know what you're talking about. They'll think you're a genius, and you have to figure out what is the contemporary version of all these stories. You know, like what you just told me. I'm thinking, you know, I it's terrible of me to say this, but I think about Robert Altman's 1989 movie called The Player, based on Michael Tolkien's novel. It's about a studio executive that ends up inadvertently killing a writer. But there's a great scene where Peter Gallagher comes in, the actor, and he plays like this new hotshot executive who's hired, and he's totally cynical. He's like, I can make a movie out of anything. Give me a headline from the newspaper today. and he's like, it's a sexy, you put Jimmy Smits in it. It's a sexy Stand and Deliver. You know, he uses another movie. It's totally crass, but he's not wrong. Now here's the thing. I don't understand why the Bible isn't poached from every fucking day, because what you just said, those 3 movies, what is it called, the Wisdom Trilogy?
Yeah, like the Wisdom Trilogy, the Wisdom Literature.
Okay,
it's like an actual thing.
Okay, yeah, of course. Don't tell anybody that. All you have to do is take the 3 books and come up with the stories. Like what do you say Proverbs is about?
Proverbs is it's written from the story. What it does, fascinatingly, is it reveals an interesting part about God, and it takes the wisdom part of God and makes it a character.
Okay,
and it makes that character a woman.
Okay,
so you could have...
then there it's like Krzysztof Kieslowski's 3 Colors trilogy. You got the 3 books. You got Job, that's a dude's name. You make all 3 books names of people, and it's there's your trilogy. Those people, you know, and then delve into that story. And figure out, okay, Proverbs says what you said? Believe on
it's like what you do will be returned to you.
Okay, what you do
almost.
then figure out what's the cool story about that. What you do, something that you've done, figure it out. Like what does somebody do and what's gonna come back to you? And you can, I'm sure if we spitballed for an hour, we could sit down and write a treatment and be like, yeah, and then shoot it into Chat GPT and it'd spit us back out something. And, look at this is awesome, and no one would ever know.
Because I don't think it would work as a trilogy per se. If I think about it as a movie,
no,
I would think it would have to be one film.
Well, that's maybe it's Act 1, 2, and 3. I'm telling you,
because I'm thinking like Everything Everywhere All at Once, where you cut between different, like, kind of versions of the same stories, but people make different choices.
You could do that, but the Job story, I'm telling you, it could be 3 90-minute movies in and out.
A miniseries on Netflix,
could be
an
that
hour long each.
Could be that, you know, and we never have to tell anybody that we're making a faith-based trilogy about these 3 books. And then we reveal it in interviews after it's already a huge hit.
And then Hollywood's like, dang it.
Yeah, I know they're going to hire us and pay us lots of money. Right now, somebody's already seeing this, and they're locking up the rights to the Bible, and they're going to write it right now.
How do you get the rights to the Bible?
You don't. You can't. It's in public domain. But somebody, what you can get the rights to is a title. If Paramount says, Paramount, we're making Job from the Bible, they're done. You can't get that title again. Not for a long time. By the way, see, Glenn Mark, look what you did. He said the Job would be a great faith-based movie. Bert says The Dark Knight Rises had parallels to Christ's biblical death and resurrection arc. This is why it may have resonated with some more than The Dark Knight did. I mean, it's true. I totally see that. I mean, he was crucified by Bane and then he's resurrected. But what I don't like about Dark Knight Rises, it's beautifully made, but there's so much in it that's goofy and implausible. I'm like, how did Bruce Wayne even get back into Gotham? Who knows?
He's Batman.
I know he's Batman, and
Did you see the rumors about like a Batman coming back to be? They shot it down, but dude, earlier today, Twitter was on fire because they were like, "It's Clooney. He's coming back." Oh no, James.
I mean,
don't do this.
People are nuts. Like, no.
I got scared.
Don't be scared.
I was like, James, I liked your pitch. The Authority. I'm excited to see it. Superman Legacy. If you're bringing back Clooney, it's dead on arrival. I'm sorry, but I can't support this. But
yeah, don't be worried. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Dark Knight Rises though. I'm seeing people in the chat saying like There's just differences in opinion about
look,
it.
I like Dark Knight Rises too, but there's a lot of sloppy, like, the Batman burning Batman logo on the side of the bridge. I mean, come on.
Come on.
Yeah, it's
Come
like
on.
I know it's cool, but like, what did Batman? You know what? I'm gonna stop here for a minute, and I'm gonna set up a thing. It's gonna burn my logo. It's gonna be awesome. I mean, so Bane attacks a financial center, and suddenly Bruce Wayne's broke because all of his money is in the stock market. He has no other assets. It's like the power company turns off the power. Even then, he'd have a month before. Like, it's Bruce frickin' Wayne. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne. You missed your $500 power bill. We've turned off your power. Sorry. I mean, it was so weird and goofy. I loved it, though.
Come on.
I'm just saying. But that's why it doesn't work as well as The Dark Knight, because there's too many goofy things in it. Like, your entire wealth. If Bane goes in and takes over the stock market and makes a bunch of fraudulent trades or does all these things, they're going to be reversed. No one's going to be like, terrorists attack this stock market in Chicago or Gotham City. Let us, live with this. Bruce Wayne lost all of his wealth. I mean, it wasn't a real trade.
Dude, my bank stops $10 purchases if they think it's fraudulent.
Yeah.
I'm like, I guess that's fair. But I'm thinking when you mentioned the bat signal on the side of the, I was like, that's got to be something that Rob loves. When he sees that, he's like,
okay,
yeah.
Here's the thing. But for me, it is very cool to see. But in my mind, I'm like, when did you have the time to do that? And why would you do that? I mean,
Can't you just imagine Batman with a jug of oil?
Yeah, he's sitting there going, as the bat is floating in the sky. He's like, why would he do that? Because I wanted them to know I was back. Okay.
Yeah, he had Alfred do it.
Right. But why there? Why not on the top of the biggest, tallest
so
building?
Everybody can see it in reasonable distance. He doesn't have time to run across the. Come on, Rob.
I know. But these are things. And look, I like Dark Knight Rises. I loved it when I first saw it. Diane Nelson got me into it. It was great.
I love Dave's voice.
Tom Jr. Jackson with our last super chat. No tips tonight, by the way. It was all super chats. TNG is on in first run. If you go back in time, what do you tell yourself about Picard season 3, Rob? Well, here's the thing. The jury was very much still out on Star Trek The Next Generation. No one knew if it would last. I mean, if I got to season 3 or something, I would have told myself, I would have said, 40 years or 30 years from now, they're going to make a sequel to this series, and it's going to be really good. That's what I would say. And I would be surprised to hear that, because I'm surprised at where Trek went. The problem with Star Trek is they've never found anyone in the modern age who truly loves Star Trek, aside from Terry Matalas, but he was still connected to everybody. They, even though they didn't watch it or anything, he was still beholden to them. And it would be nice if some amazingly high-powered creator came in and took over the franchise and I've dreamt of winning the lottery. Or I'd go back in time and buying crypto and making $8 billion. I'd go to Paramount. I'm like, I want to buy Star Trek for $2 billion cash. Sell it to me. They would. How great would that be? I could just go make whatever I want with the rest of my crypto money.
Let me ask you this: how do you think that Picard season 3 turned out so well? What do you think was the difference?
Oh, the difference was Terry Matalas was the new showrunner, and he did whatever he wanted. He fired the people he didn't want. He hired the people he wanted, like his composer, his DP, all the people he'd work with.
So he's like the Dave Filoni of Star Trek.
Yeah. That's exactly what he is. And he oversaw the 10 episodes. He directed the last 2. And, yeah. And that's what he did.
He just needs to negotiate his way up to CEO of.
Well, what's funny is, and this is why when someone like Doomcock gets angry with me or says this is never going to happen, I could absolutely see them giving Terry Matalas carte blanche, because what do they want? They can go do whatever they want. They're tired of doing their own Star Trek that doesn't get the acclaim that anything else does. It's enough. What are you going to do?
I mean, I look at the ratings, like the Nielsen ratings for like best, like most watched shows of the year. I can't remember the last time a Star Trek show was in there. I could be
Yeah, you know why?
misremembering
Because
that,
they're not
but-
making money. They're not successful. No one's
Mhm.
watching them. And no one's watching them because, look, as much as I'm not going to rip on Lower Decks and Prodigy, they're animated shows. Nobody cares. Star Trek fans don't care. The audience is like, oh, they're really good. Of course, there's always anime fans that are going to watch it. Nobody cares. And Star Trek Discovery has moved into a future of all dumb people. And it's a dumb conception of the future. And everything in it is stupid. And I mean that with great respect. But no one ever sat down and thought to themselves, okay, we're gonna move the Discovery 1,000 years into the future. What is like plastic surgery like? I mean, do I have a facelift or not? And what does all that look like? There's no real future that is as thought through, even though the Discovery lives there now. It can never go back in the 31st century. And it's not good. So that's where I'm at. And on that note, my friend,
I think Cash just sent in a chat.
he did. My God, Cash. Actually, we got a few. Irene Jobson. I mean, you know what? She might be my favorite person that I don't know that's also married.
She has been so supportive on the Otaku Experience and in the watch party today, and I've had a chance to speak with her in the chats. Same here, man. She's become like one of my favorite people.
She's the best. She's a dirty girl, which I love, but she's also very supportive and sweet. And she sent me a peach. Actually, she sent us a peach. She probably sent you a peach, not me. I'm just an egomaniacal old man. So if any, woman sends me a peach, I'm thinking it's for me. So it's probably for you. Cash says, I think you skipped my super chat. Well, let me look, Cash. Let me just see. Actually, we did. I didn't see this one. Actually, there's a couple of things here that got skipped over. A lot, actually. No, this is really interesting. Okay, because this happens, and so let me go to John. John Wallbacker says, the Star Trek North Star comment was more about how they showed the rare non-Starfleet characters, people like Sisko's dad, who just wanted to run a restaurant so he could, or the Picards in France. You're absolutely right about that. That's totally true. And I love when they did that. And those people were salt of the earth, normal folks. I mean, I think that's it's very true. That's what Star Trek did best, especially TNG and Deep Space Nine. Voyager couldn't do it, but when they did it, it was quite good. Hunter Becknell says, Rob, remember when Nog wanted to join Starfleet? Oh, I already did that one. Claudius, our friend Claudius, says, great points. OG Star Trek, TNG, DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise resembled actual military service. Mission, service, duty, and sacrifice, as well as expertise, were depicted. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that made the show good. I feel we get none of that in modern Star Trek. It's very difficult. Culture Wars Diplomacy says DS9 knew how to give Trek some edge without losing its soul. I think that's absolutely true. And, DS9 did some very interesting things, and it delved into war. It delved into the reasons for the war. It's really great. And the problem is, again, the people writing these shows knew what they were doing. They were all very smart people with life experience, and they knew what story they wanted to tell. Here's the Missing Cash super chat. I think these days there's actually a lot of movies that have a lot of depth, but they are often dismissed because their execution does not match expectations. Example, Don't Worry, Darling, Nope, and The Northman. I agree. I mean, I think we live in a world where, my God, they're spending all this money on these movies and they don't know how to market them to the core audience. And it's frustrating. And they don't choose to learn either. So I mean, they are dismissed, and I hate that. Mark Spector's Avatar. Any Moon Knight fan is a fan of mine. You should have a heart-to-heart with Doomcock at a Chick-fil-A and make him wear the helmet in public. Would he do that? Because I'd do that. Interesting. Glenn Mark, our friend Glenn Mark, does say, news, my second picture book will be released tomorrow. Glenn Mark, down in New Zealand, is now a published author. That's amazing.
Congrats.
Totally congratulations. RRTNZ says, Hail Bob, what can you tell us about the upcoming MCU Secret Wars? I love the 1984 series, but can't see it being done properly without the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, Doctor Doom, Galactus, as well as the OG Avengers. So for those of you who don't know, I did read the scripts for Secret Invasion.
Yeah, when am I getting those? When are you going to send them?
I can send them to you.
Yeah, I'm waiting, man.
Oh, you're asking about Secret Wars. You know what? I don't know anything about Secret Wars. All I can tell you is about Secret Invasion. And a Secret Invasion is different than Secret Wars. Do you want to know about Secret Invasion? I don't know. You asked about. I don't know anything about Secret Wars. Nothing. I have no idea.
You got to send me those Secret Invasion scripts. You know, you guys were talking about Patrick Stewart saying that Marvel told him to stand by the other day. And I was surprised that y'all took that as Deadpool related, which I guess I can see how the correlation was there.
Oh,
but
dude, I think it's for everything.
I was immediately like, oh, Secret Wars. He's back.
They don't have enough characters for Secret Wars. They're going to bring back everybody who's in any Marvel movie across all multiverses.
Dude, they're going to bring back Henry Cavill as Superman.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
And George Clooney as Batman.
I mean, people are saying that. I'm like, come on, you guys. Although I thought he was good as Bruce Wayne.
He used his credit card to buy the weapons for the troops.
So bad. Captain Robert Abrams. Oh, I already said that about shooting down UFOs. No, I think I've caught up. I'm sorry, I missed people. Sometimes it's weird because there's a glitch. So
Can
Cash,
someone ask anime questions, please?
I got your super chat back.
Come on, guys.
Dude, when are you gonna watch Legends of the Galactic Heroes? Do I have to send you my $800 Blu-ray set?
Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
It's the greatest, not the new whatever, not the remake. I'm talking about the original Legends of the Galactic Heroes, not the new something like NEUVE or whatever it's called.
Oh, the 1998 to 1997 show,
or 1988 to 1997.
What did I say?
1998 to 1997.
It went back in time. Yeah, it's on. I have a My Anime List account. It's in my plan to watch. So I have it there. I've acknowledged its existence. It's just
okay. What I need you to do is type into your computer right now. Type in Legends. Type in Sentai 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 Filmworks. Legends of the Galactic Heroes. Okay.
Not their website.
Oh man, you can't. Oh, it's available on streaming.
Yeah, I can stream it on High Dive. I have a High Dive account.
Well, there you go. You can see it all. I spent $800 for their ridiculous box set.
Ooh. The galaxy has been at war for 150 long years between the Galactic Empire and the Free Planets Alliance. As two new commanders enter the field of battle, the tides of war change.
Reinhard von Lohengram and Yang Wen Li
shatter the wartime stalemate, elevating the war to a new level. Brilliant new strategies play out in the grand chess game amid the stars.
Dude, it's the greatest space opera ever made. I know it's an anime form. It's incredible.
What happened to Space Battleship Yamato? Is that not
that's a different kind of a show. Like, I love my Japanese super robots of the 70s, like Getter Robo and Getter Robo G and Grendizer and Mazinga and all that. And I love Space Battleship Yamato. Legends of the Galactic Heroes is one of the most epic, huge bits of storytelling ever. The original video animation is 110 episodes, and then they did a sequel show, which is there's a name for it. There's some acronym for the sequel show. I forget. But the box set has all of it, but the 110 episodes, 4 seasons are insane. And to make them, because what they do is, so you have this central conflict going on, but then there's all these side stories. Well, they'll tell you the story of like one grunt soldier, and it goes in and out of the main. It's unbelievable. And I have to tell you, something happens. Don't read about it. You got to watch the show. But something happens, I want to say, in the 3rd season of the show, where of every single talk, the Red Wedding didn't faze me. Something happens in this anime. I was just stunned. I literally was like, you can't do that. And they did. And I was like, I what? It's fantastic.
Have you? I know you love your big robots, like you're saying, Get a Robo and things like that. Have you seen the new Gundam show that's been airing?
The one about, what's it called? It's called
The Witch from Mercury.
Yeah, no, I have not at all.
Season 2 is coming out, I believe, in like it's the next anime season. So I think
can't.
April.
I mean, I can't even keep up with the last Gundam show.
You don't need to watch it for this one.
No, I know, but I'm a Universal Century guy, and there's the thing about Gundam is there's the main continuity that I fell in love with, and then there's all these alternate universe versions of Gundam, and it's hard to keep. Hathaway, was it Hathaway? That was the last Gundam. Hathaway was the last Gundam series I watched, and it was pretty good. You know, I liked it, but Gundam's all over the place, and the continuity is insane. So
I mean, I've never seen the original Gundam. This show was my introduction to it. And do you know what it's about? Because
No.
it's very interesting. So I don't know if this is a different approach to the rest of the Gundam shows, but it's basically like it's almost like an empire, right? And the Gundams are each owned by different corporations.
Yeah, okay.
So in order to have a Gundam, you have to like be working with the government, or else it's against the law, it's illegal. And so what happens is the main students in the show, they basically are like, hey, we're gonna start our own Gundam business to basically to get into this business. I know it's kind of goofy.
No, but it's great because it's like that's another alternate universe Gundam story. Love it.
And then and basically I won't spoil much, but I'll say that the climax of the show of the first season is like the corporation on Earth, the Earth Gundams coming to fight the Gundams in space.
Oh, nice.
Because it was, dude, it's pretty epic. I thought there were some story elements that I was like, but
no, I'll have to watch it. That's great. I want to know which universe it's in or what.
It's only 12 episodes, but I think you should watch it. They're saying when it comes to anime, you could talk all day about Dota Dragon's Blood. What was that? What are you, like a big fan or something? I'm just kidding.
No, well, no. I work for I edited that. That was my first experience.
I know.
It wasn't my first experience working in animation, but it was doing that. It was a lot of fun. And what was really wacky was I would send out what we cut from my computer to Korea, and then it would come back with finished animation. It was so wild. Like, yep, we got the finished animation. 6 months later, I'm like, oh my God. Okay. I'm glad it worked out. Thank you, Ashley Edward Miller, for keeping me on the show and being an animatic editor for 9. What is it? It was 8 episodes a season, 24 episodes total.
Oh, so season 3's on the way, or is season 3 already out?
It's done. Yeah, and what people didn't realize is that it was greenlit for 3 seasons from the get-go. Which mostly, like when you hear like, oh my God, so-and-so is renewed. The Last of Us is renewed for a 2nd season. Yeah, it was already renewed internally. They just didn't want to tell anyone. Not yet. So, Dota Dragon's Blood, the lead time on animation is so far that they committed to 3 seasons from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I'm really proud of that show. It gets bonkers. That show was so much fun to work on. It was really good.
The turnaround time in the anime industry is horrible. It's either you get the show the next year, like you get a new season the next year, or you're waiting 5 years for the next season if they don't confirm it immediately. It's horrible. Crazy. Have you heard of ReZero?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So the first season I think came out in like 2016. Then the second season came out in 2020, and they have yet to announce a third season yet.
Oh my God.
Which means we're not going to get it till I'm your age. At this rate.
You'll be dead. I'll be
It's
long
horrible.
gone when you get to be my age.
It's terrible.
Listen, man, I think we should end this. This has been a good stream. Yeah. And only because I have to go to bed, I'm doing Let's Get Physical Media with Dieter Bastian tomorrow. And again, we got
and the impromptu Transformers TV spot stream.
Oh my God, we got to do that. We have to do that. I mean, we don't know when it's dropping. When does the game start? It's like 4:00.
5:30 for me, so it'd be 4:30 for you.
Okay. Well, yeah, there we go.
No, it'd be 3:30 for you because you're 2 hours behind me.
Oh, right. That's right. Well, then we'll watch and do an impromptu. You'll have to review it.
Will we have to wait till after the stream or right when that spot goes?
Depends. Up to you. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know what spots are coming, or I don't know the order of the spots.
There's like 11. I don't either. There's like 11 movie spots or something. It's incredible.
Because if there's like a really good spot like after Transformers, we might have to wait so we can see that one live, or we could watch it on stream.
Yeah,
for the first time. It'd be epic.
Indeed. Well, we should do it. We'll talk tomorrow.
Good. And I want those Secret Invasion scripts, man. Come on.
I know you can't tell anybody I sent them to you.
All right. You didn't send them to me.
Right. No, I didn't. I don't have the Secret Invasion scripts. I'm making it up. Remember, they're watermarked from somebody. I don't know where I got them from. But you can't send them to anyone because if they ever get out, the person I got them from.
I would never.
Yeah. No,
I would never send out these hypothetical scripts that don't exist.
Yeah. Yes, and nor should you. And on that note, my friend, I think it's time to go. I think we've reached the limit. We've reached the place where we should just call it a day. I'm thinking.
Time.
Yeah. Because
there's no Last of Us tomorrow. Dang it!
But we already watched it.
That doesn't mean I don't want another episode.
Well, I know, but it was great though, wasn't it?
Dude, and because they changed it from the game, while keeping the core of it the same, and it was so emotional. It was it hurt even more watching it in the show than it did in the game. And I haven't preferred every choice they made in the show over the game. Like I think Kathleen is kind of, but I think that there are choices. Like I think episode 3 is still the best episode of the show, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
Probably followed by this one or the first episode.
No, I agree with you 100%. And this episode, oh man, the ending was just, it was so brutal. Do you change inside? I'm like, man.
Dude.
Oh, terrible.
Dude, and the choice to make him deaf, like that behind the scenes thing at the end, dude.
That was incredible. And again, that's what great adaptation is all about. That's
and
what
Neil
you
was
do.
Even like, it wasn't like Craig Mazin had to convince him. Neil heard the idea and he was like, I'm so stupid. How did I not think of that?
Yeah.
Because he realized it immediately made it better.
Yeah, it was genius. It was really, really good.
I watched the episode and I actually forgot that he wasn't deaf in the game for a minute until I watched reviews and they're like, yeah, they changed it. And I was like, really?
Yeah.
I was like, it felt so natural. Then I was like, they did change it.
Yep. And every change they've made is just plus the show. It's so good.
Except Kathleen. But, you know.
Well, I mean, okay, but I do like the fact that they basically sketched out non-player characters and gave them whole backstories, which is pretty cool.
But it was all it's a visual medium, and they did a lot of telling instead of showing.
Well, that's true, but everyone was dead.
But I would have preferred a flashback instead of a 5-minute monologue.
No, it's true. No, you're not wrong.
Sonny Dominguez is saying his tip was not read.
Oh, hang on. I haven't. You know what? To be honest, I haven't even got to those. I haven't looked. Well, because I was like, I keep forgetting. I will look and see. Sonny Dominguez, who's a great man. Mm. Yes. Well, actually, there's a number of tips here that we didn't read.
Oh no!
Why didn't we see them?
I shouldn't have brought this up.
No, this is good because we should get to them, and so hang on. This is actually there's some very good commentary here. Wow, there is a lot of stuff here now that I'm seeing this. Wow. Wow.
You want to give me the tips and I can read them?
No, I'm just going back. This is interesting. So, wow, this is going back, and I don't know why we didn't get any of these. I didn't know why I didn't see this.
Come on, but YouTube.
I know these are all new, so I'm going to go through them. Joey Checkers sends in a tip and says, "What is the difference between overcoming watching old movies with now dated effects and acting, and suspending disbelief for modern movies with bad effects and acting? Is it the same concept?" That's actually a great question, but I don't think so, because here's the thing. I think back in the day, there was not an expectation that effects were photorealistic. People understood that they were seeing things that were not real, because no one understood that they could make photorealistic effects. It's like the first time you hear about them watching a movie where a train just comes into the station. Imagine not ever seeing a movie before, and you're sitting in a theater and you're watching a giant image of a train coming into the station. People wouldn't know what to do. They're like, what is this? Is that a real train? Because in the human experience, no one had ever seen that before. And I think that when you have that, it was so new that nobody knew what it was. But as things developed, like stop motion animation, we look at it now. We can see it. Like we watched the skeletons attack in Jason and the Argonauts. And, at the time, it looked amazing because no one knew how it was done. But today, you look at it, it's quaint. What do you think about that?
I think it's different because it's all in the way that it's delivered. I think the problem for a lot of people with black and white movies is immediately the way it looks. It's immediately distracting to them because we live in a day and age where we can have movies in color, and unless it's an intentional choice, like there's times in the movie Blonde or in like the Macbeth movie that came out recently, or like The Lighthouse, where they intentionally, for story reasons, have it in black and white. I think when it's the case that you had no choice, it can often be distracting. There was an anime called X-Arm that came out in 2021. The animation was so bad that it killed the interest in people watching the show, aside from just laughing at how bad the animation was, because you couldn't get into the story because of how distracting it was.
Let me ask you this. How can they make animation that's bad?
I mean, you can look it up. Oh man, so many things went wrong in the production of X-Arm. So most anime is 2D hand-drawn.
Sure.
So this was an endeavor. They're trying to get into more 3D animation stuff. I'm kind of against it, but well, I mean, maybe they'll sway me. But I think Belle did a good example of how CG can work in anime.
I have it in 4K. I love that movie.
I think it was my third or fourth favorite film of 2020.
It's beautiful. Too. It's stunning. I gave Chris Carr a box set of it too.
I love that movie, but
it's great.
But it was made by a production team that had never made anime before, and they immediately threw them into a studio where they were expected to do something that is still very experimental in anime. So they're expected to like push the envelope forward, but they've never worked in the anime industry before. They've never animated anything. And suddenly they're being taught how to do 3D animation.
Wow.
They're being taught how to, I mean, and you can just look it up on Google and go to images. The animation it's terrible. And it's very stilted, and the mouths move very awkwardly. There's no reactions in the faces. And from what I've heard, that the story in the manga is actually decent, and that what they did in the anime was the animation was so bad that they just butchered all excitement for it. And do you know the YouTube channel Brown Table?
No.
All right. Well, he's a YouTube channel, and he talks a lot about animation. But he went and reanimated a scene from X-Arm, and he animated it himself in hand-drawn animation.
Wow.
It was a good scene because I could actually focus on the scene.
Yeah.
Without being like, her face looks weird, or she's not blinking, or there's no excitement or anything on her face. Like, because there's literally a line in the climax of the show where the villain is like, I see the look of terror in your eyes, and it cuts back to her, and she's like, I wanted to cry, but I only watched it because I wanted to cover it. And yeah, people in the chat are saying they avoided X-Arm because of how bad it looked.
Wow.
It was that's just an extreme example of how sometimes the way a story is delivered, it can be the greatest story ever, but if it's delivered in the wrong way and the audience has a first impression that's terrible, at least to them subjectively, they're never going to even attempt to experience it. They just shut it down immediately. And I think that's what happens, sadly, with people my age, with how many breakthroughs in technology we've had. When they go back and watch, quote unquote, the primitive days of Hollywood and filmmaking, where things were still being established and they were still pushing the envelope forward to create new things, they just can't get into it. It's a tragedy.
By the way, I have to say that these super chats that came in, I did an earlier stream, and none of these super chats came into the earlier stream as I'm looking.
Are they for the original?
Yeah,
the earlier
they're
stream?
for the original stream. So I'm going to go back.
Wow.
You know what? I'm going to do a companion video for that stream.
Wow.
And the ones that are for this stream, I can see that it was superhero displays. So let me just do the superhero displays streams. Superhero display says, I started a company because of your inspiring honesty and integrity. These are strange times for fandom, as so much is bleeding into politics in a way unlike before. In every revolution, cultural or other, there are always innocent bystanders. Peace and love. And Superhero Displays goes on to say, Lael has finally exposed the truth, that RMB is an arrogant, billowing motherfucker. For those of you who don't know, the billowing joke comes from that she sometimes has her hair billowing in a fan or the wind or whatever, and it looks amazing. And we always comment on it. So that's where it comes from. Darth Plato says, you're not wrong about current Trek, Rob. In college, a common tagline is join the 99%. This is part of the social binary public relations activism of today. Modern writers are no doubt being influenced by this political social brinksmanship. You know, I honestly, man, you're 20. Are you in college now?
I didn't go to college. There's an interesting story about college that has to do with Titanic, but I didn't go to college.
Okay, I didn't. This is no judgment. I'm just what's really interesting to me now is that college to me, what I've heard, the weird indoctrination. So before I went to USC, I went to the Evergreen State College, and it was very crunchy, chewy, hippie granola school that was founded in the late 60s. And in 2017, they had a student uprising, and at Evergreen, even when I was there back in the 80s, they had what they called, I guess, the Day of Absence, and it was put on by, some student coalition. There was a famous play that was written about all the people of color in Texas do not show up to work one day. And the chaos that ensues, and the point of it was to show that how people of color are so vibrant and valuable to the community. They did this for years, and in 2017, they decided, they're like, you know what? We're gonna flip the script. We're gonna say that all of you, like white people who are allies of ours, how about you don't come into school today? In support of us. And so this Brett Weinstein, this evolutionary biologist, said, well, that's not really the point of the story. You know, you're not supposed to tell people what to do. It's voluntary. So in the story, the people voluntarily don't come to school. You can't then flip the script and say, if you're an ally, you have to not come in today. And Brett Weinstein, the professor, said, no, I'm teaching my class. I'm coming in today. And it touched off a student uprising where they took the dean hostage. They captured the whole school based on this day of, and here's the thing. And this is what I see happening that bothers me. You can't force people to do something you want them to do. If there's an event and everybody, if you want people to be allies, you can't force them at gunpoint to be allies. That's whether it's a figurative gun or a literal gun. You can't do that. You have not won the hearts and minds of the people that, you know, you're supposed to win over. And that's not how it works. And activism comes from the heart. And when you force people, and here's the thing, at the end of the day, what are you getting out of it? You're going to feel better? You're going to tell people you're better than the average bear because you participated? I don't know. It was a crazy time.
I mean, just look at Andor. I mean, they make a point in the show that Cassian could not be convinced by someone else to join the rebellion.
Nope.
He was all self-interest. It wasn't until he experienced the evil for himself that he ultimately came to that conclusion on his own.
Yeah.
He could never be convinced.
No, could not be. And that's the whole point is in order to join a cause, you have to believe. And now all of our causes, there's new causes every day. And there are people that get caught up in their causes, and I understand that. But you have to think about the fact that if you're going to be a social activist on Twitter or what does that do? You know, my mother is a breast cancer survivor. She had both of her breasts removed over a 3.5-year period of time. Here's the thing. I'm a firm believer in women's health. Women's cancer research, all these things. I mean, I thought I would lose my mom twice in 3 years. So the fact is, when you're dealing with health, women's health, you have to make sure that the money is being put aside for the research. The cancer research, whether it's ovarian cancer, whether it's breast cancer. And I think that you have to make sure that when you say that we are looking to make sure that the research money is there for women's health, that it doesn't become politicized. And my mother, who's a breast cancer survivor, I would never want someone to step up and say, we're uncomfortable with the fact that you're talking about women's health. And I would say, really? Well, I'm talking about women who, my mother, a breast cancer survivor. I've always given money to breast cancer when I can. I need to, make sure that the money that I'm giving is going to women's breast cancer research. And I don't think that's a lot to ask. And I don't think I'm saying anything about anyone else. I'm saying I want my money to go to women's breast cancer research because my mom is a survivor. She had 2 radical mastectomies. We thought we'd lose her not once, twice. Over the 1 year, they took one breast and her lymph nodes, and 3 years later, they took her other breast and her lymph nodes. And, when we're talking about women's health, I would hope that never gets politicized.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a tough, we live in a strange world. Even me saying that, somebody could come up after me and go, Rob, I'm like, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because at the end of the day, we're talking about scientific research to deal with breast cancer in women. Period. There's nothing else to say. And I've been donating money for 35 years. Actually, God, it's gonna be almost 40. But I'm so old. But that's I think that's what I want to know. Mm-hmm. I want to know that women's health issues are being taken care of, and the research for ovarian and breast cancer is rigorously pursued.
Yeah, I know you said she was a survivor, but I want to say I'm sorry that you guys had to go through that.
It was
I
well,
I can't even imagine.
breast cancer killed her mother, my grandmother, who was 56 when
Wow.
she died. And my grandmother was on the board of the Children's Orthopedic Hospital. Now it's one of the premier children's cancer research facilities in the world. And she herself would not admit that she had breast cancer. She wouldn't do anything about it.
Wow.
And it was again back in the 70s, and the first time I went to Disneyland was I did not know my grandmother had weeks left of life to her. I was very close to my grandmother, but when you're a kid, they don't tell you anything. So we went to the San Diego Zoo, we went to Lion Country Safari, we went to Disneyland, and my grandmother was in a wheelchair the entire time. Never said a word about pain. I had no idea she was in incredible pain. Never said a word. We had a fantastic time. Over the Thanksgiving break, we went home. And then the holidays, Hanukkah rolled around, and I would call her every night, tell her what I got. And then, I don't know, 3 or 4 days later, she was gone. And it was so lame because they didn't want to tell us anything. And then suddenly my grandmother was gone. I had no idea. I understood she was in a wheelchair, but the idea that you want to protect children from the world is ridiculous. Because suddenly my grandmother was dead, and and no one told me. And then they wouldn't let me go to the funeral because I think it was 9, and I'm like, this is a part of life, and you lied to me, and you as a matter of fact, you took us on a whole trip that was a smokescreen because we didn't know how ill our grandmother was, and even at 9, I felt resentment. I don't even know why I'm talking about this. I haven't talked about this in forever. But it was one of those things, and it made me realize kids can take it, man. They can take anything. You got to tell them the truth, and you should pull no punches.
I mean, that's something I've always said is I think that I know why parents do it. I mean, obviously it's out of a good reason.
Sure,
but I think that shielding,
dumbest thing
shielding
ever.
your kid from the world, it creates like whiplash in the future, and like their entire worldview to be completely different from, because they're just taught that certain things don't exist or that certain ways work out one way, and then they get into the real world, and then everything is almost flipped on its head, and they see how dark and unforgiving the world is, and it's horrible.
I didn't get over my grandmother's death for a long time, and even to this day, I'm thinking about it right now. I'm kind of seething inside. I still feel anger that we weren't allowed to go to the funeral. I mean, I was so close to my grandmother. There was never a chance to. I mean, we go on this great trip with her. Then she goes to the hospital, and I talk to her on the phone every night. And then she's just gone. And I felt like I was blindsided. That no one told us. I had no time to prepare.
Yeah. And no funeral. You didn't have an opportunity to say goodbye either.
No.
Oh.
And if nothing else, that's what. But it was an interesting thing because then after that, my mother became very diligent about breast examination. She was fanatical. She'd go in like every 6 months, and then when they finally found it, and they said, "Oh, we can do some chemotherapy," she's like, "Nope, I'm not going to risk it." So she went right to DEFCON 9 or 1, and had a mastectomy is when a breast is removed. A radical mastectomy is when they take the breast and the lymph nodes under the arm. And my mom was such a badass because golf is like her religion. They told her she wouldn't golf for a year. She golfed 6 weeks later and won the club championship that year. And all she bitched about was she was like, "Oh, I'm lopsided now." And then, of course, 3.5 years later, came again. So, yeah, I've always been a breast cancer donor, or when I have the money. And the thing about women's health issues, you've got to make sure that women's health issues are dealt with, and it doesn't become politicized. And no one says, well, what is a woman? Well, a woman is my mother, who had 2 radical mastectomies. She had to have her breasts removed because her mother before her was killed by breast cancer. So I would say the women I know in my life are the women that suffer breast cancer.
Wow.
So make sure that they are taken care of and the research money is there. And don't hold it up because of political ideology. But
Wow.
I'm,
thank you for sharing that.
well, you're welcome. I mean, it's funny. Somewhere around here, I have a pink Darth Vader head that I bought because of breast cancer research. I thought that was great. But yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. You have to, and my mother was a very attractive woman in her younger days, and she had she was very athletic. She was in great shape, and for her, it was incredibly traumatic to lose a part of herself, physically. I can't even imagine. And these are things no one talks about. What it's like to have that happen, and and then have it happen 3.5 years later. Although my mom did say to me sardonically, she could have a black sense of humor, very dark sense of humor. And she goes, "Well, now I'm not lopsided anymore." I'm like, "Oh man, that's not what I want to hear, Mom." But anyway,
your mom sounds awesome.
She is awesome. My mom is very funny. She's been on this channel. I've had her early on. She came on the channel. She's like, "What is this YouTube?" For her 80th birthday, I went to her house and I put her on this channel. That was 3 years ago, early on, and she thought it was hilarious. Darth Plato says, oh, no, I already did that. Oh, so Julian M, says, "Good evening, my friends. I look forward to our watch party for Picard. To paraphrase a certain Klingon, it will be glorious." That's Core from Aaron of Mercy. Anonymous says, "Thanks for all you do, Robert. Unobtainium is a precious resource for us all to use wisely and regularly. I just started watching Space 1999 and its precursor, UFOs. These shows are what sparked my addiction to sci-fi and fantasy and all geekdom." Well, Anonymous, I am a huge UFO fan and Space 1999. There's such great shows. UFO is particularly amazing. I tried to pitch a remake of that about, 10 years ago. We have the promotion. I thought it was good. I mean,
I've never heard of either of them, but
okay, here's what you got to do, Israel. That's why I love having you here. Look up UFO opening credits. That's all you need to do, and you'll see. Bask in the greatness of the late 60s amazement.
Jerry Anderson's?
Yes.
Jerry
Anderson. Yeah. Yeah, just put it on. Mm-hmm. I know, you're laughing. It's the best thing ever. Stubble McShave, our friend Stubble, says, "I finally received the first book from Sanderson's Kickstarter." This is Brandon Sanderson's Kickstarter campaign. He wrote 4 books during the pandemic. He made like $40 million from his fans on this Kickstarter campaign. It features a girl, pirates, and sailing on liquid sand. I understand why it took so long with all of the logistics. Imagine a warehouse the size of a soccer field with books stacked in 72 layers. Well, that's what you get when Brandon Sanderson. So he took over writing Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time series, and he decided to write 4 separate books during the pandemic, and he had them ready to go, and he did a Kickstarter to get them printed. He made $40 million from fans, and they're getting the books. Sonny Dominguez says, "I might be the guy who struck your channel. I'm concerned how casual this person said it, especially all the drama regarding Twitter and the FBI. Money, silences, voices confirmed. Thoughts on how people coming after voices that they don't want heard, where's the line?" Wow, Sonny, this is a great, thank you for reminding me of this. Well, Israel, this is a great question. So we now live, YouTube, this platform is a Google platform. It's owned by Google, and we are at the whims of whomever. Anyone at any time could claim copyright that we've somehow violated copyright. Anyone. Now, by doing that, you open up an actual legal proceeding, and then you have to prove that you own the copyright. So harassment is not, it's very much frowned upon by the owners of the platform. But, you know, you get shadow banned based on what you say. It's a weird place to be in terms of big tech and what we should support and what we should not support. I mean, my thought is this. Words are not violence, and talking should not be actionable, especially on this platform when there's a record of doing so. Look, the fact is there are many forces that control the world that the everyman, such as us, there's nothing we can do about it. And where's the line? The line is where they say it is. I would hope that we're allowed to speak. I think this platform has been incredibly amazing. I mean, I wouldn't have met you, Israel, and now I've got a show where you talk about anime. It's amazing. What do you think? I mean, how do you feel, like, as someone younger than me, how do you feel about the... Oh, wait, let me bring it back. You disappeared. Now I can't hear you. That's... Oh, my God. In a world where somehow I can't hear you. Well, I'll bring you back. Take you out. Hang on. I'll put you back in. I'll put you in, coach. And look, you can take Arun's place. I still can't hear. Can you speak and say... Oh, now I can hear. It's like... Oh, really? Well, you know, it happens. I mean, it does happen. I'll put you in. So let me ask you this. The question we're going to address that I want you to address. So what happens when big tech that owns these platforms, like in your case, you are doing content and talking about animation. What if anime and what if the Transformers became persona non grata and big tech said, nope, you can't talk about that anymore or we're going to ban you? Like Sonny Dominguez said, I'm the guy who struck your channel. This was the publicity guy that I met at the Picard screening. I'm concerned how casual this person said it, especially after all the drama regarding Twitter and the FBI. Money silences, voices confirmed. Thoughts on people coming after voices they don't want heard. What is the line? So how concerned are young people in terms of censorship? I mean, I hear so many people say, well, we shouldn't have freedom of speech because you might hurt my feelings. So I don't want you to say something mean.
Well, the first step to, like, we keep going back to Star Wars, the first step towards the Empire is taking away free speech.
Yep.
It's taking away the ability to speak the truth or even converse about different ideas. I think in free speech, it's inherent in the DNA of free speech that there's going to be speech that you don't like. But
Yeah.
It's part of it. It's part of it. How scared am I that this is going to happen, like on Twitter, like that certain things will get shut down? I mean, do you mean like by Twitter itself or like by people?
I think like for instance, what I was told, I mean, what happened to me was because, you know, I read a script online, and the funny thing is I really like the script. Now here's the funny thing. Here's what I thought was funny about it. And after hearing the story, so the script in question was John Spates and Denis Villeneuve and there's one other I forget that one other author, big screenwriter. They all wrote this script, and I read it, I reviewed it, and it was fantastic. As a matter of fact, I would say that the movie doesn't represent everything that was in the script. There were some things that they changed. I love the script. I thought it was great. Well, so I read it, I report on it, and I think that it's based on a book that was written in the 60s. So it's the movie script. there's nothing I can say. If I said, "Oh, this script is horrible," I can understand, but I'm like, "This is awesome. I love this script." And I understand that there were scenes I talked about that no one saw, and by the way, that weren't in the movie. They cut them out, which is stupid. They should have left them in, but it would have been 5 hours, so I get it. But
No, bring it.
yeah, and I'm like, this is so. Strike my YouTube channel. All I was doing was talking with youthful exuberance about how great Dune is. They didn't dig that, man, because they can't control me. They can't control the negative. Not that I'm some revolutionary. I just want great movies. And if I read a script I'm excited about, I'm like, this fucking rules. Somebody should make this awesome. Or if it's being made, I'm like, I can't wait. This is so good. I mean, I get it because they're spending $200 million. But, you know, I still spoke favorably about it. And they struck my channel.
Would you say that there's an argument to be made that there's like a copyright on that script and since
there is. I mean, no.
I mean, I know that there is.
Yeah, make no mistake. I did a bad thing. Bobby did a bad thing. Yeah, I knew what I was doing. I was being a dick. Got a hold of the script. I'm like, I'm gonna report on a script.
Should have done that with Secret Invasion, the script you don't have. But
you know what? Here's why I wouldn't do that. I got that script from somebody in Actually, it's 5 scripts. Hang on, you want me to tell you? You know what? Check this out. Yeah, of course.
You got the whole show?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I do. And here's the thing. Let's do a test. Let's see as we talk about this, because somebody could really get pissed. But it'd be interesting to see. I've got to find where I put it. It's on the let's go here. All right, because there's a great line of, here it is. Okay. It's so funny because when they make, so for those of you who don't know if I'm telling the truth or not, so when they make things like this, scrutiny shows where people are looking into it, there's always a code name. Do you know what the code name for Secret Invasion was? This is brilliant. Jambalaya. Jambalaya.
Is there a reason for that? Like, when you read the script, do you get it, or was it?
They do that so nobody knows what it is, so no one's passing it around like they like. Oh, I don't know what that is.
Well, yeah, but usually it's like you can kind of understand where the name came from, though.
No, usually it's some funny. I mean, somebody has a reason for it, but I thought jambalaya. I love that it's jambalaya. But I'll say here's the and by the way, this might be cut out so nobody cares. Let's see. So here is
whoa.
You know what?
Just
I
make
can't.
sure you don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, I can't say it. I can't do it.
Okay.
I can't do it.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I can't say it. But it's there's a line of dialogue here that I love so much, and it's so good. Yeah, and if I say it, I'm like,
share it with me, and I'll know exactly what you're talking about.
It's such a great. Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll do it.
Good.
I'll send you the whole script, so you can't do anything.
I'm on the inside circle, baby.
Yeah.
I
love this. By the way, just so you know, it's on page 4 of the first script, and I'll tell you who says it. Agent Prescott says it, for anybody who wonders if I'm telling the truth or not. And I love this line. It's so good. And
can I ask, because he's in the trailer, how big of a role does, I don't know if this is a spoiler, how big of a role does Don Cheadle have in this? Is he like a supporting? Does he like pop in and out, or is he
brother? I gotta give you a big no comment on that.
All right,
sorry.
I didn't know if that was something you could say or not, but
nope.
I'm excited for Armor Wars.
Cannot. Nope. That you know what? I know he's in the trailer. Here's the thing. This show is dope as fuck. It's so good. I would never say anything about it. This one line of dialogue doesn't give anything away. It just sets up how dire the threat is, and it's great. I mean, it's funny. And it's funny because people picked up the fact that I made the comment and I said that it's a total sequel, direct follow-up to Captain Marvel. But I only said that because it's got Skrulls in it. And the only time we've seen the Skrulls in the MCU is in Captain Marvel.
And
so
Spider-Man Far From Home, but
yeah, that was at the end. But it all kind of goes into the same idea. And I was like, I didn't mean to suggest that Captain Marvel's in this movie.
I never got that when you said that.
Yeah, some people did. And somebody was in Spanish even was reporting. I'm like, no, I said this was a follow-up because it's about the Skrulls. And the Skrulls, their civilization, their society, and Talos and all that. And it's all been reported. We've seen Ben Mendelsohn's in it. And there's nothing I didn't.
It's like a spiritual sequel to Captain Marvel.
Yeah, well, I would say it's absolutely a sequel to Captain Marvel because the events of Captain Marvel are critical to this story. It's absolutely a continuation of. It's just Captain. It's not a continuation of Captain Marvel's story.
Would you say that I've only seen Captain Marvel once? I saw it in theaters. I never had a desire to watch it again because I didn't really find it all that great. But would you say I need to rewatch it? Are there things that are necessary to?
No, you just have to know that Skrulls are around and who they are and what they are and the. And the thing about it is like any great science fiction, fantasy, and horror, it has a really interesting central conceit, central question. And I really like that because it delved into, to me, it felt there's something very throwback to this show, but it also has a lot of things that I love. So I loved it.
You know how they were talking about how with there was like a through line, like a kind of almost a trilogy between WandaVision, No Way Home, and then Multiverse of Madness. I haven't not read any of the scripts and only seen the trailers and things like that. It seems to me like there's going to be a through line between Falcon and Winter Soldier, Secret Invasion, New World Order, leading into Armor Wars and the Thunderbolts. And it seems like that's all one giant storyline.
I agree. I think that there's definitely part of that because Secret Invasions, I mean, you can look at the trailer. It looks fantastic. It's big.
It looks like it's tonally a follow-up to Falcon and Winter Soldier.
It totally is. It absolutely is. It's all espionage. It's all who are you say you are. How's it going to work? I mean, it's great. And it's just like it's like talking about Star Trek. I would tell people you should watch this first, but you can't because you're going to ruin everything. You can't. There's actually an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation that is so pertinent to Picard season 3 that if you said what it was, you would literally ruin a plot point and a big surprise just by mentioning the name of the episode that it refers back to. So I can't say it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like Attack on Titan level stuff because there's the first episode of Attack on Titan is like I think it's called To You 1,000 Years in the Future, and then in the latest season there was an episode called To You 1,000 Years in the Past, and they're like 70 episodes apart, but they're almost direct sequels to each other.
Yeah.
And the fact that the author Isayama was able to do that, I'm like, that's freaking brilliant.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Sick.
I love that.
Sounds sick.
No,
I
mean, Secret Invasion, it was weird. It keeps getting pushed back. It feels like that show's been in production for 2 years. Probably has. But it's
but they've been doing that lately where now they're so far ahead on because Ant-Man was done a year and a half ago?
Yeah, something like that.
They just held on to it for I mean, I guess it's better to be done super early than, barely making a release date.
Yeah.
But I mean, would you say that this isn't a one-to-one comparison. I'm just so obsessed with Andor. Do you think Secret Invasion could be like the Andor of the Marvel Disney Plus shows?
No, because Andor was so different in tone from the Star Wars we'd ever seen. Whereas the thing about Secret Invasion is, obviously it's very different from the comic. And what I love how they've adapted it, how they've made it into something that works for the MCU. Andor to me is a thing unto itself. It was what Star Wars to me. if I saw Andor as a follow-up to Empire Strikes Back, I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome. But it's good, you know. But Andor as a show, I think I think Andor is a triumph. I think it's an incredible. Let's take out the fact that it's a Star Wars show. It's an incredible piece of filmmaking and storytelling. It's so good.
I
It's
still
so
think
good.
I still think to this day how my original thoughts remain true, that I think they did commit like show episode suicide with the release structure because of how it's written, and then cutting those up in those unnatural places. I mean, the first 3 episodes, I mean, they released them together, but you look at where those episodes start and stop, and I'm like, what is this structure? But the arc itself, I'm like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
It's the strangest places to cut.
It's going to be interesting to see, you know, where they go from here, because they don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, they said every 3 episodes in season 2 is going to be over a year.
Yeah.
So there'll be a bunch of time skips. That's going to be fun.
It'll be interesting. I like the fact that they're doing the story that it has a clear, we know what the end is, and it's not good. And I do like that we're going to see all of this. I think it's fantastic. I can't wait to see it. I loved Andor so much. I thought it was so great because I'm seeing somebody, an adult, took the Star Wars universe seriously and gave us adult characters that we could believe in and buy into. And it was not Cy Snoodles or Max Rebo and the Rebo band flexing their giant latex proboscis, and I'm supposed to go, ooh. No, Andor told a story that I thought was really well done.
You know, I heard someone, they were reviewing the show, and they said, this entire show feels angry about something. And I think it's interesting because, well, in like a good way, like the show feels super angry and frustrated and in
Right.
its tone. And I found that super interesting. I was like, because that is completely not the tone of the rest of Star Wars. There's dark things that happen. I mean, Revenge of the Sith on paper is a very dark film. But
Well,
it still had hope and felt like a fantasy. Then you get to Andor and it's like, this is
No.
miserable.
I mean, this show, the great thing about Andor to me is there's no pulp entertainment in it. And when I say pulp, I'm like talking about the magazines Quentin Tarantino wanted to adapt. Pulp noir stories. This was kind of one of those. It's uncompromising. It's adult. Andor hurts when you watch it. You're in pain because you're in a forced labor camp. These characters are all going to die eventually. I mean, it was just
when he says I can't swim, dude.
Oh, dude. I'm haunted.
Do you think he got pushed off and drowned, or that he got captured and was executed?
I'd like to believe that he jumped down and somebody gave him some floating device and he made his way to the shore.
This is Andor. What really happened to him?
He got gunned down in the water.
You don't think he drowned in the water?
No, I think he was, because he's smart. He was able to. Somebody gave him something that he could be buoyant. He finally got up on it. He's like, I got this. He starts paddling away, and somebody's like, you see the gun come up, the sights. You see Andy Serkis paddling, and it's just gone.
Wow.
Or something.
Yeah. I mean, I think that okay, over or under 50% that Krennic is a major, not a supporting, not a minor, but a major player in season 2.
What was the over under?
50%.
Over.
Or you think he's going to be like the antagonist?
I think he's got to be a antagonist because he's so great.
At least around halfway through, like when the rebellion starts, because they're skipping a year every 3
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be there.
Do you think Vader makes an appearance, at least in a conversation? Maybe not a fight.
It could be. I mean, I would rather. I think they're probably going to keep him away because it would just diminish what they're doing. You know, because Vader works at the highest levels. You know, and what I love about Andor is it's dealing with all the workaday dudes, both the terrorists and the Empire. You know, but
I mean, whenever Palpatine really needed to get something done, and if the rebellion's becoming a real problem, wouldn't he send Vader out to at least check it out and maybe talk?
Sure.
I'm not saying he has to do an action scene, but maybe like just a dialogue with Krennic.
I think he does that. I think he'll do that, but he's gonna take care
I
of.
would love to see him show up.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this last super chat, and I know you're tired, and we should probably end.
Our last super chat. What is our last super chat? Let's see. Hold on. Oh, there's an actual super chat. I was looking at the tips. No, Sonny Dominguez. We did that, and no, I think we're. Hang on one second.
Stella McShave just sent one in.
Oh, he did. Well, hang on. Let me find it. And here and away we go. Stubble McShave did. He says Andor is realism, and the rest of Star Wars is romanticism. You're not wrong, Stubble. That's very astute. The problem is, I mean, what I love about the Star Wars universe is it's a storytelling mechanism. You can tell any story within that universe. And I thought Andor told a very interesting, compelling story about how the Empire and the Rebellion start, in backwater towns. And I thought that was great.
We were juxtaposing earlier in the stream Kubrick and Cameron. Andor is Kubrick, whereas the rest of the Star Wars is Cameron.
That's exactly right. You're absolutely right about that.
That's fascinating. Wow, it came full circle.
There you go. So, Israel, before we go, where can people find you?
I'm not as busy as Mmmm, so not as many things as her, but you can find me on this channel. I host on every Thursday the Otaku Experience. I think episode 3 is going to be even better. We're still finding our group.
So we're going to get that for Thursday, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna try to. It means that there'll be news that comes out on, say, like Wednesday or Thursday.
Sure.
That won't be covered. But I think I'm gonna try to get it done earlier, so that way we're not up until like 4 a.m. like we were this past week.
But we still got it up at 2.
We got it.
By the way, I didn't ask
you.
Did you like your countdown?
Dude, I was talking about it in the live chat. That was epic.
Come on, man. Do I got your back or what?
Dude, did you do that, or is that like a
No,
YouTube?
that's actually. So I went through all the YouTube countdowns, and when I saw that, I'm like, oh, that's the countdown I'm using. That's the countdown for this show.
Dude, it looked like I mean, because Gundam's been airing, it looked like a mech anime. I was like, dude,
I know.
I was hyped. It kind of set the audience up for disappointment because of how good the intro was. I was like, oh, and then it was me like, hey, how you doing?
That was only the countdown though. It just counts down. It was good.
It was a little too epic. It was all bassy. But anyways, you can find me there on the Otaku Experience. You can find me on Midnight Musings. Sometimes I'll interrupt you guys. I've been on here like 4 weeks in a row, man.
Hey, man, you're part of the channel.
Yeah, but you got to add me to the title. Midnight Musings with Mmmm, Lael.
Well, let's not get ahead of yourself there.
And Israel after the other two leave.
Easy, Cheetah. Easy, Cheetah. Just hold off on that. We'll get there.
At the very bottom of the
You have your own show.
I know. I'm just saying. Okay.
We'll get there.
but yeah, you can find me tomorrow on the stream. We're definitely doing the impromptu Transformers.
That's such a cool. That's so cool.
Dude, it voice changes. You put this on and it's like, hello, I can actually do an Optimus Prime impression.
I was just gonna say that's really good. That was a great Peter Cullen.
No, that was not my impression. That was the mask impression. I don't really like Transformers The Last Night, but
there's a reason why you shouldn't.
I still own it on Blu-ray, but when Optimus Prime comes in and he's like, it's like they're about to go and fight Quintessa, and he's like, when this day is etched into the cosmos, let the people long after us know that this was our finest hour. And then he flies off. Dude, that's cinema, bro. I don't care what you have to say, bro. Dude.
Israel, I will never take that away from you. If that is your joyful place, dude, by God, dude, by all means.
Have you seen that debate people have where who has the better speeches, Captain America or Optimus Prime? It's like, it's Optimus Prime. Captain America will not make you stand up and go like, yeah, that's what Optimus Prime does, man.
People on the internet are pitting Optimus Prime against Captain America.
In terms of
Captain
speeches.
America's losing?
In terms of speeches, who gives the best speeches?
I love it.
Because, dude, they literally call him this. Crosshairs calls him this in the greatest Transformers movie, Age of Extinction, and he says, "Mr. Leader of the Free Galaxy." That's what he calls him. And that's true, man. Leader of the Free Galaxy. But anyways, you can find me tomorrow on the impromptu Transformers stream. You can find me on my own YouTube channel, King Tanic. I was actually gonna I filmed a Sword Art Online review for the new movie that came out. I resaw it tonight. My opinion changed, and so I'm gonna have to refilm that video.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It's very irritating because it's.
But you'll do some crossfade, like this is how it was. This is how it is now, and then you do the
I'm gonna let the audience decide if they want me because it was a few weeks since it came out too. But you can find me there. You can also find me on Twitter at King Tanic Israel, or on Instagram at King Tanic, or on some dating apps. Y'all were talking about dating, so I decided to hop on some dating apps just for some experiments. I think I got a match already, so we'll see what happens.
Well, if they've seen the Otaku Experience, they'll be all over you.
Dude, it's so hard to find Christian women who like anime. It's like one or the other. I'm like, guys, they're like, no, that's sinful. I'm like, who are you?
How is it?
I don't know,
it
bro.
can't be sinful. It's from like a Buddhist culture.
I think because they're thinking it's because of how much like women are like sexualized and things like that.
No, man, they think you're a hentai. Like, they're talking hentai. They think you're watching The Wandering Kid or Black. How about Bible Black? Show them that. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Dude. I'm being mean now. I wouldn't expect you. Don't worry.
Man, the best Transformers movie is called The Movie. Phantom Harlock. You're wrong. That movie actually is bad. Because they kill off all of the good Transformers characters. But anyways, yeah, that's all the places you can find me.
Wow, dating apps with Christian girls that don't like anime. You're watching hentai, aren't you?
Let me see if
Tentacle
I got any
porn.
Matches. Let me see if I got any matches. Hold up. I did get a match. I got a match with someone named Daisy. She's 18.
That's very so funny. I'm thinking, you cradle robber. Then I'm like, oh right, I remember now. If you see 2001. Hal 9000 sings a song called Daisy. Check it out. Daisy.
Do it, darling.
Daisy.
Oh, I was thinking sour cream. Rob, where can people find you?
Right here. No, you can find me here on the Burnettwork. That's going to be rebranding soon in a big way. You can also find me on Instagram at RM Burnett. Find me on Twitter at BurnettRM, and also find me on the John Campia YouTube show.
And for the record, his DMs are open for your scripts.
Don't send me your scripts, please. No scripts. No.
Unless you have a secret Marvel script upcoming. If you have the script to David Lindelof's Star Wars movie, we'll take that.
Yeah, that's true. We will take that. And yes, that's right. And Kevin Walker's script for David Fincher's new movie, The Killer. I'm looking for that. Do you have that?
Script for Dune Part 2?
Yeah, I'd love to read that.
For Superman Legacy, I'll take that as well. And The Authority.
Yeah, of course. 100%.
But they're saying make sure you turn off the chat this time when you end the show.
Well, it's funny. I usually do. I end the show. I didn't know the chat. I don't have any control over that, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know what happened last week. I got off and I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth and get ready for bed. And then I looked. And I was like, why is it still live? And I was like, maybe it's delayed. And I clicked, and we were frozen, and there was a loading sign, and the chat was just...
Oh, that's a YouTube thing. That wasn't that.
Apparently, it went on for like another 4 hours. Just the chat.
That's so funny. Well, we were gone as long as we were gone. No, that's a YouTube glitch. So, hey, look at everyone had a chance to talk amongst themselves. It's great that you got to do that.
We did a watch party on this channel. We did a watch party for my documentary Voices of Central, which you can also watch for free on the King Tanic YouTube channel. I worked on it for about 2 years. It's finally done. Everybody's yelling at me to put it in film festivals, so I just might have to do that.
You have to do that. It's great. All right, Israel, great work this week. Look forward to seeing what you do for Thursday.
Dude,
and Star Trek Picard and Quantum Mania.
I'm nervous about Quantum Mania because of those. It's mixed. I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Please, like at least the 70% Rotten Tomatoes. Please.
Yeah. It's too wacky for normies to get it. Don't worry about it.
I've heard from multiple people, like someone saying, "Bring in Chris."
Chris Carr.
I would love to talk to Chris Carr.
Oh, I think that we can arrange that in the future. Call me crazy. I
she's
think
a voice actress. She does voiceover. I talk about anime. I could interview her, dude.
All I can say is just wait and see. Just wait and see what happens.
Oh, I got what you're saying.
Just wait and see.
And so we're telepathically aligned.
As a Skexy, I hate your whimper. If you're a Dark Crystal fan.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in because Rob's tired and
I'm tired. I gotta go to bed. I gotta get. By the way, join Dieter Bastian and myself at 11 o'clock. What time is it now? It's 3 o'clock. So that's 8 hours. It's good. 8 hours. I'll see you in 8 hours on Let's Get Physical Media. We're drawing very close to our contest ending. I have to look. Where's my contest? Okay. For those of you who don't know, on Let's Get Physical Media, if you are a physical media fan, we are giving away this box set. This is a $300 box set of Sony Pictures classics of their last 30 years. We've got things, 4Ks of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Synecdoche, New York, Run, Lola, Run is in here. There's a lot of Orlando's in here, which is a great movie, by the way.
How much does that usually go for?
$300. And we are giving this away on the channel. All you have to do for our 100th show is write a letter and say, why do you love physical media? And that's it. And here's the kicker. You can't bribe us because we're going to pick the top 3 and let the viewers decide. We're going to put those letters up, and if we like them...
Anonymously? You're going to remove the names?
No.
Well,
you mean... Yeah. We're not going to tell people... Yeah, we're not going to say what names they are. We're just going to put the letters. And you got to vote on them, and the people that get the most. And we've been getting some great letters, but there you go. It's a $300... it's indie films. I mean, SLC Punk is in there, but it's a great box set, and we're giving it away for the 100th show.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, Rob, it's always a blast to talk to you.
Yes,
you're a good friend. Great. Are we on friend status yet, Rob?
Yeah, we're friends, dude. You're part of the channel. You're friends.
Yes. Yes.
There's more coming, Israel.
Oh.
Yeah, there's more.
I've actually had people. I've had people already reach out to me to like talk to me about the show. They're like, "Hey, I like work in this field. Like, would you be willing to like interview me or like talk about this stuff on your channel?" And I was like, I will, let me get a little bit more in a groove with the show.
Right.
Maybe we can see what happens in the future. But there's already super exposure. So thank you once again for letting me do
Hey, man, look, you just make me look good. I'm happy to, but don't worry, we're gonna put you on a paying basis soon enough.
Dude, there was like a $2 super chat that came in from Irene Jobson on the second episode. So I get like what, 60 cents of that?
Of a super chat, you get what does that count? That's
YouTube takes 30%, and then I take 50% of what's left of that 70%.
Whatever, you can have it. I'm gonna pay you more money than that. Don't worry.
Oh,
it's all good.
Wait.
We'll talk about that later.
Oh yeah, we'll keep that to the DMs.
Yeah,
as well as the scripts that don't exist.
Scripts. That's right.
Hey Rob, send me your scripts.
Send me your scripts. The thing is, my scripts aren't. I don't own them, so by sending them out, but I'll send these to you because I'll be curious
to
what you think.
You possess.
It's so funny because as the year, it's great because I love, if there's big movies, as the years pass by, my computer becomes less and less egregious. But I have so many scripts of movies I shouldn't have scripts for. And, I get them and then finally the movie comes out so I can. But, yeah, I have a lot of things I shouldn't have. That's all right.
You heard it here first. He has the script for Secret Wars.
No, I don't. That's not even written yet. But Secret Invasion. Yeah.
What about King Dynasty? You got that?
No, I'm sure those haven't been written yet. They have to figure that out. But
what about Daredevil Born Again? You got that?
No.
Oh, he's got it.
No,
I heard
no,
that.
No, I don't because here's the thing. I don't actively seek them out. People call me up. Man. No, I don't. If there's something I really like right now, my biggest priority, I'll tell you what I want to read the most. And by the way, if anyone out there can help me, The very first and only screenplay I ever said yes to when I was a reader. And when you're a story analyst / reader, what you do is read all the scripts and you write notes and synopses of every script. What you're not supposed to say is, you have to read this script right now. And I said that about Andy Kevin Walker's Seven when I worked for Joel Silver, who produced Die Hard and Lethal Weapon and everything. And I'm like, you guys have to read this. Well, Andy Kevin Walker wrote David Fincher's new movie. They first worked together. Seven was 95. This year, Fincher's The Killer comes out, written by Andy Kevin Walker. I would kill to read that screenplay. So go forth. Find me the Fincher The Killer draft. I want to read it.
And if you want to know what script Israel wants, obviously Transformers, but if I had to pick one, based on the reactions I've heard from it, I want the script to Avatar 3 and 4.
Wow. And they're out there.
Because James was talking about the reaction that he got back from the studio, how they got no notes, and they were basically like, holy F, you know? And I'm like, James, come on. What are you doing? Give me it.
I know, but don't you want to see it? Don't you want to see the magic?
But you could also say that about, like, Secret Invasion. I could say that about the David Fincher movie.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of magic. It's not as, theatrical. It's not as... Well, anyway, I'm with you. If you get them, I'll read them.
We'll share scripts with each other, Rob.
I will do that.
Hey, any anime studios, you want to send me an early script for Spy X Family, the movie? I'll take it. Send it over.
Well, there you go. All right. And on that note, sir, I want to thank our crack moderating staff who's probably sleeping. No, Tom Jr. Jackson's still here. S. Beam is still here. And Brian Hepburn is still here. My God, you men. You are madmen. Thank you for being here. I want to thank all of you imagination connoisseurs, for sponsoring the show via super chats and tips and all that. Thank you so much. I missed some tips. They didn't come through from my earlier stream on Star Trek that I did on Robservations. I'm going to do a separate video for that today. So I will get to that after I do Let's Get Physical Media. So again, I apologize.
All right, man.
That's it. I think that's it. So,
all right. Till all are one. Optimus Prime would say that to wrap.
That was
this
pretty
up.
good. Pretty good.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Live long and prosper. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, Israel, I will say, fare thee well.
Fare thee well.